Good morning, bright and early, 7:07. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee for the Memphis City Council on Tuesday, April 23rd. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Green, Councilman Ford, Dr. Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 6 items on the agenda. We're gonna go out of order, determining on who has to get to work first is why we're here this early in the morning. Somebody got lives to save. So let's go ahead and start with item number 4. Memphis and Shelby County Air Pollution Control Board, appointment of Robert Rogers. Mr. Rogers here today? Good morning. If you can make sure the mic is on. You can give your name, your address for the record, and any words you'd like to share on your upcoming appointment. Motion by, thank you. Motion by Warren, second by Ford.
Yeah, my name's Robert Rogers. I live at 1897 Crump Avenue, 38107. That's in the Becca neighborhood. Been there nearly 40 years. I'm a lifelong Memphian. I have 2 engineering degrees from Wait for it, Memphis State University. I've been around for a few years. And I think I'm uniquely qualified to be on this board because I was actually manager of the program for about 15 years. I've retired. They asked me to be on the board right after retiring. I needed to take a little break, so I've been away from it for 3 years, and I've agreed to come back.
Can't get you to stop, huh? That sounds good. Any colleagues? Councilman Warren.
Who's your psychiatrist? Thank you.
That's one doctor I don't have right now.
Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state for the record, this is one of the appointments that I handled on the county side for Mayor Lee Harris. I don't believe there is a conflict, and I've addressed that with our attorney, but I wanted to say that I did happily present this gentleman to the county commission.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you, Chairwoman. Well, I'm new to the board, so I don't know you as like everyone else know you. And I heard you say you took a 3-year break, and your expertise as an engineer, correct? Yes. All right. And so, what are you going to do different? You've taken a break. You're refreshed. What are your plans? What are your strategy? Because this is very serious here in Memphis with the pollution, the EPA, and so a lot of things are going on, I'm sure, around the city and the environment. And so I just want to know what strategies. What are you going to do different? You're vibrant. You're back after 3 years rest. And so what are you going to do for Memphis?
Well, the board is very much a part-time position. Mm-hmm. There are only certain things that the board gets called up. I'm not going to do anything different. I'm just going to work with the other members on the board when things do come before it. In my experience, when I was manager, typically the board would only meet 3 to 4 times a year. Sometimes those meetings would get contentious if there was appeals.
3 to 4 times a year.
I'll just have to work with the other members with the knowledge that I have of the rules.
Okay, so you only meet 3 to 4 times a year. I'm just kind of new. I'm just trying to just figure out. Okay, and how many sits on this board?
Got 7 appointed members on the board now. You'll make 7.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, 7 appointed members. Okay, so you're just going to fit in where you can get in.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I yield the floor, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also, let the record show that Councilwoman Walker has joined us as well. All right, well, we will let this go ahead and go to a vote. I will say that I think we were supposed to do this about 2 council meetings ago. So I'm going to ask that this goes with same night minutes with no objection. And especially knowing that you live in Vecca, Mr. Rogers, definitely air is something that we definitely care about in the quality of it in our North Memphis neighborhood. Let's take this to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. It'll go downstairs for same night minutes this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. All right, colleagues, let's look at item number 5, Police Advisory and Review Committee. 5 appointments. So the appointment of Shepard Fargatsing, Dwan Gilliam, Wendy Oliver, Tyrone Davis, and Dr. Andrea Jacobo. We only got 4 seats, but we'll take this all at the same time. So if you all just come, give your name and addresses for the record. Any words you like to share? Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Ford, second by Green. We can just go in order. Fargenstein, Mr. Fargenstein? Okay, good morning. Make sure the mic is on for you.
My name is Shep Fargenstein. I'm a third generation. There. My name is Shep Fargenstein. I'm a third generation Memphian. I have a wealth management group called Shepherd Wealth Management of Raymond James. I started the Memphis Friends of Israel. I started the Israel Festival, started the Memphis Jewish Republican Coalition. So I'm connected to the Jewish community, of course. And the reason why I want to be on this board is because I was shocked by the Tyree Nichols event. And I mean, I support the police, but that was so bad. And I hope that we can, if we're called upon, we can be a voice for the civilians in the city when it comes in regards to the police department. Now, I spent two days with all the police staff last week in a meeting, and they really seem to have absorbed what happened. And I think they're making a lot of changes there that will be good for the city, but we still got to keep an eye on them. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Fargenstein? All right.
Chairwoman, I do. I have-
Councilwoman Cooper,
yes.
sir.
So you're a third generation Memphian?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, congratulations. You've been here that long. What is your outlook? What are you really deeming to do? Have you all set up your roles and responsibilities on really representing the citizen here in Memphis? I know you mentioned the Tyrese Nichols incident. I understand that. But there's a lot of other incidents that have gone on. And so what are your roles and your responsibilities? Have that been laid out for you yet?
That has not been laid out yet, and there's no agenda that I'm aware of, but, and we're gonna have to feel through this. This is my first time on this board, and I think it's a reconstituted board now also. New name, you know, we're gonna develop that as we go along. But if there's a complaint that they don't feel, I believe the agenda is if the public doesn't feel they're being heard by the police department, then they can come to us. I don't know what powers we have. I don't think we have any subpoena powers. So it will just, you know, we'll find out as we go along the way.
Okay. This is, I hear the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker?
Thank you, and good morning. Can you just clarify what you said? We don't have subpoena power. They can come to us. When you said they, you're referring to whom specifically?
Look, we have not been trained yet.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to get a clarification on what you said.
My impression of this board is that we are a civilian review board in case the public doesn't feel they're being heard by the police department. If I'm wrong, let me know, because we haven't been trained at all in this.
So when you say civilian review, is this in addition to CLRB, instead of CLRB, or I'm not,
Yes.
the language is?
Go ahead, Councilman Warren. We probably gonna say the same thing.
Thank you. I think what people realize is the state government made our CLRB illegal. And what this is an attempt to get a review type organization that will be legal with the current state laws. And I think that's what the gentleman is trying to explain, is that he's still not sure, and we're still not sure exactly how this thing's going to work out. They're going to get together and try to develop bylaws that work with the current state laws. And I think they have to be organized before they can do that.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam
fine.
Chair.
Thank you for that. And so to say civilian review board, is that appropriate language at this point? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Good morning. All right. Thank you, Mr. Fargenstein. Dwan Gilliam. You just next on the list. I'm sorry you didn't have a seat. You can give your name and address for the record and then any words you'd like to share. And then
Good morning.
Ms.
My name is
Wendy
Dewan Gillum. I live at 201 Du Bois, which is in Whitehaven, heart of District 6. I'm a lifelong Memphian. I have spent the better part of my adult career, including 40 years of public service to this community. I've spent 20 years in local law enforcement. I was fortunate enough in 2015 to retire as the City of Memphis Public Works Director, even though I retired in 2015. I have continued to serve this community in leadership positions with Shelby County Schools as well as Shelby County government, where I served as the county CAO until 2022, where I left the Harris administration and went to work for All World Project Management. I think that it's important for me to mention that I am a former member of CLERB. I believe that I bring a unique perspective to the Police Advisory and Review Committee, and I'm looking forward to continued service to this community.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. Any council members? Councilwoman Green.
I just want to say that I personally worked with, I still call him Chief Gillum, at the county side, and would speak incredibly highly of his work ethic and his care for our community, and I think he'd be an incredible addition to this board.
Thank you, Councilman Green.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Yes, and I'd like to thank you again for your help getting that COVID task force up and running, and what you did to help protect our community there. I enjoyed working with him there, and he was definitely professional and helped us all there.
Appreciate it, Councilman Warren.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Well, Chief Gilliam, as my colleague called you, you have a wealth of experience, and I see you've moved around Memphis in the government perspective.
Very diverse background.
Very diverse background. So I'm looking forward to working with you, and hopefully the citizens will be served greatly by this new advisory board once you all learn your roles and duties and responsibilities, and you can get them back to us.
I'm actually up for the challenge and looking forward to it. Thank you, Councilwoman
In
Cooper
Memphis,
Sutton.
it's always a challenge. It's
Absolutely.
never a dull moment.
Ain't that right? Councilman Ford.
I'm gonna just say a couple of words. Hey, I worked with you in the other administrations also.
Yes, sir.
Great man. Hey, he's been there. Also, I know about the county side where he worked. Hey, so just welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
Because we need all the help that we can get right now. Okay? I'm just being honest. We need a lot of help, everybody. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
And Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, good morning. I am pleased to see you and see that you're going to be a part of this. I know that your contributions will be outstanding. Congratulations and best wishes to you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Good to see you this morning.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Gillum.
Thank you.
Also, Miss Wendy Oliver.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Oliver. My address is 1485 Ball Road, 38106. I am a lifelong Memphian. I serve as the clerk of the United States District Court. And from what I've read from the ordinance that reestablished this panel, I'm happy to be a part of resolution in Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Councilwoman White.
I'm happy to be the first to say that I want to say that just Wendy Oliver, she's very modest in her presentation. She, under Tom Gould, has run the Western District in our federal court, the Western District of Tennessee District Court. She is organized, she is innovative, she is passionate about what she does. And I am excited to see her serve. And I didn't speak when you came up, Mr. Gilliam, but I'm also excited to see you all serve. This is a board that is very near and dear to me, as my Uncle Ralph used to serve on this board with Sister Virginia Wilson. I see her back there this morning. Good morning. But I'm excited to see you all serve. It is a service. It is an act of service in that you're volunteer. And we appreciate that you've decided to give of your time in this way.
Thank you, Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other colleagues? Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Oh, how could I?
How
Councilwoman
could you
Cooper
miss
Sutton.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Thank you, Chairwoman. Well, I did review your resume and it stuck out. I pray that I'm able to echo the same things that my colleague Janika White, in the near future as I get to know you better and to see your work. So I'm looking forward to this whole advisory board, getting to know each and every one of you and getting excited about the great work you're going to do for the citizens here in Memphis.
I'm looking forward to this work too. Thank you.
I yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Tyrone Davis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Tyrone Tico Davis. I reside at 5195 Cole Road here in Memphis. My profession, I'm a podiatric physician and surgeon of nearly 30 years. I have experience where I used to live with the New Orleans Police Department in the crisis intervention unit. Since I moved to Memphis almost 20 years ago, I was the past president of the FBI Citizens Academy under Special Agent in charge Ma Harris. I plan to bring to the table with the Police Advisory Review Committee proper decorum as far as the police are concerned. I think that it's much needed. And so those are some of the attributes that I would like to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Dr. Davis, you was looking like my turn. I know she's coming. Welcome. Looking forward to it once again. All these good accolades that everyone is getting here from everyone here in the city of Memphis, and your experience in NOLA. Got a lot of family and good friends in NOLA, and your FBI experience and what you're bringing to the table. So I'm really excited to see what this advisory board is really going to do and how it's going to impact the citizens here in Memphis. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
I yield the floor, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren, did you have your hand up or you just waving? Okay. Also let the record show we've been joined by Councilman Spinoza and Chairman Smiley. Any other council members? All right. Thank you, Dr. Davis. And lastly, Dr. Andrea Jacobo.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Andrea Jacobo. I live at 569 North McLean Boulevard in the beautiful North Memphis neighborhood. I have a background in public health. I currently teach at Rhodes College. And the reason why I wanted to be a part of this board is because public safety is a public health concern. And so with that, I will bring a lot of perspective of how we can address any moments of crisis through a public health intervention. I have been working in Memphis for the past 10 years. I am not a native Memphian, but I'm an adopted Memphian. And I hope to always keep the community centered in the process.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Welcome. And could you pronounce that last name for, because I do not want to mispronounce it.
It's Jacobo.
Jacobo.
So it's Jacob in Spanish.
Thank
So just add the O at the end, and you think about you're about to laugh.
Yes.
Jacobo.
Hi.
Jacobo. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Jacobo,
Perfect.
yes.
I learned something today.
Oh, one thing I wanted
Yes.
to mention is I'm first generation Dominican American, so I am representing the Latino community. I am not the only Latino in Memphis. It's a growing population, so considering in the process where police is now asked to be involved with ICE, I think it's important to be a part of this conversation of how do we really protect the people that are here in our daily Memphians.
Welcome. Look forward to working with you and seeing the great work that this Police Advisory Board will bring and impact the city of Memphis. Thank you. I yield the.
Thank you. Councilwoman White.
I just wanted to, I thought back on my comments, I'm sorry, and I thought that's not how the story ends. The main thing that I didn't say about Wendy Oliver is that in 2023, she was elected our first African-American woman to the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Tennessee as our clerk. So thank you, congratulations. You are a history maker and a trailblazer.
Thank you for adding that in. That seems very, very, very important to Laud. So congratulations on that. Councilwoman Walker?
Thank you. I am a charter member of the Memphis Black Healers Collective. We pursue health, mental health, and physical wellness amongst Black and brown persons who are not always able to access health care and mental health care. And through those circumstances, I know Dr. Jacobo, and she will be a fine asset to this board. You used the word center in your original comments, and I was making notes even before then. You're gonna be the one who brings the balance. You're gonna be the one who can help if there is a desire to do things from a holistic perspective. She has all of that and much more under her purview, and I also appreciate the diversity you're gonna bring to this body, and I'm just glad that you're gonna be a part of it. Good to see you.
One moment, y'all, while Granicus reconnects. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, you all. So with just the nature of the context of our city, I'm gonna ask that we go ahead and allow for these five appointees to the Police Advisory and Review Committee to go down for same 9 minutes without objection. Objection? Oh, no objection. Okay, all right. All right, so let's call this for a voice vote of the appointments of Shepard Farquharson, Dwan Gillum, Wendy Oliver, Dr. Tyrone Davis, and Dr. Andrea Hook-Hobo. Tonight for same 9 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. It'll go down this afternoon. Thank you all for your willingness to serve. Colleagues, item number 6 is going to be held at their request. C. Rose Smith could not be present on this morning, so we'll hold that to the next council meeting. What did you say? All right, item number 6 is held. Item number 1, resolution opposing Tennessee House Bill 1202 and Tennessee Senate Bill 1325, authorizing faculty or staff members to carry concealed weapons on school grounds. All council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Request for same 9 minutes. Can you get a motion in a second?
Second.
Move it, second.
Motion by Ford, second by Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I've brought this resolution, we had a couple last week that were dealing with what's happening at the state level. I think we continue to see the things at the state level impact us here in Memphis, and we want to make sure that they are hearing our point of view. I will tell you, as a gun violence survivor and as a parent, this bill terrifies me. I think it is admirable that we try to make our schools safer. I have had all 3 of my children in the last year go on lockdown drills for active shooters in their areas on 3 different occasions. And so I am very much wanting my children to be safe when they're in school environments. But what terrifies me most about this bill, because I believe adding guns to our schools makes us less safe, especially putting it in the hands of teachers who I think are already asked to do too much, is that the parents will not be notified that the teacher has the gun. And so as a parent, you will have no say of whether your child goes to that school or in that classroom where a gun may be. A gun could be left unlocked. It could be taken by another adult or another child. There's just too many things that could happen. And as a parent, I would never know that a gun was even in the classroom. I have heard from educators. I have heard from other parents. They are very much against this bill. And so I am hoping today, I appreciate those who have already co-sponsored, that we can speak with one voice and let the state know this is not something we want to have happen.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green, and thank you for bringing this as well. As an educator, definitely in line with your sentiments, right? Not only do we talk about students not being able to control themselves, but adults are the same way. And I would hate to be in a situation in the school building and to even think that would have the possibility of happening. So thank you for being able to bring that. Any council members on this? It doesn't have your co-sponsors listed, but I would say I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. If there's anyone that does not want to be a co-sponsor that's not present, please let us know. Otherwise, we'll all be added on the co-sponsor Councilwoman Green's opposition. Thank you. All right, so let us go ahead and do this for a voice vote tonight for same night minutes with everyone as a co-sponsor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you all. Lastly, we have items 2 and 3. Item 2 is presentation regarding the Memphis Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board, all council districts requested by Personnel and Government Affairs Committee.
Yeah, I'm Charles Carpenter, attorney for the Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board, 386 Bill Street. With me is my law partner, Corbin Carpenter, and we represent this board. And because many of the council members are new, we wanted to give an overview of what this board does. Our main purpose here this morning is the seeking of the reappointment of 2 of our board members, our board chair, Dan Reed, and also our board member, Buckner Welford. They are both here. And this morning, we were pleased to see a 7 o'clock start time because Buck Welford is a practicing attorney with Baker Donaldson, and he has an important deposition that starts shortly. He had hoped to leave here at 7:50 this morning, and he is here now. He will have to leave. So, Madam Chair, I don't know how you want to manage that, if you want him to introduce himself now so the board can see him. But that is something that I wanted to make the council aware of based on the scheduling that we have this morning.
For that, yeah, we can have him go ahead and say his name, address on the record. But that means we're just gonna have to go to 3 and go back to 2 for the items. So yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You all, so let's hold on item 2. Item number 3, Memphis Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board, reappointment of Daniel Reed and Buckner Welford. Can I get a motion and a second for the fact of introduction? Motion for, second Swearingen Washington. Mr. Welford is the one that has to leave, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Welford, if you can give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share, and then we're going to hold that item and go back to number 2.
Names Buckner Welford and address 192 St. Albans Fairway, Memphis. I'm a lifelong Memphian. I've been on the board 1 term, and this would be if I were approved my 2nd term. And I do understand that, and actually I think it would be helpful if Mr. Carpenter gave an overall presentation since a lot of the description of the board's legal authority and background will have to come from council. And I understand if I have to, and I apologize to council members, we just were notified of this 7 a.m. meeting a couple of days ago, and I've got a deposition I have to get to out east. I wanted to be here for sure, but I do understand that the practical effect if I have to step out in the middle of this may be a deferral. I understand that. I just wanted the council to know I was here trying to respond to questions as I can before I leave. I'm happy to respond to any questions that the council members may have before I leave. I would appreciate being given an opportunity to serve again. I know there are a lot of questions about what the board does and what the board can do and what its priorities should be. And so with the remaining time I have, I'd be happy to respond to questions or come back at a later date and respond to them after the attorneys provide their update, whatever the pleasure of the council is.
We appreciate you being here in the time that you have. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Welford. I guess the question that I have is, what has been your largest frustration being a board member about things you want to do, but the, I guess, organizational structure has made it hard for you to do as far as moving this board forward in the direction you'd like to see it go?
Well, I think we probably are all on the board. We're limited by the legal authority that we have, and that's where Mr. Carpenter can provide more detail about that, but we're a creature of state law, essentially, that empowers then through local legislative body certain authority that we have, and I think it's frustrating for the board that the most tangible power that we have is revocation of pilots. And revocation of pilots is absolutely something that is a last step, last straw option that I have been among the board members who've been saying for about the last year, we probably going to need to do it more often than we have in the past, but it is something that's fraught with down the line problems.
What are those problems that you have? Let's see, you've got someone with a pilot and they're not doing what you want them to do. What's the downside for the tenants when you pull the pilot?
Well, the downside is that the property manager, they will not have the tax benefit anymore. The property manager pulls out, the developer, the owner of the property pulls out, they don't have a pilot, and the property deteriorates more, and you've got the residents who are in a worse situation than they were beforehand. But,
how's that?
Well, because they've already have issues with the compliance with the pilot, and then if the property goes into foreclosure or it's put up for sale, or they have trouble getting a new property manager in to manage it, then it just accelerates these problems. It would be good if we had more authority to kind of impose more tangible penalties, interim penalties along the way. In the meantime, what we have been discussing, at least what I've been discussing at the board level, I think it's reflected in the minutes for the last few meetings, is trying to publicize more of the properties that are either on a watch list or in legal default, try to publicize that on our website, send it to the council office. There's a council member that's going to be appointed, as I understand, to be a liaison with the board. I think that would be a powerful way to kind of keep the spotlight on some of the chronic owners where we have some issues, and essentially try to hold the feet to the fire where the owners have not complied with the tenant benefits that they promised when we gave them the pilot, and to accelerate the attempt to kind of keep them in line. But
so in order to do that, one of the things we as a council need to do is maybe push the state to adjust your pilot or your authority as a board to give you more interim powers. And maybe we can talk about this offline, but it sounds like that's something our legislative committee may need to be taking to the state next year if we want to get a little bit more oomph in your board.
Or to provide the council with more authority that the council could choose to delegate to us, just to give us more tools. And the other thing I will say that we all believe we need to do, and we've been trying to do, is increase the resources that we've got of board staff to go out and monitor the properties that we do have, especially the ones that are on the watch list, and make sure that they are doing what they are promising us they are doing. But in any event, that's within the limitations of what we have to do. I'll just observe that this is a board with a lot of people that have been on it for a while, and it's a working board. If you were to look at the minutes of the board, they are deeply detailed, usually 20 pages. The meetings generally last over 2 hours, and it's a responsibility that we all take seriously.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think one of the biggest concerns that we had was the absences that you had. And out of the 16 meetings that you were absent for 9, are you committed to serving on the board?
I am, and I think when I was here last time, I pointed out that I think that's as of the end of the year. I've had a couple of major trials. I've got another one coming up in June, but once that's clear, I expect over the next 6 years to be able to devote an increasing amount of time to things outside the law firm. I was the chairman of our advocacy department at the law firm. We're a 700-person law firm spread out around the country. It did require a considerable amount of time, but I'm no longer doing that. I've cleared the deck for that. I've attended every meeting in 2024, except if my case goes to trial in June. I may have to miss that one, but I expect to be at all of them. And I think that I am a committed board member. If you look at the minutes, I am a substantive board member. I'm generally, it's reflected that I'm commenting upon or trying to press for more action on things at virtually every meeting that I attend.
Attorney Carpenter and Attorney Carpenter, are you vouching for him to be a part of this board?
That is correct. We are, and that's why we're here this morning to seek approval for his reappointment, in addition to the reappointment of our chair. And I apologize to the board for getting us disjointed, but I knew his schedule and I did not want him to have to leave in the middle of the presentation. But I think it would be helpful if we could go and make the presentation to the board to give a better overview of exactly what the board does. And at that time, we can answer any additional questions that the board might have.
You speaking for both of you, both father and son?
That is correct.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other colleagues while we still have Mr. Welford with us? Councilman Ford.
Mr. Welford, you are a great man. I think I've been knowing you all my life through my family. He's worked very, very hard. He would be the perfect person. Like I said, sometimes you can't be somewhere, but that don't mean you're not doing your job, you know, and all. And hey, and I just commend y'all for making sure that, hey, he may still be on this particular board because he's an asset, okay? He's been an asset down through the years. And like I said, I'm 68. I know I've been knowing you at least 50-some years, and especially with my family and the things that you've done for the community and for this city of Memphis, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Cooperson.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
4 minutes.
When I look into this audience and I see the tenants and the board that you all are supposed to be representing, and I look at the elderly and I look at the disability that our citizens here in Memphis, they deserve someone that's going to serve them wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly, not half-stepping. And we know the issues that have come about with Millennium. We know what's in the news, but they have suffered and have not been served genuinely and wholeheartedly by anyone at this present time. So I would greatly know and want to know. I know you're about to give the presentation, and we're going to allow you to do that. But I want you to remember to look back at them who was living in that deplorable, horrible place. And I went there, and there were bed bugs everywhere that I couldn't even stand in the apartment room. And no one, they literally had to beg to live like I live every day in a decent, clean housing. So when we think about it, and when my colleagues, when we think about reappointment in your presentation that you're about to present, I want you to think about the long term that they have suffered, our constituents have suffered. And I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And lastly, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. I would like to ask, but I'm just going to make the statement. It would be great if you all could spend the night in one of these properties. Thank you.
May I just briefly respond to that and just say before the presentation that you'll find from the minutes that it was me and board member Cliff Henderson who first were pushing to possibly revoke the pilot for Memphis Towers, all the way back to, I think, last October. I think the major difference between the tenants union and me personally would be that they believe we should have done it sooner, but I don't think anyone can fairly say that we were not pressing the issue, acknowledging the issue, and what the tenants union has brought to us has been, they've done a great service because the property manager was absolutely not getting things done and were promising things that were not being delivered, and without question, their grievances were real. The big difference came down to what's the remedy and when to exercise it. I understand and respect that the tenants union think we should have done it. We should have gone ahead and revoked the pilot. I understand that. And the board, it's not just me, believed that pressure would accomplish more. We do have a new owner. The ownership group has stepped in, kicked out the property manager, and made some major improvements. But I simply wanted to point out that it's not a matter of ignoring the problem. I don't think anybody could say that, at least I as a board member, was ignoring the problem. I think the difference would be whether we were moving forward to revoke the pilot on the timeline that they believe should be appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that. And I wasn't speaking directly to you as I thought I was making it broader than you. But yes, you and the board, you all, the attorneys and the board, it would be great if you all could spend one night there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning, thank you, Chair. I just would like to know, because both of you are before us, so I can't talk to the whole board, but what did you all do personally to remedy or fix the problem in these properties? Personally.
The last board meeting, I took the tenant benefits that were promised when we gave the pilot to the owner and went through each item and asked the owner and tried to get commitments from the owner as to what has been done to provide this benefit. And actually the new owner had been unaware, didn't even know what the tenant benefits that had specifically been promised were when the pilot had originally been granted. I said, we have to get you that list. And the very next meeting, I want a breakdown of each thing you have done that in each of these areas, and attempting to focus upon the things that they promised to provide when they got the tax benefit and the tax relief, and hold them to account for doing it.
Did you say at the last meeting at the
Yes.
last board meeting?
Yes.
How long were you on the board? And I know this is not an inquiry, I'm just trying to ascertain information for myself.
I was appointed to the board in 2017.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that information. And you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
We were gonna ask him questions afterwards because
Okay.
Mr. Welford had to.
All right, thank you for that information.
All right.
Councilwoman White.
One of my questions is, before you go, Mr. Wilford, and I thank you for your service. One thing that's come up frequently, and I'm sure we'll learn a little bit more about it when Mr. Carpenter present, is that there are over 100 pilots, I believe, from the Health Ed Board. Is that correct? And a large percentage of those are out-of-state owners or developers. And so my question is, one, has the board or does the board have a written established guideline or rubric that's used when deciding to approve pilots for these owners?
They do, but as just a board member, I'll defer to the chair and the legal counsel to give detail on them. I do know there's a template. That doesn't mean that template shouldn't be improved, but there is a template.
And so in terms of the issues that you say that you all face with revoking pilots, have you all been working on ways that you can ensure that, what are you all doing to ensure that you're able to revoke a pilot, or what changes have been discussed that when you all are making a decision to revoke a pilot, that some of the potential consequences that you stated, that we can kind of cushion those, or any safeguards that can be put in place so that we can have an equal benefit of you have a tax abatement, but you're not holding up your end of the bargain. So what safeguards are you all looking into to try to balance that out?
It is a great question, and I think Mr. Carpenter's can lay out what our legal authority is and what it maybe it could be. So as just a board member, I'm really not steeped in that. That's among the questions I've been asking, is what level of authority do we have to do something other than simply terminating the pilot? And also, what authority do we have to, I guess, start adding? I do think we have this authority to add some additional requirements to at least some of the pilot eligibility. The last meeting, something I brought up was security. Right now, we're not mandating that in order to get a pilot that you must commit to 24/7 armed security or just security patrolling the property. But many of our properties do provide that as a tenant benefit. And one of the things I raised was, well, should we have an eligibility standpoint of if the property's a certain size, certain number of units, et cetera, or certain economic impact, you have to provide that. These are questions that I'm asking, and I think we probably can do a bit more to try to hold some of the property's feet to the fire. But the fact that I'm asking it doesn't mean that everybody on the board is not sensitive to this. I believe there is a sentiment on the board that there's got to be more aggressive follow-up for some of these properties that are what are on our, Charles, what's the list? It's not the legal default, but the watch list. That watch list is a problem, and I think the council needs to be, what I've said, that we need to start notifying the council of every property that's on our watch list so that the council knows and can see which district it's in to put some more pressure on it. So it's a work in progress, and I acknowledge that it may not be moving as quickly as some people would like, but I am committed to, I'm not on this board for, as Councilmember Ford said, I served 2 terms on the county commission earlier. I used to be pretty involved in politics. I'm really not anymore. I'm not. But I very much enjoy community service. I have no agenda on this board. other than I really want to try to do a good job, and I want to try to balance the interests of the tenants with something that is responsible on the side of making sure that we don't do things that make their situation worse. And I would love to have the opportunity to do it for another term, but if not, I certainly understand. And I also understand, since I will have to miss some of the presentation, that at least my nomination, it possibly is going to be deferred because I do have to leave, and I apologize for that. I just tried my best to get here on the schedule that you all had this morning.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Welford.
appreciate you hearing from me. Thank you.
Yes, definitely appreciate the time you have this morning. Colleagues, we're going to hold this item and go back to the presentation by Attorneys Carpenter, and now that, well, I thought I saw it on the screen. But you are also giving this by email as well, and it should be in your binders. So we can return to the presentation.
Morning, Council. Corbin Carpenter, 386 Bill Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. As my law partner, Attorney Charles Carpenter, said, we serve as General Counsel for the Health, Education, Housing, and Facility Board for the City of Memphis. And today we are here to give you a brief presentation on the Health and Ed Board in general, as well as my law partner will pass you guys out something I want you to take home with you. It is a more in-depth conversation on what I will be covering this morning. And of course, if the council has any additional questions, we're more than happy to come back at any time. Thank you. So just to start off, what is the Health and Ed Board? The Health and Ed Board is a quasi-governmental entity and a public instrumentality of the city of Memphis. We are a conduit issuer that is empowered under Tennessee law, the Tennessee Code Annotated, to issue revenue bonds for the purpose of facilitating the acquisition and rehabilitation of certain multifamily housing residential rental facilities for persons and individuals, families and individuals of low and or moderate income. And as well as we have the same authority to do the same for healthcare facilities and educational facilities. And the Health and Ed Board, we are unique in a way that we are a self-funding entity where we do not receive any financial assistance from the city, the county, state of Tennessee, or any other governmental agency. And we are governed by 8 board of directors. Statutorily, we have the authority to be governed by 9, but we are governed by 8, and we will get to that here in a second when we bring back up Chairman Reed for the other agenda item. Legal authority was discussed about the Health and Ed Board this morning. We have a multifaceted legal authority. First and foremost, as I said previously, we have the authority to issue revenue bonds to make certain improvements to housing, education, and healthcare facilities. The pilot program, the pilot authority that we were given through the delegation of authority from the City Council was created May 7th, 2002. Through a resolution. And what my law partner passed out to you as an exhibit to that handout is the resolution from May 7, 2002 and August 28, 2018. From the original authority of delegation, they gave the authority for the board to grant 10-year pilots. In 2018, that authority was increased to grant 20-year pilots. And the interlocal agreement that was entered by and among the city, the county, and the Health and Ed Board pretty much memorializes the fact that the county and the city taxing authorities will honor the tax abatement that is given to the developers for participation in our pilot program. This slide discusses the board of directors. As stated earlier, we have 8 board of directors, and within your packet, you have a more extensive bios of their background. Most are native Memphians. Our board of directors comprises of professionals with various backgrounds in civic engagement, banking, law, housing, and commercial real estate. And as Attorney Wolford said earlier, the Health and Ed Board is not a rubber stamp board. It is a working board, a very active board. The board is very diverse in race, diverse in profession, diverse in age, and all have a common interest and passion to help building a better Memphis. Councilwoman White brought up the point earlier, and we'll go through this very quickly. A snapshot of our pilot program. We currently have a total of 114 active pilot properties. Within the handout that we gave you, we have every single 114 pilot properties with the address, the name of the owner, and also the council district in which it sits. Out of that 114 pilot properties, that's comprised of about 22,000 residential rental units. The point that was stated earlier about the variation between the out-of-state versus in-state/local developers. 34% of our pilot properties are owned by in-state or local developers, and 66 are owned by out-of-state developers. And that just goes with the access to the education, the resources, and just the overall experience with housing. Typically, a lot of these developers come from out of state, but we do see that local and in-state number increasing per year. And the last snippet just says the purpose of our pilot program, which is to foster and perpetuate the development and quality of sustainable, affordable multifamily housing. Next, I do want to get to the two functions, well, the primary function of our pilot program, but first, to make clear to the council, the board serves as a conduit and a facilitator and has a responsibility to balance the rights of all parties involved, from the developers to the tenants to third-party investors to the actual other lenders that are involved with the property. However, the tenants are our number one priority in that. And with tenant benefits, you know, that is the hallmark of our pilot program. Not only should the tenants enjoy affordable, safe, sanitary living throughout their lives, but the program that we have implemented also is specifically tailored to the resident base and demographics for the specific pilot property. So if you have a pilot property where the primary percentage of your residents are young, have young children, are in the workforce, those tenant benefits are applicable to that versus when you have senior housing, people who are retired and no longer in the workforce. And we originally our pilot program focused on property enhancements in general. Now we have shifted more so to two main focuses: property enhancements with energy efficient appliances, property enhancements that focus on the CPTED that is in line with the focus for the city of Memphis, the crime prevention through environmental design. And most importantly, we have implemented the last few years a requirement to have various social services implemented as a part of the tenant benefits. And that can include if you have a working resident base with young children, daycare after school program, various summer programs, vocational, financial literacy, things of that sort, as well as free healthcare screening as well for the residents. And the benefit to the developers is obviously the tax abatement. How that pilot payments are calculated are also within the booklet that we gave you all. But just to be clear that this is our pilot properties are not a cash grab for the developers. It's not a windfall to the developer. All savings that are acquired through our pilot program, it is mandatory that those are allocated back to the property for the benefit of the tenants. The Health and Ed Board's main two focuses are on tenant benefits and compliance and monitoring, with the affordability of rent, access to program and services, the connectivity and inclusion of the residents for the property, and of course, safety and security. With compliance and monitoring, we have two types of ways that we monitor. We have a independent third-party professional compliance monitoring company, Wilbanks. They would do an annual on-site lease review. They would at least do semi-annual or quarterly walkthroughs of the property, where they would, in tandem with on-site property management, go and look at the exterior conditions of the property. And to clarify for the council as well, the board does not have the authority like a code enforcement does to actually go inside units that are occupied. So the board typically focuses on, per our authority, the exterior conditions of the property versus going inside, units that are occupied. Our internal monitors focus on 5 things primarily. In tandem with the external monitors, they focus on the development characteristics of the building, siding, roof, fascia, windows, etc. The overall property conditions of the common areas, the safety and security with the perimeter fencing, the security systems with camera, with on-site security, armed or not armed. Many of our properties do not have armed security. The ones that do are the ones that maybe have 500 plus units, which are about a few of those. We also, of course, the tenant benefits is a huge responsibility of the board, as well as the administrative compliance of that, which is we have a requirement with our policies and procedures that each property has to maintain a requisite level of 75% occupancy. Incident reporting, we require that each lessee fill out this quarterly report form that we created that is very robust, which we have also attached to your booklet so you can see how it looks. And when various incidents happen with, the unfortunate circumstance of crime or a fire or any inclement weather, we ask that the lessee report that within 24 to 48 hours to us. And also, last two, with a timely pilot payment to the taxing authorities for the city and the county, working in tandem with the trustee's office, the assessor's office, and the city treasurer's office, and also with the timely payment of the annual compliance billing for the state and for the board. And go ahead.
I'd like to add one quick comment. With our pilot program under Tennessee state law, the actual title to the property is transferred to the Health Ed Board. That's how the property comes off the tax rolls, and then contemporaneously with that, the board leases the property back to the beneficial owner. So they are responsible for the day-to-day operations. They deal with the management of the property. The board, doing a public service, is the title holder of the property. So if you went to look at the public record, it would show that the property is owned by the Health Ed Board, but that's just because it's doing a public service. And that's the way it's set up under state law and the interlocal agreement that was mentioned by my partner. The other point that I wanted to make is that in addition to the pilot with the bonds, and even with the pilots, the board is not working independently. It's working with the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, it's working with HUD, it's working with the Environmental Court, it's working with Code Enforcement. So all of these entities are working together and each has their own specific role and responsibility. So even though the Health Ed Board is listed as the owner, it is not independently responsible for all of these different areas. It is working cooperatively with all of the various areas at the federal level, at the state level, and at the local level. So when you hear the board member mention that the board is limited in its authority, that is correct because we are a part of an umbrella of organizations that are moving and overseeing these properties to ensure that all aspects and all of the laws at the federal, state, and local level are in compliance. So when those property owners get out of compliance, then it is not the responsibility of the board to oversee that part of it as far as sanctions. Our ongoing responsibility is to make sure that we work with our partner organizations, and also if the developer does not comply with the pilot responsibilities, the board can terminate that pilot. And we have done that, and when the pilot is terminated, then the property is reevaluated and put back on the tax rolls at full fair market value for the taxes for that property. So that is a quick summation. It's a complex area dealing with a lot of regulation, a lot of laws, and we are working with all of our partners to ensure compliance.
And very briefly, I know that it was discussed at the last council meeting about just the Memphis Towers update, and we will have a more updated bullet point with our May meeting. But as stated earlier, Millennia is out. So Millennia Housing is out. Their limited partner, pursuant to their documentation, has taken over this property as approved by HUD as of March 4th, 2023. As far as work to the property, it has been a substantial improvement from what it was with Millennia. It is still a lot of work to do, but progress is being made. If you look at the bullet point addressing the bed bugs that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton had discussed, those are pretty much remedied to this point from what we understand. And this remedial treatment will be a regular service that they will provide to the property going forward. Security, the implementation of that is substantially complete. Exterior doors, from what we understand, have been replaced. Security cameras have been installed, and they have contracted ADT Security to oversee this process. And from what we understand, the third tower is substantially complete. They still need to, they meaning the limited partner, still needs to acquire the certificate of occupancy to actually open up their property and make it operational. And the board will hear from the limited partner again on our May 8th meeting.
And one last comment, Madam Chair. The Serenity Towers property, which is the worst property that Millennia owns, was not a part of the Health Ed Board portfolio, and we had no involvement with that property. Millennia, the owner of that property, does have several other properties that are a part, Memphis Towers, Gospel Gardens, Hope Heights, and Cavalier Courts are a part, and two of those properties are in legal default currently. And the reason that we're here today for the reappointment of our board chair, Daniel Reed, he has been on the board. He is a banker here locally. He has served as chairman of the board for a significant period based on his knowledge and expertise. He has been a tremendous asset to the board, and he is here today, and we fully support his reappointment to the board.
And Madam Chair, last thing that we'll say, we just want to point out the 2024 priorities for the Health and Ed Board, which is an enhancement of our tenant benefits, safety and security measures and protocols, compliance and monitoring, and just implementation of stronger communications between our local partners, specifically the City Council. I know that a request was made to the council informally that the council would consider appointing a liaison to serve with our board, to serve as that bridge of communication, and just how we can work better with the council as we serve as your partner. We will want to make sure we do have the same end goal in mind and want to make sure we continue to work comprehensively with the council.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a couple folks in the queue. The chair has mentioned that he's ready to move on. Do you want to send this downstairs at 3:30, or do you want to continue to discuss now? Because we not going to vote before discussion. Okay, so we're gonna do the rest of the questions for the presentation, and we will send the appointments downstairs. So in the queue, I have Logan, Warren, Cooper Sutton, and White.
Thank you, Chair. You've noted quite a few things that y'all have in place in terms of safeguards and layers of oversight. What do you, with all of these things in place and for the properties to be in the conditions that they were, what do you see that needs to change what do you see that needs to change? I know you mentioned that there were several hands or areas of oversight from code enforcement to all those other areas. What is it that needs to change so we won't be here again that we have purview over, or that we can assist in changing the way things are structured so that we won't be here? Because I hear you say that it's not the responsibility of the board. You got, there are a lot of different people that are touching this, but there's really no one saying, it's my responsibility, it's my fault, I take responsibility for it. This is how we're gonna change. These are the things that I see need to be different in the way that these properties are managed or governed, or, the oversight of it. I don't hear anyone saying that. So as legal counsel, you're sitting there now, what do you see? I know you've told us who doesn't have oversight and who's not responsible, who is, and what needs to happen.
One of the things, Councilwoman, is that we have found that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. There has not been communication with HUD, with the environmental court, with code enforcement. So we have put all of that together. We have facilitated a coalition of communication with the environmental court, with the HUD representatives, with THDA, with code enforcement, so that everyone is on the same page. We facilitated this from the Health Ed Board. This has not been done before. We're continuing to move forward in that regard so that there is a holistic, comprehensive oversight of these property owners who are bad actors. The majority of them are excellent actors. Out of the 114, there are 100 properties in the pilot program that's doing what they're supposed to do. We have 10 or 12% that do not because of various reasons. And so that holistic oversight is what we're facilitating, and I think the results are going to be more effective than they have been.
When you say we are you mean you as legal counsel leading that with the board?
That is
kind of
correct.
leading that. And how long, when did that come together, that comprehensive direction?
I would say over the past 18 months.
Okay, all right. And is that anything that's in writing? Like, have you created that, or are you just kind of pulling everybody together? Is there a new method or operating procedure or group that has been created to make sure that that happens ongoing? Is that a change in structure, or is just something y'all, let's just pull everybody together and begin those conversations? Where are you in formalizing that process?
Well, what we're doing is pulling everyone together. Writing up another procedure or protocol is not, we have found that is not the most effective way to implement it. That will come as things move forward. But right now, we are working directly with the individuals, for example, at the city treasury, at the county trustee, at the assessor's office, at the environmental court with Judge Dandridge, code enforcement with THDA, Ralph Perry, and with HUD representatives, and with the elected officials at the federal and state level to help move that forward so that the right people are focused and can move things forward on a continuous basis.
So it's more exploratory at this time than?
No, it's not exploratory. It's actually in work. Yeah, it's actively working right now.
So is there a certain point in time where all y'all come together? I'm just trying to see if this is something that, you know, is in place and will move forward, because that is what needs to happen. What you just said, that comprehensive oversight, but it doesn't seem that is, it seems like that you all come together after this issue, but are you formalizing that way forward?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I yield back, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make sure that I understand exactly what you guys have the authority to do. And what I understand is if you've got someone who's just not doing what they're supposed to be doing, you have the authority to pull their pilot. And when you do that, you no longer own that property, and that property goes back to that person, and you relinquish all control and authority on them, and they have to pay taxes. So the people who are living there no longer have you advocating for them. Is that correct? Once you pull the pilot?
Yes. First, let me just clarify for the record. Even under a pilot agreement, the property owner continues to pay taxes. And those taxes are divided between the city and the county based on the interlocal agreement.
But not the same amount, they're less, correct?
That is correct. At the time that the pilot is implemented, the assessed value for the property is frozen at that time. So the benefit is that the improvements that are made, and under the eligibility requirements of the pilot program, a minimum of 50% of the acquisition cost has to be implemented into new improvements for the property.
What's acquisition cost mean?
That means that what that initial payment is for the property. This is for acquisition rehab. So if they pay $5 million for the property, they have to put a minimum of $2.5 million into the property for it to qualify for a pilot award. So that $5 million is frozen for the term of the pilot.
As far as the tax base?
As far as the tax base, the assessed value. So then if the pilot is terminated, then that property.
So if they haven't put the 2.5 in, what can y'all do? Just terminate the pilot?
That's correct.
Okay, and what happens to the tenants when that occurs?
Well, it increases the operational cost for the property. And
so then they raise the rent on the tenants?
If they can, because most of these rents are Section 8 or they're required under federal tax law to be certain tenants with certain income levels that qualify to reside at these properties.
Okay, so you're a tenant there and you pull the pilot and you guys have been pushing for them to fix the bed bug problem, to do this, that, or the other. What at that point happens as far as tenants' ability to put any pressure on the landlord? They don't have you there to help them with that? Is that the only difference? And then there's no money that's supposed to be put back in?
Well, I think the best way to explain it is that there would be more obligations that the landlord would have to pay, and there is no increase in revenue to offset that. So what we've seen from our experience is that the quality of services diminish rapidly. As opposed to buying new parts, they start to cannibalize parts from a vacant unit. They start to substitute things that they should do, and they don't have the funds to do it properly. So then the tenants who can afford to leave, they would leave, and the occupancy level drops. The revenues correspondingly drop. So you have a really bad situation.
So we have
for
an
the
out-of-state owner in a property that's failing, and they're not really interested in putting more money in it.
Well, that's true, even if they have the funds to put into it. So a lot of times when we discuss these, they're oversimplified, that it's just a greedy landlord, but there's just not enough funds, or they have a poor on-site management or poor oversight that causes the tenant level, the occupancy level to drop. And when that drops, the revenues drop, and then you've got a spiraling process that the slippery slope, as we hear. And then the property just starts to go down very quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounds complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. You gonna let Swearingen Washington go first? Okay.
I would like to go ahead and move on these appointees because it seems like the overseeing and the collaboration of environmental court and all of that is going to be a whole nother conversation. We'll be here all day. But we're obviously not doing everything that we need to do, but it's going to take some in-depth time for us to be able to address all of the needs, because we definitely want to advocate for our community members.
Thank you, Swearingen Washington. Any last comments? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I just want to make sure that we remember who we represent, who put us in these seats and why we're here. And when I still look out there and I see those faces and the other faces I've seen, misrepresentation has not fully been given to them properly. And I champion them for the work and the effort that they have done. And it's just despicable. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Ford.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but I will. If you all have problems, please come to the council. And I'm saying from the environmental court and code enforcement and everything else. You know, I have issues with them, okay? Because to me, they're a sellout, okay? Sell out to the people, okay? You can go to environmental court and nothing ever happens. You got some in that, please, I hope they're listening, they can get angry with me. Some of these code enforcements, okay? They'll drive by and then they'll be on the side of the person, okay? I have issues with that. Those are some of the issues that you all have. But when you all said, please let us know. You know, and I got to, hey, and I hate to say this, but I'm gonna say it. We asked the judge to come here. He had an issue with us, said his time was valuable and this, that, and the other. Until certain persons called him, hell, he came and wanted to spend the whole day. Didn't do anything, but I got an issue with that, okay? So if y'all have problems, please come and let us be part of it where we can help y'all out, okay? Maybe those are some of the issues, and I see them out there too. But you can't do anything because y'all hands, and you know, a lot of, you know, our directors, everything got to go through this. Hey, we need to know where we can help y'all with these people. And you know, and this new council, we don't care if they get angry with us. We trying to do something where the people are involved, okay? So, hey, that's what we're here for, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. And to also echo that and is seen on the 2024 priorities, definitely letting us know as a council how we can better help the accountability portion of what you all are trying to do. I did have some additional questions. I will send those on email, mainly is around the timing of the putting together of the priorities and the actions and when did those start and when did those come about? Was it after we had our initial meeting? Or are these already on the way? So those will just be sent by email. Council members, what we are gonna do is we're gonna send item 3, the reappointments downstairs, 3:30 for a vote. We've already heard from Mr. Welford. If hopefully Mr. Reed is available, may not, but we've heard from them as well. But thank you all for the presentation you've given. I also want to acknowledge the Memphis Tennis Union who's taken their time and effort from their working day to be out here as well. And to let you all know that we spend time on what we prioritize in the committee. So sometimes things go over and that's okay. All right, any other clarification is that we are sending item number 3 downstairs for 3:30 with same night minutes.
There we go.
For voting. But the important part was about committee time. Any other business in this committee? All right, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Councilman Ford, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Thank you, and Chairman Warren has stepped into the hallway. We'll hold until he arrives. He's come. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Sorry about that. That was the Consul General for the Government of India. I just wanted to go say hi to who's here visiting.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go ahead. We'll start again. We'll call the Parks Committee meeting to order now that we're back online. And we've had a roll call.
Yes.
And people are here. So let's go straight ahead to item number 1, a resolution to approve the negotiated sales price of $33,000 for 0.8 acres of property and the settlement of $65,000 to add a buffer and fencing to the owner's property, and the allocation, appropriation, and transfer of $1,855,000 from Fund Number 0121 Park Land Acquisition to FY24 CIP Budget Project Number PK 12014 Parkland Acquisition. Land acquisition. This is District 6, Super District 8. It's sponsored by the administration. And I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Walker. Go ahead, sir. Name and address for the record.
Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery.
Yes, could I have someone move this?
Move it. Second.
Move by Ford, second by Swearingen Washington. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so there are two things in this resolution. The first is for anyone that's familiar with Healthy Places Park in Whitehaven, David Carnes Park, there is not enough parking. When we were Six Flags over Whitehaven, when we went into the partnership with Blue Cross Blue Shield, we knew that there was not enough parking. The property owner across the street for several years now has talked with us about acquiring nearly an acre that is directly across from the playground that you can see right there. We determined that there is a fund, that there's a special fund, 021, which is a restricted fund. The funds that are put in there are when we sell parkland, and we can only use those funds to purchase parkland. But you are not allowed to spend directly out of that account. So while we are asking for the roughly $100,000 necessary to finish this purchase and begin constructing a parking lot here, we are asking to go ahead and allocate and appropriate the funds that are there. The same restrictions apply. The same council approval before we can actually spend the funds is required, but this saves us the step of having to allocate and appropriate the exact amount of the purchase. Again, we still have to bring, by ordinance and charter, we still have to bring every purchase that we make and every sale that we make to you, but this allows us to speed up the process when we identify parkland that we want to purchase. So this is the property. That is the homeowner's property on the other side of it. And again, because we're putting in a parking lot, we negotiated over the course of a couple of years, putting in some screening, some fencing, and a little bit of a buffer so that they're able to enjoy their home. And again, that's essentially it, but I'm open to any questions if anyone has any concerns.
I think that was very well explained, and seeing no questions, I'll say all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Given how quickly we have summer coming up, can I ask for same night minutes on this? And I apologize, I normally don't do that.
Same night minutes without objection. So moved.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Okay, we have two other items here, and these are presentations. And our chair is not here for me to get direction. So let's go ahead and proceed with presentation regarding Kennedy Park and the current status.
And I was actually
Chair,
going
he's sitting in the back.
Yes.
What is?
he was asking about,
Yeah.
Kennedy, so I think.
Okay, I asked that this one be pulled, be held, and another one was introduced, and it is, hold on, let me see. A discussion regarding permitting events in public parks and spaces.
And we had this conversation last night, so I'll be clear that we don't have a presentation to give you, but I did want to provide
Discussion.
some quick information for council.
If that's okay with the committee, we'll just move forward with this. Okay?
That's Chair.
All right, go ahead.
So currently, as the way the ordinances and the charter are structured, any Memphis park that we have, that anyone wants to hold an event in, and an event is designated by 25 or more participants, and that is by the public assembly ordinance that is law in the city of Memphis. So if someone comes to us in Memphis Parks and says, I would like to hold a birthday party, I would like to hold, a soccer game, whatever it is, inside of one of the parks, then we issue a permit to them contingent upon them getting a public assembly permit from the city permits office. And then when we see verification that assembly permit was given to them, we issue them the permit. It's typically for a pavilion. Actually, several council members are aware of this because they rent pavilions. I think that what you will find typically is that when there are problems, like what occurred this past Saturday night at the Orange Mound Park, is that was an unpermitted event. No one contacted our office about that activity. And likewise, it's not just, and I don't mean to isolate Orange Mound, it's just fresh on everyone's minds. This happens quite regularly in all of our parks. And again, it is something that we are working with MPD and the administration to address.
So you don't really have any sort of part of your organization that goes around to check and make sure that people who are in the different parks have permits
We
on a regular
have
basis?
6 full-time park rangers. And those park rangers, I'm sorry, is that wrong? Okay, good deal. I heard some chatter behind me, making sure I didn't say anything correct. We have 6 full-time park rangers who operate 7 days a week. Typically, where we focus our resources on is actually permitted events. So when someone has, and a good example here, we have people who have rented a pavilion. We want to make sure that pavilion is clean and that there's no one else using it when the party arrives. And so on the weekends, typically when you have those events, that is where we've dedicated our resources. We also ask them to patrol other parks. But again, we have 162 parks and 6 full-time rangers. And so our capacity to be able to check every park, even if we were to isolate the problematic parks, we don't have the manpower to do it. We are working on adding capacity to that group. But again, that takes city resources, and we're working with the administration to find ways to do that. But I want to be clear that today, I don't have enough people to go out and check every park every day.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just bring some clarity. I did inquire about that because I've had discussions with Director Walker previous years about people just being able to go get a permit and have an event in a public space, which there may not be any coordination between divisions, departments as to the proper use in protecting the public spaces and properties that we have. So for instance, someone could just go to the permit office and get a permit to have an event in a space that has been maybe they just got new sod or they just got some amenities placed over there and then those are damaged or destroyed. Well, no one coordinated, there was no coordination between the parks department and the permitting office based on the code. The code, there's supposed to be conversations between MPD and I think that's it, just MPD. And so, my
OEM,
thought is
OEM is also notified. The Office of Emergency Management is also notified.
Well, basically, the conversations are in effort to keep people safe, and I totally agree with that. But we also want to make sure that we are protecting, doing the parks and the properties and the city buildings as well, and we want people to be safe. So we're using tax dollar money to put these things in place. but we don't have the type of oversight and conversation that's to best place the events and if security is necessary and those types of things. So I wanted to have this discussion to see how we can better align conversation or discussions or oversight before we just give out a permit to have an event.
Yes, ma'am.
Keeping in line with people's rights, but still, they shouldn't be able to just go get a permit from the permit office, and Parks doesn't know if it's a, city building that's under their oversight, or if it's under yours.
Yes, ma'am. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. We understand and we hear you clearly. We're working through that communication chain and portal to ensure that all parties that are involved in any events that they are communicated with. We've heard this before, and we're working now to make sure that we actually create an open line of communication with all parties involved.
So does that it seems like that would need to be an ordinance change, because by ordinance, it's only just the police and office, like you said, the Office of Emergency Management. But in terms of, say for instance, the town center, Raleigh Town Center, they'll call the library and get permission to use the space. They'll call the police department to use the space, or they'll just go and use it. And, the efforts are there. It could be the same for in Whitehaven with the new space at there. Somebody just go over there and decide they want to have a family reunion picnic and just use it. So because they've asked the library or they've asked the police department or asked somebody else and they gave them permission, what do we need to do to put in? And I hear you saying that you don't have enough park rangers to go around, but maybe we should have them make sure that there is a meeting before before we give permission, and that everyone who has any dealings with the property knows that they cannot tell a person they can use a space.
So let me speak to the ordinance change. I think that can be considered, but in the meantime, what I think we can do is put together a better application that then, of course, allows that person who is applying for the permit to then reveal enough information. And I think that a lot of the information is on the application for the permit, but then also we can also deal with that internally by creating policy that we have to strictly adhere to, that we make sure that all communications are open. One, to ensure that MPD is notified, the local division, and then, of course, if there's any additional needs, that we make sure that we have those also taken care of. And then, of course, if there's going to be a cost passed along to the particular event holder, that they understand as well.
For instance?
All right. Rental fee, if they're going to be, and so, of course, if you're going to be in, let's say that you go to a park, and that park doesn't have a community center adjacent to it, and you're going to have an event, porta potties, things of that nature.
Okay, so you all are going to come back with a plan at the next meeting with that coordinated, what the coordinated effort is, or what the upgrades, or what the policies that are being put in place, so that we'll have better oversight, because they could have gone to the community center and said, hey, we want to have a block party, and we had this block party every year, and the community center is okay with it. But, I'm not saying that that's what happened, but I know I've experienced that myself, that does happen.
Yeah, I'll say this. I think we're talking about two different things, and I just want to be clear here. There are some spaces, including the Raleigh Civic Center, where we have not yet identified a process, and I think that is what the chief is talking about. In the parks right now, there are two paths. If it is a small group, particularly at small pavilions that are not available for rent, it's first come, first serve. And so we want to encourage that, because again, that is not, there's a difference between that and a group of 25 or more. And so we have a pretty well-defined policy in Memphis parks. I think what we're talking about in terms of public safety on that side is making sure we stick to that policy, and that if there are large groups at an unpermitted event in a rentable space, that we address that. To your point, and I think this is what Chief was saying, we'll work on policy for spaces that currently don't have one. And again, we want to help participate in that conversation, because I think you're absolutely right about Raleigh Springs. Like, identifying who is in charge of that, what the process is, who all needs to be notified, we can definitely help participate in that process, and I think we'll move forward with that.
So even with the ones with there's another space that we've talked about behind Raleigh Egypt School.
Yeah.
That they think it's Parks because it's connected to a park, but Parks doesn't own it. The school says they don't own it, but they have little league football and that type of thing out there. So people will just go out there and think it's a park. And we've talked about it. So all of those spaces, I know you're having some study done or whatnot, but we need to, if that needs to be made a park or given to someone, the process for that when those things are identified is one thing. And if it first come, first serve for certain spaces, are you allowed to have certain, if say it's a party, a birthday party, and they just say, okay, we're gonna come up here and have a birthday party, but then it gets to where you have 100 people, 50, 60 people at the party, what happens at that point?
And I think that's what we need to work on. And we need to work on that on a larger scale, and that's a conversation with MPD and with the administration about how we address that, because I agree with you. And I think that's what again, we keep talking about Orange Mountain, but I think that is a case in point, is that it wasn't an unpermitted event. There were things that are happening there that, frankly, open containers, things along those lines that need to be addressed. And so we need to just workshop. And the administration, we've already had this conversation. We're starting to have those conversations about how do we handle when our park rangers come across a situation where clearly there are several rules being broken. How do we address that? But again, you're absolutely right.
Or like Kennedy Park, there's, we talk about the cars that are just parked there. The park isn't even, that part of the park isn't even open. And there are lines of, so any illegal activity or unauthorized activity at a park, if you all could let us know how we're going to handle that at our next meeting.
What we do is we're going to have to call the police and have them come in and help us. But we got a couple more people.
That's fine. But I just want to make sure that we can get that on the next agenda to discuss.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, thank
Appreciate you. Councilman Cooper Sutton.
Okay.
Walker, go ahead.
Thank you. So Chief Adams, you mentioned about updating the policy, the application. Whatever updates take place, can these also be placed on the website?
Yes, ma'am. Although I'm not sure we're talking about the parks rental application. I think it, as it exists now, and we're happy to evaluate it, but he's talking about applications for other activities outside of parks.
Okay, so, and thank you for that. So my other point is when people say, well, I didn't know I needed a permit. So can that information go in the section dealing with, your part, and then where you get the permit from, can that be included in that area as well? Because we cannot allow ignorance to be an excuse for negligence in these types of instances. And also with the park policy, first come, first serve. So I can pay a fee and reserve a pavilion, and my group gets there at 8 a.m., but you have some who want to just come early, first come, first serve, and they arrive at 7, and then we have to show them our paperwork or our receipt where we reserved it. That's not fair to us, but it's not fair to people who choose to just show up and do first come, first serve, because they can be bumped, and I don't know if everybody knew that, but they can be bumped.
And I'll tell you, truthfully, that is, again, one of the reasons we talk about prioritizing having the rangers go out and check locations that are rented, is to make sure that someone has not starting to set up shop there. And again, this is not just a Memphis thing. This is everywhere. Any city that rents pavilions struggles with, well, what do you mean somebody else paid to be here? And so that is something we're working through, and we're going to continue to enhance. Things like notifications that the pavilion's been rented. Again, it all comes down to capacity, staffing, and ability. And we're going to continue to make sure that we're doing everything we can to let folks know if someone is rented that it is reserved and that you can't use it. So I agree with you. I think you need to be fair to both parties.
All right, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutter.
Thank you, Chairman. And what I would like to add to this is that as council members, that we talk more openly once all this gets in place. When we're out and having these meetings and these events, I think this information needs to be shared more on how the operation looks and what happens and what the requirements are, what the policies are. Again, because out of ignorance, we saw a group of young kids. I'm just gonna say I was once young. I didn't know nothing about getting no permit. I just knew they said it was gonna be a party. We're dealing with a different type of generation, and we got different things that are going on in our world, around the world. And so we as city council are obligated to inform our citizens as well and our constituents to let them know this is what it should look like and this is how it should go. And I think we need to be held accountable as well once we get all this in place and the lingo, because they're not finna go online and look this up, because the only thing they want to do is party and do their thing. So we are obligated to also share this information once everything is in order and we have come to the table to agreement. This is how we want this aligned and what we want it to look like. And moving forward, as my colleague said on her campaign, communication gap. It's huge here in Memphis, and we miss a lot. We miss a lot. And then we have to react after things have already been done. And sad people have to die. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask if there could be some signage available to say, 25 or more required permit, something like that, as well as when someone reserves the area, if they could go out early or the day before. This area has been reserved by the Swearengin reunion in July 4th, 2024, which I have done for my family reunion.
Congratulations. Thank you, Councilwoman.
But a lot of this that we're enduring it is going to take some communication with the police department. With 6 park rangers, it's practically impossible because that event, they didn't have any permit. They just showed up. So it is going to take some collaboration, especially on special events and days that we know that it's going to be some challenges. All right, I yield the floor.
Thank you. We are now an hour and 10 minutes late. And if I could possibly move the discussion on Douglas Community Center to our next meeting, that's okay with the committee. We'll do that, and we'll go ahead and adjourn today. Thank you.
Pleasure to be with you this morning. Doug McGowan, 220 South Main, President Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Tonight you will have 7 items on the consent agenda for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And as we did the last meeting here and we discussed, I'm going to present to you today in consent discussion items on things that are more than $1 million. So if we'll move to the next slide, the first item that's for consideration tonight is Microsoft end user licenses in the funded amount of $4.5 million. This is a 3-year contract with a company called Crayon, and basically this is all of the licenses. There's 2,500 employees at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. It pays for all of their Outlook 365, Microsoft Office, Microsoft PowerPoint, all of the licenses for our team, as well as all of the other licenses for software that our team uses, which is the access to the internet, access to the intranet, and the things that control all of our operations there. So Azure, Exchange, and Microsoft. So about $900,000 for FY24, but this is a 3-year contract, so it really allows us to continue having business continuity. The next item is 600-volt cable. This is $2.9 million for 12 months. This was a bid and awarded to Engineering Ceiling Components. This is 860,000 feet of cable, which, if you're wondering, is 162 miles of cable. This is underground cable and also used for connecting new subdivisions to replace cable that is underground. This replenishes our stock and allows us to continue replacing underground cable throughout the year, anytime it fails or for new installations. The next one is medium voltage EPR cable. This is a $6 million contract for 1 year. And this is the first of 2 options to renew for 12 months. This EPR cable is thicker and bigger than the other cable. It's for overhead applications. It's for the 12,000 and 23,000 volt lines that run overhead across our city. And this is 110 miles of that cable. That's what 586,000 feet are. And so there is long lead times for this, so we buy it in quantity so that we have it when we need it and we don't run out. The next and final one that I'll talk about today is our contract for insurance with FM Global. FM Global is our insurance provider that protects things like our electric substations, our water pumping stations, our headquarters buildings, our structures, the boilers that we have in those structures, and our liquid natural gas plant, which is a very large facility. It's a $3 million contract for property insurance. Realizing we have a several billion-dollar plant value here of all of the property in Memphis. Recently, you'll recall a few years ago, we had a garage damaged in a winter storm and part of the garage collapsed, and FM Global was our provider, and they recently paid us out more than $3 million. $3.7 million for the repair of that garage. So we earned our property and casualty insurance money back for that particular event, and that's what it's there for. So this allows us to, again, business continuity, recovery of costs for those big items that you have in your system. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stop and take any questions you have on these items.
Thank you, President McGowan. Thanks for putting this together and being proactive and sending this our way. Any questions? All right, no questions. Thanks
I had
again.
a question.
Oh, sure.
Councilwoman Walker, almost. Oh, kidding. Go ahead.
And thank you for this as well. So with the property and boiler insurance, it says covered equipment. So this doesn't cover the smart meters?
I don't think that's a large enough item to be covered in there. This is for the large capital items that we have. Anybody have anything on that? No, it wouldn't cover those individuals because they're small, either several dollar or hundreds of dollars components individually.
Okay, so do you have insurance to cover that?
No, ma'am.
So we just pay for those repairs out of pocket, or are they under warranty?
Well, they do come with a warranty. Depends on which part of it. They're either a 5 or a 10-year warranty, depending on the part. But yes, the new registers that we put in come with a warranty. The new meters we come with a warranty. So it's either 5 or 10 years, depending on the particular component.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Vice Chair Walker. Good questions. Or good questions to me, so thanks. All right, item number 2, and thank you all for sticking around. We're obviously running late, but we're getting back on track. Item number 2, brought to us by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, does not require a motion or a second or anything. So this item is an update on lead service lines. Real quick, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, do you have any comments before we get rolling? Okay. Go ahead, President.
Okay, thank you. I do have a number of experts with me behind, so if there's a real detailed question, I got lots of experts in the room, but I'm going to start because the last time we did this was before we had several of the council members on the council. So I just want to give you an update, kind of where we are and what the background is, and I'll tell you what we've done to date and kind of where we're going in the future, because this is an area where there is some change being driven by EPA. There's some interim guidance that is not yet finalized, but we are well underway with replacement of the lead service lines that we have in our area. So first is, just so you know what that is, it is a line that is, it's a water line that's made of lead. It's constructed of lead. It connects the water main to the plumbing in a home or a building. There's two parts of it. There's the part that goes from the water main to the meter and a part that goes from the meter to the home. It's estimated there's between 6 and 10 million of these in the country, and we have about 24,000 here is what we estimate in Memphis and Shelby County. We do have a water lab that tests for customers free of charge. If they have a concern, they'll test their water. We also have a corrosion control program that minimizes the amount of leaching that can happen. It's a phosphate that we add to the water, which coats the inside of the pipes and prevents it from leaching into the water. This is the picture of what that looks like. So the blue, where it says MLGW water main, there's a little arrow there. You'll see it says water service. That's the part that could be made of lead. If it was constructed before the 1950s, there is a chance that MLGW used lead for that construction, up to the meter. There's also a chance that the people that built the home on the other side of the meter could have used lead. And that's the next part of the investigation we have to do, is to determine what's on the customer side of the line. That was a customary kind of equipment that was used before we all knew better. So, there is a timeline for the lead copper rule that was put out by the EPA, and it mandates that we have to do an inventory by the end of this year, an inventory to update what's on our side, an inventory to identify and how we're going to identify what's on the customer side, and that guidance exists today. There is a proposed legislation called the Lead Copper Rule Improvement that would direct the replacement, the full line replacement, both the utility side and the customer side. That is a much larger effort, and that's obviously across the country. We think that's a $90 billion effort. Now, what we've done so far at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, we stopped using lead service lines in the 1950s. We identified through property records and inspections the number of lead service lines that we believed that we had. We gave our best estimate, and that's what we started investigating and replacing on. We started that back in 2012, replacing the lead service lines on the utility side. We also, through our testing program, about 4,000 customers have asked for samples. Out of that 4,000, about 24 have returned with a level that is above 15 parts per billion, which is the limit there you have to report. That's about 0.5% of the customers. And then the schools are tested by the Tennessee Department of Health and Tennessee Department of Education, and those samples have been largely completed. Not so far. This is a map that we have that shows kind of the suspected lead service line areas, and it's where you would think it's the oldest parts of the city, right in the core of the city, from South Memphis to North Memphis, including downtown, Midtown, Central Gardens, where all of the original buildings were built. But we know anything after 1988, it was banned by the federal government, so there's nothing there. So now you're talking about the areas where you have some suspected that we have to figure out where those lead service lines are that need to be replaced. If you look online, and I think Councilwoman Swearinger-Washington looked at this, there's a map that shows on slide number 8 the contents or the makeup of the service line that is the MLGW-owned portion, from the water main to the meter. If it's green, that means there is not a lead service line there. That means there is no lead in that. If it's yellow, that means we don't know yet, and we have to get out there and test it. And if it's gray, we've confirmed that there's a lead service line, and we will replace that for you. We have been doing that since about 2012. That's what you'll see today. Now, I apologize, this one's not quite as clear, but you get the idea. Instead of a single dot, you'll have a dot that's separated in half. One half will indicate what's on the MLGW side, and the other half will indicate what's on the property owner's side. That's part of the inventory that we have to update over the next few years, is identify what's on the customer side so that we can decide what actions to take. So here's what we've done so far. About 8,000 of those 24,000 we have inspected and replaced as necessary. There are others there were lead service lines that we abandoned and no longer can connect to, and others where we confirmed that it was a non-lead. So, and we're going to do about 1,500 this year and continue to do that work. This is just a chart that shows where we are in 2024. We're just underway in the first quarter, but you can see the number of lead service lines that we have been replacing over the years. And here's about how much it costs. About $2.8 million what we're going to spend in 2024 to do the utility side. Just so you know, we've added an additional crew to help us do this work so we can get more work done. We had been doing about 1,000, so we added another crew to get another 500 or so done. But as we go along and the job gets bigger for our side, customer side, we may have to add some additional resources. So when we do a lead service line replacement, we will notify the customers by mail, both before and after that has been replaced, because when you replace the lead service line, that is when there is a chance of you disturbing some of the lead particles. And so we give customers specific directions. We are going to replace your lead service line. We ask that after it's replaced, you flush your water for a period of time to reduce any of those contaminants, and then we provide the customer with a pitcher so you can filter your water before consumption for the 3 months or so. In addition, with the phosphate, that's what's going to keep the risk down for anybody after that lead service line is replaced. Now, the new rules that are coming out by EPA that have been proposed are that if you use federal money, you have to do the utility side and the customer side. So that's what the federal rules say. So for us, we have an initial slug of $5 million, and that's what we'll be using is the areas where we know the customer side has lead service and where we have lead service on our side. So we'll go back and replace those where we've already identified the lead on the MLGW side. This is the revision, what we are required to do by October for the lead copper rule. We have to do the inventory. We have to have a replacement plan. We have to identify where we are going to take samples and how we're going to comply. And then we have to provide that list of schools and childcare facilities to make sure that all of them are tested and in compliance, which obviously makes a lot of sense for our kids. Now, this has got a lot of attention. This is called the LCRI. This is the improvement to lead and copper rule. And this is the rule that says federal funding needs to be used for full replacement. This is not finalized. The guidance is not out. They have allocated an initial funding of $15 billion from the federal. That's a $15 billion set aside, but not yet executed on. And as you might imagine, replacing the customer side is going to take pretty broad cooperation. Just as a note here, when a home is built, MLGW installs the meter and runs the water from the water main to the meter. The person who constructs the home actually runs the water line from the meter to the house. That's how it's always been. That's how it is today. And so now we're going to have to figure out together how we replace the lines on the customer side and who's responsible for doing that. Clearly, the utilities are going to have a role. The customers are going to have some kind of a role. The federal government, the state government, and all of us together are going to have to figure out how we do that. And we had a discussion last time I was here is, you know, if somebody owns 500 rental properties, should we be replacing that at our expense on the customer side? You know, that's essentially a business owner. There may be homeowners who are income qualified that would qualify for assistance on their side. So it's a very large job when you start thinking about getting access and replacing things on the customer side. And then EPA is also trying to determine, where do you stop? Do you stop right at the edge of the house? Do you go into the house if there's lead pipes in the home? So there's a lot more to come on this. Just know that we're going to be working on this for the next 10 years to get this whole thing done, because it's going to be a really large job for everybody across the country. So here's that schedule. We have to work over the next 3 years to figure out how we're going to do this once the guidance comes out. They may look at reducing the actionable limits. So those customers that we had a test at 15 parts per billion, if it comes down to 10, then we'll take action there as well. But one of the things we talked about is communication and public outreach, not just mail, but putting some things out on social, putting things out via email to all of our customers when we're doing this to make sure that everybody has the word about what we are doing. This is the proposed impact if the lead copper rule improvement is ordered and put into effect. They actually say how we have to contact customers. You have to make 4 attempts, 2 different methods. But we'll look at that and say what's appropriate for our community. This is just, again, kind of the initial guidance. If the property's sold, they tell us how we have to contact the new owner. Additional mitigation, you have to offer some sampling after that. You have to, you can only do partial replacements during an emergency repair. So after this new rule comes out, you'll have to do the whole replacement, not just partial. And you'll see we're already doing the filtering and offering follow-up sampling. That's already in place here. And so the note here on the bottom right is that some communities are trying to just put lining or coating in the lead pipes instead of replacing it, and that's not adequate. So you actually have to physically replace or abandon the pipe, and some communities may make you remove the pipe from the ground. All of that is yet to be determined with TDEC guidance. Are we actually removing the pipe from the ground or just abandoning it so you can never use it again? So there's a lot of things to work on here. There is funding available for us to get started. There's a state revolving loan fund. We've made some applications, and we also have $5 million from the federal government that came through ARPA or CARES, I can't recall now, one of the two, for us to help make the initial allocation to help do that. So here's what we've done. We've inspected about 8,000 of the 24,000. We've tested 4,000 samples. We'll get that in-house inventory done by this October. HDR is experts in this field. They're going to make sure we haven't left anything out. They're basically going to be verifying that we're doing everything right and assessing any gaps. We're continuing to work with EPA and TDEC on what the policy is, the process and funding. When full lead service line replacement is mandated, how are we going to tackle that as a community, as a state, as a federal government? And then you'll see that over the next 3 years, if that plan is approved, you'll see increased sampling, increased communication, public education outreach, which is part of the federal program. And then it'll change how we repair and replace these things. So that's really the path forward for us. I do want to state that today we are following the lead copper rule as it stands and doing everything we're supposed to do to be in compliance. And we are preparing to be in compliance for the lead copper rule improvement once that is passed, but it is not yet. The money's not available, and they have not given us guidance on where to start, where to stop, and who has to be involved. So more to follow on this. You're going to hear about this for the next 3.5 years or 4 years of your time here, because this work is going to continue. So I thank Councilwoman Easter Thomas for keeping this top of mind. We have a lot of things to do, and this is one of them.
All right, thank you, Doug. We've got 3 council members in the queue. I'll just say real quick, thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for bringing it up. I've asked Ashley to post the, I think it was slide 8, maybe if you'll show that map again.
Yep.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, I think you referenced she saw it online, but I've asked Ashley to put this on our council website. And then
we have a link that you can get to that so you can see it.
Yeah, and then I'll suggest everybody blast this out too. I think communication is key. We've been talking about this a lot, Doug. And then for everybody's information, I'm working on a thing with Ashley that I hope to bring to you all in 2 weeks regarding lead testing and just communications out on the streets and in neighborhoods. So thank you again, President McGowan, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. 3 council members in the queue. Councilman Warren.
One of the things about abandoning pipes, and when we do that in homes or in the ground, is there potential for contamination of our drinking water in 100 years or 200 years? Is that why they're thinking of remediation as opposed to abandonment?
I think that's exactly the thinking, Councilman, depending on how you get your access to their water. And then also remember, the predominant exposure here is not necessarily water is one of them, but the treatment that we have in place really minimizes that. But lead paint, it's in the air, it's in the soil. It can be, if those things degrade over time and oxidize, and it can get into the soil, and you come in contact that way. So I think removing it is, that's why they're talking about removing or abandoning in-ground.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doug.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. We've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas and then Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for providing this update. I know that a lot more attention has been placed on this publicly through different outlets and people trying to get us to see things differently.
Sure.
A few questions that I don't think will take us too much over. I'm glad to know that we did apply for the state money. How much will that get us?
Well, we think that with what we know is out there and what we think is on the customer side, it could be between 80 and $100 million or so. That's just Councilwoman, that's our best, most well-informed. It's a guess at this point until we actually do the test. So it's not going to be cheap, but again, with the federal money, we think that will get some help with the state revolving loan fund. So that may get us a quarter or a third of the way there, but we'll come to you with, we think this isn't just an MLGW ratepayer. We think it's a city council, a county commission, a state, and federal government coming together to help all of us. And I think that's why EPA is leading the charge with that $15 billion but that's at least gets us down the road here, so.
And will we be doing both sides, or we're still gonna be looking at just MLGW side with that state receipt money?
Right, so if that comes down, if that is a federal allocation, we cannot just do the MLGW side. We have to do both sides with it. Now, again, the coordination there, getting the qualified plumbers, who's actually contracting with them. But yes, the new federal rules and the state rules are going to be full service line replacement. So we can't just do our side. With the resources we have in-house, we're going to continue to do the MLGW side because we committed to do that. And as the new monies come in, that's when we'll have to do the full line replacement.
Okay. And how, as we always ask, how was it determined who goes first? What's the priority selection, and how's that been happening? So like with the breakdown you gave us on here, how much we've done, can we get a zip code breakdown by that? And then moving forward, how are y'all determining the prioritization of full replacements for this state and federal money received?
So the second question is really hard. We don't have that prioritization yet. In-house, for what we've done, I can absolutely get you the zip codes, but it's going to be in all the places that we all know. It's going to be North and South Memphis, Frazier.
Because I'm thinking like older homes. You have a lot of historic areas, $1 million homes that are also older.
Well, that's right. And so yesterday we were looking at a map, and if you've been driving down the street and you see a street that has a series of small 5x5 patches in front of every house, that's what you're seeing. So many of you in your district see those streets and that's what we've been doing is lead service line replacements. I'll find out what the prioritization was, but it's been in the older areas of town because that's where the lead service lines are
still
expected to be.
Don't indicate poverty level though. That's where I'm getting.
Oh, sure. But
some folks can afford their own replacement.
Nobody's paying for it on the down on the customer side, absolutely, and that's what we're going to have to figure out is who's eligible for public money to help. On the utility side, nobody's paying for that except for MLGW because that's our responsibility to fix that for everybody. So, but I'll get you the breakdown of the zip codes and where we've replaced them so far.
Okay, and then moving forward, y'all's thoughts about even if y'all haven't got it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Hey, that's something that Councilwoman Green and Vice Chair Walker and I will all work together.
Sure.
Sounds great. All right, we've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then Councilwoman or Vice Chair Walker is also asked to be recognized. So, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're up.
Thank you, Chairman. I have three. I have an inquiry. I have a work practice question, and then I have about your light outages. The inquiry is when you all trim the limbs off the utility lines, it seems to be a practice mostly that they're leaving a lot of debris. I've gotten a lot of calls and emails along with the mayor's office. There's a lot of debris that's being left and have to be removed by the owners. Are you aware of that? first of all, I want, before we go to any accusing or just an inquiry, are you aware of that?
I have heard in some cases where they have left some things behind. Typically, they may be 3, 4, 5 days behind picking it up, but before that area can be confirmed to be completed and the vendor paid, the debris has to be removed. So if somebody identifies they cut in my backyard and just left everything back there, we will send the crews back there to pick it up. So I just want everybody to hear that. They're supposed to cut the debris, they're supposed to remove the debris, and they can't get paid until that's done. And so, but our inspectors inspect all of that, but if they're a few days behind, please know and let us know. We'll come back and make sure they get it.
Just wanted to make sure, because the highest complaints that we're getting and we're receiving are our low-income seniors and in South Memphis, especially because of the alleys that are no longer serviced. And so that's where I'm mostly getting most of my calls from the constituents and emails, and that's just an inquiry.
Sure, we'll make sure our guys go back
Could
down
you
there
make
and look
sure
in the
that
alleys
is being
specifically.
taken care of?
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that is this a workplace practice? Is this a practice, or how can we get this resolved if it is or if it isn't? I don't want to accuse, I want to ask. The most recent interstate assessment ride-through, and a couple other people did a ride-through, is that we observed that all around I-240 loop, and especially around the South Bend, there is a work practice of leaving the old light poles. I want to make sure, are you aware of that?
What do you mean leaving the old light poles? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, there were some light poles that were there. This isn't just an inquiry. I'm just assuming, because when the person that rode told me about this, and then I decided to go to see myself, because I don't like to make accusations. I like to see for myself if something is coming to me as a complaint. And this is what they said. They said that the old light poles, after they have been replaced with the new light poles, this is also occurring across the city on major city thoroughfares. Our tourist guests are calling the mayor's office regarding this long list of they're seeing light poles. Now, this is just an inquiry, and I told them, let me find out and to see, were you aware of it? Have you ever heard of it? Or is this your first of ever hearing of this?
I haven't heard of this specific complaint. There is a prevalence of poles in the right-of-way, and so when we replace a pole, we're supposed to take the old pole out. If we replace and install a new light standard, which is the new street lights, they're supposed to remove the old pole. So if they can show me some examples of what they're talking about, that would be helpful for us, so we can make sure we spot check those.
I would most definitely get that. And the second is, there is a lot of light outages and dim lighting. Of course, you already know that across the city, and I think that you are already addressing that. But for the constituents, and when they're writing me and emailing me and they're calling me, I want to make sure that we clarify that this is being worked on and that you are aware of the areas where these dim lights are, because you and I talk. I text you as soon as I get something. So the question that the constituents are asking me to ask, is there a list where you are currently up to date, where you specifically know where these dim lights are because of the high crime areas where most of these lights and most of these places that I'm sending you? Are you keeping a record where there is an issue with the dim lighting? Do you know the zip codes? I think I asked this before of you. Were you aware of this?
So I want to be clear. I know where the lights are operating and where they are not. I don't know what dim lighting means, if that means there's a lack of lighting in the area or if the light is actually off. So we know all the areas where the lights are not working, and our team is working through to address those. So there's two parts of that, you'll recall. Number one, I have a street light team, and last week they worked about 250 outages, which repaired about 850 lights. We received a new slate of calls for outages, and we're trying to rectify those. So every week I get a report from our team. I'm happy to share that with you, but they are repairing more lights than we get reported, which is a good trend, because for a while, a year or two ago, we were getting more lights reported than we were repairing. The second part of this is, remember, as a part of the LED transition, we had anticipated having contractors to go out and fix the underground lighting. we've told those contractors, don't start, because I don't have an approved contract, because we brought the resolution to y'all last week and it was held. We pulled it because there was a question about whether we should bid that work out. They are standing by. We have several thousand lights. The underground needs to be repaired. So I'm using some existing contractors to start poking away at that, but I need some more to help us get all of that done. But to come back to your original question, I know exactly where all of them are, and our team is working to get all of them corrected, and they give me a report every week.
Okay. And the next question is this smart meter. I got a late call last night in the 38116 area. They are still having billing issues with the smart meter, and they haven't received a bill in over 7 months. And the whole time for customer service, and these are elderly senior citizen, some kind of way they got the number, and they say the whole time, and they're just frustrated. They're paying like $250 just to keep their bill, because it's still an estimate. And so I do have their address and their phone number, and would love someone in your office to reach out to them to see if we can get this resolved.
Sure, we're happy to do it. We do it every day. There are customers out there. I'm happy to report that, number one, the water registers that were causing some of the issues, we've already replaced about 2,400 of those. We've inspected 7,800. There was about 12,000 that needed to be inspected. The rest of those are underway, and we'll replace those registers. For the gas registers, that was the part, the roadie that was sticking. I remember I told you about supply chain issues. We're supposed to have all of those this week, so we can get all of those fixed, which is a nice surprise for us. I'll let you know if they actually come through, so we can get all those replaced.
Awesome.
So we work very hard to try to get that, to make that happen. Now, with the delayed bills, the customers you're saying, I will say on the residential side, if it's been 7 months, there are 70 customers who are more than 90 days. So we know all of them by name, and we're happy to contact all of them. Remember, 6 months ago, there was 1,000 or more of those. So we worked very hard to get it down to that number. And it's not just the smart meter, it's part of the billing system too. If there's a weird reading in there, it will hold that bill. But we're happy to call that customer. That's what we've been doing every day.
So I would like you to do that.
And the last thing on the call times, we're still down. We're right at, I think I gave the report, no, it was a commission meeting, but we had, we're right at 6 minutes average speed of answer. Our goal is 5 minutes, so 6 minutes is not meeting our measure, but you'll recall a year ago it was 48 minutes. Some days it'll be a little longer, some days a little less long, but we're very happy that the call times have come down. We're happy to call those individuals.
I appreciate it, and I have the information here.
Great.
Of their
I'm happy
number,
to take
address, and you can make a copy of it. You can snapshot it with your
I will do that.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And lastly, certainly not lastly, Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to take a brief moment and hold space for Minister Yahweh, who passed away about a year ago. It was in March, and I just wanted to take a moment and speak his name publicly. He was one of the founders of the Memphis and Shelby County Lead Safe Collaborative, and he continued to appear before this body with his concerns regarding lead poisoning, and I know he would be delighted over hearing what's about to take place with dealing with this lead and these lead pipes. And finally, you had mentioned about the funding earlier. We could possibly get 1/3 of it. Did you say 1/3?
Well, I was trying to do some quick math, Councilman Easter Thomas. If we got 10 million from the state revolving loan fund, if the federal government has 15 billion, I was looking at our share there, we should get some tens of millions of dollars. We think it's about an $84 to $100 million problem, so we'll need to 30%.
But we'll need we'll still need additional funding. Okay, I'd like to suggest that if it's permissible under the law, can we get a donation from TVA? We are their largest customer.
We will certainly work with TVA, and they have committed to us $100 million over 10 years of local community investment. And so I will certainly bring that to them. If the will of the body is that you would like some funding to come towards that, then we can certainly ask them that.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay. The April 23rd meeting of the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Attorney Johnson, please call the roll.
Councilman Connally, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Walker, Councilwoman Swearinger Washington,
Present.
Chairwoman Green.
Present. Okay, we have just one item, and again, just like the last committee meeting, I'm trying to make sure that we're all on the same page as we try to figure out what economic development is and looks like in Memphis. So I've asked Dr. Massey to come. This is a presentation by EDGE, our Economic Development and Growth Engine, to discuss the current economic landscape of Memphis and potential growth opportunities. So if you can state your names and addresses for the record and then begin.
Right, thank you, Chairwoman Joanne Massey, EDGE, Vice President of Operations, and address 100 Peabody Place. And I have with me
Destiny Hannah, Marketing Specialist for EDGE.
All right, thank you. So first slide, Destiny. So as Chairwoman said, the last presentation you all heard was a lot of data facts around our current economic status here in Shelby County. EDGE does work closely with the Chamber, but I wanted to just touch on our mission really quickly for everyone. To some of you, you are familiar with it, and although our core mission has not really changed, the priorities and strategies have went through many transitions from the time of the pandemic to where we are now in our economy. EDGE is the lead public economic development agency. We are your advisors, and we, obviously as a public entity and public servant, we work for you. We lead on your ideas, your strategies, and the support that you provide to your constituents, our community members in your districts. We are an industrial development board. We do focus some of our incentives, most of them actually, focus on neighborhood revitalization. We have some that are core to that, and you have a list in front of you of the pilots and inner city economic development loans that have been provided in your individual districts. But we do work with small businesses, and we work through our port, which is the 6th largest inland port in the nation, to use that as an economic development catalyst. And my colleague, Randy Richardson, who's the executive director, he's been with the port for over 32 years. So you have a national expert in leadership with the port. And then fostering regional economic development across our entire MSA. Next slide. And so one of the things that I heard in the last presentation was, and this was from Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, was about this is what we have, this is the problem, what are we doing to address the solution, to address it, and what are we doing to create a solution? These challenges really do require a strategy that is informed, collaborative, and measurable. And so we do very carefully measure what we're doing. In regards to the business retention, expansion, and recruitment, it's data-based, and we're proactive, and we work with our advantages. We are exploring some future opportunities around the jobs of the future that include artificial intelligence, technology, but Memphis really has a lot of advantages. And that's where our business climate and competitive positioning comes. We are really geographically superior to most cities across this country by our location. We have that as an advantage for us. And then leveraging our workforce, there's really opportunity for regional collaboration, which is something that we have not
very constructively did in the past, working with the Mid-South Development District, Anna McQuiston, again, as well as our chambers across Shelby County, our suburban chambers, Collierville, Germantown, and others. And then our community outreach. Today, I brought some experts too, and I wanted my team to come because I wanted you to know that as I communicate with you all and you see me, that there is really a very strong force of experts that are committed and passionate about doing this work in economic development. Next slide. So I would like the team to just stand. You can see their faces. I won't ask them to call them out by name, but this is the EDGE staff team, if you could stand. And I just want to give them a hand for the hard work that they do. We do have our EDGE staff, and so there's the proverb about if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. We work together internally as a team. We work with our partners. As I mentioned, the chamber, MLGW was here. We work with them, but we want to work with you all too. We want to figure out how to fix this. Our mayor said it best. For the challenges and the things that are happening in our community, there's no one remedy, and there's no one person that can fix it. So we all have to do it together. So I wanted to bring the team because I wanted you to know that you have an entire team with you to help you on the economic development front. We have our port team there also, and some of those guys aren't here because they're making sure that the water doesn't go high and the weeds don't go crazy. And next slide. So just digging in a little bit on the strategy. The business retention strategy, expansion and recruitment strategy that we have, we really do target key industries, and some of those key industries are our advanced manufacturing. We are a distribution center for our nation, but we also focus, and I know I just heard some discussion around brownfield remediation. We focus there, and then again, working with our partners. Next slide. You may, go back. Okay, next slide. Okay, go back. No, keep going one more. Thank you. All right, gotcha. You may have heard about the recent partnership with the city administration where we are providing loans to small businesses to help them with their safety needs. Those safety needs, I just want to emphasize, are not just for those small businesses, but for the communities that surround them. And so it's those kinds of innovative programming and strategies that we're looking at EDGE to address the needs of our community. Now go back. And then again, the community engagement and outreach. We're really focused on ensuring that our community is informed of what is happening, of what services there are. We are collaborating with our nonprofits, and as I have Ms. Hannah here with me, who helps lead up, along with Beth Wilson of Wilson Publishing, our public relations and marketing. So what are our goals? You can't measure if you don't have goals. And so our goals are to help increase family sustainable jobs in our targeted business clusters across our community, fostering small business and neighborhood revitalization, encouraging high standards in our community engagement. And our standards aren't just to say, oh, we put it on our website, so we've told you about it. You should go find it. But to really actually go out in the community and talk to people, really reach them where they are, and then also invite them in, both to public meetings as well as other gatherings. So one of the things we'll be doing this summer is an economic development community tour. We will be contacting each council person as we land in your district and we would invite you to co-host that with us. Edge will organize. We've got lots of people here, along with your amazing team, to organize that so that we're communicating all of these resources that we have to the community. We'll also be bringing in some other partners on that. And then what is near and dear to my heart as a compliance person, and I know to yours as elected leaders, is transparency. To really open the doors, open the books, and to show what we're doing, and we're really focused on that. So those are our goals. Next slide. And so what are we tracking? Well, we're tracking the number of jobs that we create. We do that on an annual basis, and I'm going to provide a compliance report shortly, and you'll see how we track that. We track the capital investment. How much are companies investing? And I know there's a lot of rhetoric around how much abatement we're doing, but there is a very high number that I'll be sharing with you shortly around the investment. Business development meetings. We have what we call our Trays here, so Trey McKnight and Trey Moore, as well as Anna Cardona, who meet with companies on a daily basis. Not only small businesses, but corporations. We are really, really being proactive with helping companies to create more jobs. I mentioned our community outreach. And then one of the things that really struck me in the Chamber's presentation was around the number of available jobs. There are a lot of jobs that are empty right now, and they're empty because of in my opinion, two reasons. One, they're empty because the companies aren't able to find the qualified employees to fill them. And the most important reason I think they're empty is because our citizens don't know how to acquire those jobs. So they don't know about them. They don't know about the training. We have young people that are coming out of school, and our schools provide the basic education, but they don't know about the free certification program. So I really look forward to working with Councilwoman Green in her other side of life and really figuring out how we dig in on the workforce side to match our citizens with the jobs that are available. Next slide. And so we asked about the numbers. As I said, you have in front of you a list of the different pilots in your area. We are very tactical with how we locate pilots throughout our communities. Right now, EDGE pilots have contributed to, for 2023, 29,797 jobs, which represents about 10.9% of the total jobs in Memphis. We have Pierce Greer, who's our data analyst, who pulls this data together. So like the Chamber has G-Merge, we have internal data folks who work with us. And that map there that Pierce created, you can see that throughout the city of Memphis, there are various pilots that are located to help create jobs. Next slide. And so from a compliance standpoint, and we are required annually to provide this information to our elected bodies, to you all, and to County Commission. And I may have shared before, I know I did with Councilwoman Green and individually with you all, we require companies to report to us annually. They must report their compliance measures. And right now, for 2023, we had 84 companies to report. Of those 84 companies, and if you look at this chart, you can see that there was a commitment on jobs of about 18,000 jobs. Those companies, based on the reporting, achieved the 29,000 that I just told you about. So they're overperforming on jobs. In the average wage, which I'll dig in a little bit more there, 4.5 million is the commitment. They achieved the 5.9, I believe that is. And then the capital investment. And what's also important, and I know this council talks about and is important to me, is the MWBE spend. So we're holding these companies accountable. We're tracking this. Next slide. So this is just a breakdown, a little bit of that compliance. As I said, we had 84 companies. Now, I will tell you this, there are no exceptions to the reporting. Every company that's required to report did report. 19 of those companies are in what's called ramp up. And so they basically still have time to meet their commitments. So there's even more that could be done. As far as the pilots that have termed out, there are a couple that have termed out. Dan Keevy, who's here, our compliance manager, Dan actually goes out and visits a portion of those companies in person. He walks the site. He asks for their documents. They show him. So there's no, covering up here. Also, in this confirmation, we ask for their records. If anything looks off, we'll ask for those records, and we actually visibly see them. Now, we're a public agency, so what's important for the council to know is we don't take possession of them because then it becomes public record and these are private companies, but we do see them. So Dan does about 20 of those visits annually, and he's in the process of doing that now to finalize this report for us. Next slide. And so I talked about the ICE loans a little bit. Just want you to see that they're also strategically located. Now, the difference in Councilwoman Green, you don't have any in your area because you're not a new market tax credit area. New market tax credits areas are focused on the poverty. Yes. And that is, again, a big program for us. Trey Moore and Trey McKnight really work hard to identify those small businesses. Next slide. And so timeline, this is ongoing. It's a long game. It is not, a season. This is a lifetime. And I will tell y'all, I've been doing this work for about 25 years now, which is crazy because I'm only 25. I don't know how that happened. But 25 years. Thank you. But 25 years I've been doing this work, and I remember coming into economic development and I thought I'm going to change the world. I'm going to change my Memphis community. Councilwoman Easter Thomas not here, but North Memphis, and we're going to make this happen. I think has been change, but there's still more to do. And so under your term and under your leadership, I want us to make history together. And I hope that you'll allow EDGE to help you do that. Next slide. And so success is that. Success is making it happen. Next slide. Had any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Massey. I just wanted to make a few comments. I don't know, we'll check and see if we have other questions. I appreciate the work that you're doing. I do want to see some ICE loans in Hickory Hill. I know we've got some areas in District 2 where we can do some more things. And I am curious on your safety measure loans, if you're working strictly with businesses or are you also working with nonprofits? Because if you are, we can have a conversation offline. I've got a couple of nonprofits that, their facilities also need some safety and security. I am glad to see we're exceeding our goals on the wages and on the NWBE and LOSB. I want to see them higher. And I would like to see what the average wage itself is, because, we have a lot of conversation about what a livable wage is.
Right.
And we talked a lot about that with our chamber presentation and what that really means. So it's one thing to exceed the wages, but we know that our minimum wage right now is a poverty wage. So I want to make sure that what we're pushing for is a livable wage for our communities. So with that, let me see who we have in the,
May I answer?
Sure.
Just on the wages, and Pierce did give me these numbers. So of those 29,000 jobs, the total payroll we had is 84 million. And of that, the average for those jobs is $40.60.
That's awesome.
Now, I take that, I want to be clear on that because we're not going to clap for that, only because we know there's skewed with those higher level,
Right.
more skilled jobs. And so I'm really, really pushing, if anybody is listening in the public, go out and get the free certification. I promise you it'll be 8 weeks, 10 weeks that will change your life
Right.
if you do it. So there are so many jobs that are empty now that pay these higher wages that just aren't being filled because our people just aren't ready. I'm not in workforce anymore, but directly, but I believe in it, and I'm just pushing for that.
I believe we do need to push those applying for jobs too. I would also push on the employer side as well. When you're doing this work, I know in my other role in the county, I've pushed for us being more open to having people with criminal histories, not waiting 7 years. A lot of those people do get certifications while they're behind bars, and then they still come out and can't get a job.
Okay.
I also think that sometimes we unintentionally put up barriers. I can give an example on the county side. We were requiring driver's license for like data entry jobs because that was shorthand for having residency and having citizenship. Well, getting a driver's license can be hard for a lot of people, and there are other ways to prove residency and citizenship. So we need to make sure that when we have an application, it is an application that doesn't discourage people from applying. I've worked with Luke Moore Tech and other organizations that sometimes they're requiring a lot of certifications for entry-level jobs in coding and whatnot. And really the kids can come out and they can do those jobs. We just got to give them a chance. So as much as we can push on the individual side, I think we also need to push on the employer side to make sure that they are doing their part to make these jobs open and available.
Absolutely.
Okay, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green. And Dr. Mass, it's always good to see you. And I'm so looking forward for my tour. I'm excited about it to learn a lot more about EDGE and what you're doing. And my colleague took my safety question, so I got that answered. And I'm excited about the more engagement with the districts and coming out and talking with the constituents and with the community so they can understand. I would love to see more partnership along with our new superintendent in the school and what's happening, and changing the mindsets of our children, getting them to understand that they don't have to be packers and pickers in a warehouse. It's more to life in Memphis than being packers and pickers. We know this is in an industrial city. We know we have a lot of warehouse workers. And what I found out, even with my son transitioning and moving in, and with his college degree, he ended up in a warehouse packing and picking. His father and I encouraged him to keep, and he was very discouraged. But we, as parents, continue to push him and to let him know this is not your only stop. There's more. And your degree and your education will make room for you. And he is moving up the ladder. The certification part, I'm very impressed about that. It needs to be more highlighted part about the certification. And they can get certified and get these nice jobs and pull us out of poverty, because I went home disgusted and I couldn't sleep for a couple of nights because when the chamber left, there was a word that was used that I do not use in my vocabulary and is not acceptable in my house. Is never. Is never. And they said, never. And when you say never, that tends to articulate to me that this is the Bible Belt. And we have a lot of hope and a lot of faith. But when the term used never caused me not to rest very well, it was unacceptable. So I thank you. And I'm looking forward to doing the tour, meeting your team, looking for the economic development for our community and for this city of Memphis, and seeing it grow and moving the needle as it should be, as it should have been, and what we will do. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Dr. Massey. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I enjoyed it. I have two quick questions. First of all, under community outreach and engagement, who does your marketing and PR?
Miss Destiny Hannah.
So you're in-house?
She is in-house, yes. And then we also have our support services through Miss Beth Wilson, who has a public relations firm. So we have Destiny in-house, and then Miss Wilson supports us also.
And what's the name of your firm? Okay, thank you for that. And then my second and final question, under business retention, expansion, and recruitment, can you just briefly elaborate on assist with site readiness through brownfield remediation?
Yes, ma'am. We have the EPA grant, brownfield remediation grant. It's $1 million grant that we received from EPA last year. We're actually almost there. My team has committed, and Jessica Aitchen, who's here, is our grants administrator, to have the application ready for us for our revolving loan fund for that program. So what we do is we would loan to interested developers who have identified brownfields that they need to remediate in order to build development on it, and we will provide them the loan. It is a revolving loan, so they would have to pay it back. But through that supportive services, we have a grants administrator, BRS, that's helping us with that program, because EPA is very detailed and it's federal money, and we want to be able to get more money. So $1 million won't go far. We have the most brownfields in the entire state. We know it won't go far, but if we do really well, and so far, our program officer with EPA has told us we're doing exceptionally well and set to be best practices like Chattanooga in this area of brownfield remediation. So that is that program that we're ready to get out. We're going to be marketing it. We're going to be going out in the community, actually talking about it. And then the other tenet of that is that when those developers do select the site, and we already have some that have expressed some interest, they will also be responsible for doing community engagement and outreach.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman White?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Dr. Massey, for presenting. I had a question about on the pilot compliance slide, where it says that 8 pilots successfully reached the end of term compliance. What does that mean?
That means that they basically completed, we offer up to 15-year pilots. So that means that their pilot has termed and they've reached the end of their term and they terminate out. And they terminate out with meeting compliance, meaning they created the number of jobs and did the investment that they said they were going to do.
Got it. And then the next question is the last point in that slide is that you all do a minimum of 20 site visits annually. And is that for the total 84 pilots?
Yes, yes. Okay. But we also, and Mr. Keevy, like I said, is here. We also, when we receive the annual reports from him and he scans those, and we also have a general counsel, when they look at that, if there's any questions, we reserve the right under our policies to visit any company with notice. And so we go out, and Mr. Keevy has already identified a couple that we're going to be visiting in addition to the 20.
The annual reports that are submitted, are they just a general report where each company that has a pilot submits the same report, or are those reports customized to fit whatever the contractual obligations are for each pilot?
So the contracts for the pilots are basically uniform. They're the leases, and they have to commit to the jobs, commit to the capital investment, the MWBE. We have a form, and it's probably about, I don't know, I'm guessing, Dan, is it 7 pages or so? About 7 pages. And it asks very specific questions around those requirements as well as their MWBE spend. But all of that information is standard to the program. What they submit for their pilot, though, is the individual performance for the company. So the contract that we have, the pilot contract or agreement that we have is standard, saying that you will receive abatement at this percentage. You will pay, your remaining taxes on time. You will create these number of jobs. You'll pay these wages. You'll do this capital investment. So it's standard.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying. So when it says you will create this number of jobs or you will do this, when they submit the reporting, is the reporting customized to those, like for those requirements? Does that make sense?
So, you know, I know exactly what you're saying. So we don't say, like, they know, because it's annual, but if you committed to create 250 jobs, they know they committed to 250, we know it too. And we take those reports and reconcile them to determine if they met their requirements. But the form itself is just blank with the questions on it. And then they have to fill it in and submit it to us. And then we load it into a spreadsheet and we're able to do the comparison. And so with Dan and Pierce, they do that data comparison and automatically, if anything's off, we know.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you. The April 23rd meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. We have one item in today's committee, the presentation of All World Project Management regarding the Memphis Stormwater Quality and Quality Program, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Logan. This item is going to be held for 2 weeks. Does any member have anything that needs to be addressed? All right. If not, this
All right, sorry, everybody. I'm gonna call the Transportation Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Pearl Walker.
Present.
Chair Ford.
Present. Okay, we have two items. We're gonna take number one first. It'll be a monthly update from Matter. All council districts requested by Councilman Ford Senior. That's me, I guess. Okay. Ms. Cooper Sutton joining us. Okay. Good enough. All right. We about ready?
We're ready.
Can you do it in a few minutes?
Yes.
Good enough. All right. Keep
Yes,
on
sir.
going.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you, sir.
We will do our best. Good morning. I am Bakara Sanderson Malden, Interim Chief Executive Officer at the Memphis Area Transit Authority. And we are at 1370 Levee Road, Memphis, Tennessee. So I've been in this role for 83 days.
That's all right.
But who's counting, right? 'Cause we've been having a ball the entire time. But let's look back to where we started on February 1st when I was appointed. So we had to go back to the drawing board regarding our service. We were fresh from the rejection of a proposed service change that would have had some service cuts. We were dealing with too many unreliable buses. Service reliability has been a challenge. We've had a strained relationship with some of our community advocates. And our employees, well, they weren't feeling the love. And if you remember, love is loyalty, operational excellence, a vision they can follow, and engagement. And the employees just weren't feeling it at the time. But here's where we are in terms of some of the KPIs that we're tracking. Our total ridership for all modes is more than 2 million rides. That's year to date for all of FY24. And as you can see from the pie chart, bus ridership makes up the lion's share of all of our ridership, of course. And of course, there are opportunities for growth, and they're growing in the paratransit as well as our on-demand, followed by our trolley services. We know we're going to have to continue to provide efficient bus service while continuing to provide our customers with other options, and we're committed to doing just that. So from our bus ridership ranking totals, you see that the 36 Lamar, 50 Poplar, and the 42 Crosstown continue to be number 1, 2, and 3. And from month to month, when we show them, they kind of change in position. But of course, this is year to date. So year to date, the 36 Lamar is the route that has the highest number of boardings so far. Our paratransit ridership has a slight increase, and for those who may be new to the council, our paratransit service is MATA Plus. It's the smaller buses that have the MATA emblem on it, and they serve elderly customers as well as those that may have different abilities, customers with disabilities. And we've had an increase in usage in the month of March. Our trolley ridership, which of course everybody loves the trolleys, has an increase as well, with more than 36,000 boardings as well. We had a big increase, as you can see, from February to March. And I will tell you, a big part of that is our partnership with the convention center. We've talked a lot with the leadership there. They really help us to advertise and promote our services when conventions come to town. So we get a lot of additional ridership on our trolley during those instances. We supported the National Baptist Convention, as well as my beloved sorority was here as well as Sigma Gamma Rho and others. And so we support all of those efforts, and we try to utilize the trolley service when they come to town and as an option for getting around in the downtown area. The real story here is the growth of our on-demand ridership. As you can see, Groove is killing it. I mean, with over 101 boardings for year-to-date FY24. And Groove, if you recall, is the on-demand service. And let me back up a little bit. On-demand service is a little bit different from MATA Plus. They use the same types of vehicles, the smaller vehicles, but with MATA Plus,
you have to arrange your ride 72 hours in advance. For on-demand ridership, it's basically, for lack of a better term, Uber-ish, where you can decide right now you want to go somewhere, you go on the Groove app or you go on the Ready app and basically dial up the ride, and it will be to pick you up from where you are to carry you within the zone. And so Groove, which is really killing it with over 101,000 calls and boardings to date for FY24, is in the downtown New Chicago, President Island area. And it really has grown just exponentially. It started out as a partnership with the Downtown Memphis Commission and has continued to flourish. We have 3 options that are in-house in terms of the Southwest Memphis Ready, the North Haven Fraser, and the Cordova area. And so those are continuing to grow as well. Wanted to just call out Groove on Demand for just a moment because we've really had just surprisingly high usage, especially in the New Chicago area. And if you recall, for some of the council people that have been here for a while, that was the last area that was added to the Groove program. And so we have had quite an increase of usage from the New Chicago area. And we're really proud of those statistics and committed to doing even more to make sure that people in areas of high poverty have just as much access to the things that they need to live, work, and play as anyone else. I've always said that transit is the great equalizer, and this is one way that plays out. And so we're really happy with those statistics, but we can do better, and we're committed to doing that. Recruitment continues to be a really big focus. As you see, we have a lot of positions that are available right now that we're recruiting for. And so we have a new director of recruitment and retention, and she has been given a charge, and we are continuing to focus on filling all of these positions with the best and the brightest. But while we're doing that, we're also continuing to focus on the people that make it happen every day. As you see on the slide, we recognized our employees on National Transit Employee Appreciation Day, because sometimes I think the employees feel like it's a thankless job, and it is, because they're the storefront of our agency. And so we wanted to take time to recognize the service that they render. And so we're continuing to do that while we continue to look for the best and the brightest to join our ranks. So just a quick snapshot of what we've been doing over the last 80 days. So in the area of employee recruitment and retention, we've had, we had an intentional appreciation of our team members, as I just alluded to reinstill pride and matter as a workplace of choice. We executed an MOU with the Army National Guard to participate in the Army Pays program, which is really a big deal, to be able to hire soldiers to work amongst our ranks. Everyone knows that soldiers have unprecedented discipline and just resolve to do a great job, and they will be a welcome addition to our workforce. This is not my transit authority. This is our transit authority, and we are absolutely committed to doing this in partnership with the community. And we created and began recruitment of members for our Madison Citizen Advisory Committee, which will join us and give us insight into what really is needed to make transit better and to truly transform it in Memphis. We hosted a bus dedication in memory of longtime Madam President, Mr. Hudson, and we've also met with the Bus Riders Union, Citizens for Better Service, and MICA. And as a result, we renewed our joint commitment to work and make transit better for all riders. Advocate and adversary don't have to be the same. We all want better transit, and we can do more if we all work together. And so we are all committed to working together to transform transit in the Mid-South. We met with union leadership early. Now, we don't have a contract just yet. We are currently still in the midst of labor negotiations, but we met with the union early. Literally, I started in this role on February 1st. I think I met with the union on February 3rd. That's how early we met with them. And we did that so that they know that that is very important. We recognize that operations, that's the heart of the organization. And it was very important that we met early so that they would know that our administration feels that way and that we're committed to making
MATA a safe and reliable and great place to work overall. In addition, we continue to uplift and to support members of our team. I want to give a shout out, or as they used to say, I don't give shout outs, but if I did, I'd give one to our Chief Administrative Officer, Tiffany Casey, and congratulate her on being featured really twice over the last 30 days. And so she has been a great example of how you can start in one area and rise up through the ranks. She's been with the company more or less 13 years or so. I probably have the numbers wrong, but she has risen through the ranks to the level of Chief Administrative Officer. I'm really proud to have her as a part of the team. So continuing, of course, as we said, operations, that's the core of what MATA does. Our mission is simple. We connect people to places. And as we work to make those service improvements, we expanded our bus route fleet to 8 brand new buses that are now in service. You may have seen that announcement. And we have led efforts to secure 29 used buses that will help us in our efforts to provide more efficient and reliable service for customers. Now, that's so we will be rolling those buses. 20 of the 29 we expect to put on the road. We're going to keep the other 9 back to use as for parts as well as for spare ratio and all of that to make sure that we can continue to keep our service up and keep it reliable. And of course, with the consent and the partnership of our ATU union, we started doing something different. You know how they say you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Well, we started doing things differently, and we employed, this is a transit term of dynamic dispatching, which allowed us to put service on each end of the routes to make sure that there were no routes that would go uncovered. And so really, really appreciate the partnership that the union showed in allowing us to do that, as well as for our operations team for coming up with that idea. They saw a need and they tried to make adjustments to fill it, and we really appreciate that. But there's more to come. By the time I come back to talk to you, I hope to have more announcements on top of that. We got some things up our sleeve. So I know that school is drawing to a close, and you know the kids always talk about how that math ain't mathing, but we have a math problem that we think is a winner every time, which is partnership plus investment equals transformation. And you've heard me talk since day one about how we should all work together to transform transit together in Memphis. And we have a few key partners that we work with along the way as we do that. Of course, the city of Memphis, without saying, we appreciate everything that you, as well as the administration, have done to support us so far. But we've got more to do. And so we look forward to working hand in hand with you all to do that. We just left Washington, D.C. We met with our congressional delegation, and we talked to them about what it will take to truly transform transit right here in the Mid-South. We partner with Shelby County, and we look forward to partnering with them in a greater way, as well as the Federal Transit Administration and the American Public Transportation Association. I'm currently a member of the executive committee of the American Public Transportation Association, which has me sitting shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the major transit agencies across the country. That's a big deal. So that when things are talked about in our agency, I'm able to sit at the table with them and talk about what we need right here in Memphis, and that makes a difference. But partnership is also local, and this is one example of how we partner locally. We've had this partnership with Whole Child Strategies for over 3 years. And what this is a partnership where we take citizens from the Klondike and Smoky City areas to the grocery store and to the farmer's market. That's just one way that we try to not only just be a bus service, but we're really trying to be a thread in the fabric of the community. And this is one example, and we plan to expand this program. But I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the tale of two cities. I woke up this morning to a story about what they're doing right down the road with the transit referendum.
and how they are trying to truly transform transit in their city as well. And I can't help but to think about Indianapolis. You know, I happen to know the person that used to lead that agency, and how 20 years ago, the transit budget in Indianapolis is what our budget is right here in Memphis today. And to think about everything that they've been able to do with their city and with their transit agency, because they invested in transit. That's a big deal. Now, make no mistake about it. I'm all Memphis, and I'm committed to being the best Memphis possible. But we've got to have mobility at the core of that to truly be that best Memphis possible. People always ask me when I go out, why can't we have transit like DC? I go to DC and I get on the metro, and I go to New York, and I go to Atlanta, and I go to Nashville. It takes partnership plus investment to equal transformation. So let's work together and transform transit. I appreciate everything that all of you all have done to support our efforts so far, and to support me in this role since I've been here since February 1st. But we've got more work to do, and I look forward to meeting with all of you individually and working collectively to truly transform transit together in Memphis. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. I'm happy to hear your comments, your thoughts, your questions, your dreams, and all of that. Was that fast enough?
That was fast enough. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Hey, your 83 days have been great. You keep on doing what you're doing, and hey, and we're going to move forward, okay? Yeah, we got a few council people. We got Councilman Warren, then Councilwoman Swearinger, and then Councilwoman Green. Right here. I think he stepped out. Okay. Councilwoman Swearinger.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Washington.
I want to say hallelujah. I am so excited about your leadership. Our emails of concerns and phone calls have just drastically been reduced. So we appreciate your team and all that you're doing. And I think that's just ingenious, having a plan of hiring soldiers and servicemen. How is that going?
It's going, it's just kicking off. Eric Stevenson, who's behind me, he is our Chief of Strategic Partnerships and Programs. He's leading that effort. He is a soldier himself. And so we are very excited. We just kicked this off 2 weeks ago, so we'll provide updates to you as we go along the way. But we expect this to be a really successful program for us, as it has been with other entities that have entered into that MOU with them.
I've seen some white buses on the road. Are those the newer buses, or are those the ones that we've gotten from other places?
No, the white buses are if they're white, they came to us new. So there are some new white buses. When the 29 roll into service, you'll know those instantly when you see them. I look forward to showing you what they look like very soon, but they will not be white. So they will be distinctive, and hopefully something that people can be really proud of when they see them rolling down the street.
Well, we thank you for your leadership. We're thankful that you are partnering with people all over the country in order to get us transit resources. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Again, that's my maiden name, so it's very strange for me to say. I wanted to thank you and Mr. Stevenson for a recent event that we held with Shelby County Government. You helped us wrap a bus for Work to Break the Cycle. And as I was just saying in our last presentation about making sure that you reach out to employees that might have criminal histories, you have done that over and over again. You did it at the Office of Reentry at our bus reveal. You helped us give 25 bus passes out that day to anybody who would go and look and sign up. And then you had a fantastic employee, Mr. Daryl Anderson, who came and spoke and gave his own testimony about how he's turned his life around and now he drives for you. And it was just a really wonderful event. And I thank you for partnering with us and helping us get the word out that there are jobs out there for people.
And there are jobs, and we have a list of people that we're actually in the interview queue right now from that event. So thank you. Thank you for thinking about MATA and for inviting us to partner, because that really is a key for transforming transit.
Thank you.
Item number 2, they stepped out in the hall. I guess they wanted to converse with each other. Please, somebody go out there and get them to come on back in here. We already running late. Yep. All right. All right, everybody, we're getting ready to do number 2. This is the discussion of ADA compliance, public benefits, public safety for Southbrook Town Center. District 3, Super District 8, requested by yours truly again. And after they present, there's some things that I need to say because the next item that comes up is kind of related to it, okay? And then I want to express myself, and now I'm going to let the council do what they want to do afterwards, okay? Appreciate it. Go right ahead, introduce yourselves and everything else, okay?
Good morning, council members. My name is Janice Banks. I'm with Small Planet Works, 99 North Main Street, Suite 2501, 38103.
My name is Greg Grant, CEO of the Southbrook Properties in Whitehaven. And we're here today to discuss the ADA requirements for the completion.
Excuse me, and I have a question. So they're presenting twice?
Well,
They-
you got an item, and both of them can kind of be related.
So they're gonna do the same presentation twice?
No, just one presentation.
Okay,
No,
all right.
I don't think we plan to do the presentation until it's time for your
Okay,
committee.
I just wanted a
But
clarification.
we needed to address
You may
Councilman
continue.
Ford's
Sure.
ADA requirements and the safety issue, which is most important to us. Back in 2014, when the city of Memphis first got involved with the Southbrook property, advanced $2.1 million so we could do the roof, the air conditioning system, and the lighting system, and further came back with an additional $250,000 for us to do some improvements. We did all of those improvements. We got the theaters complete. We were able to buy theater chairs from the Majestic Malco out on Winchester. We produced the performing arts centers, complete with stages and all. And so the most important thing for us now is to do the ADA requirements. That is to provide the process for our handicapped people, that those individuals that are confined to wheelchairs have the ability to get to the theaters. Back in 1972, when that particular building was built, ADA compliance was not at the top of the list. So now what we did, going back through renovating the procedure, renovating the building, we did not have accommodation for our wheelchair-bound customer base. And that's why it's very important that we finish the process and move forward.
Are you finished?
Yes, sir, on that part.
Okay, as a discussion, you're saying to finish. What, give us the figure.
For the ADA compliant lifts, we need 5 lifts, and that comes out to like $82,000 for 5 lifts in the building. That way, everything that we have in that building at that point in time will be available for our wheelchair-bound public. We refuse to do any activities in any of those theaters until we get that part taken care of. My daughter is in a wheelchair. So if we were to show a movie at the Southbrook and she couldn't get to that movie, I'd have a hard time to pay when I got home. So I'm very particular about people that are confined to wheelchairs, elderly, young people, etc., to be able to enjoy the same activities that an ambulatory person would enjoy. So it's most important that we go forth and complete the process that we started some 6 years ago. And we're at that point. So if any of you have been down there to see what we've done, I'm sure all of you would be impressed. And that's the only area that we're very concerned about at this particular time, is that our wheelbound individuals have access to the beautiful facility that the city of Memphis helped us to achieve.
Do I have any other council members right now? Okay, Councilman Warren.
Yes, so this is $475,000. It's only for ADA. Is that what we're looking at, or is it for other things?
No, sir, if you look at the requested funds, it's 3 categories, category A, B, and C. The A is for the ADA compliance. The B portion had to do with public benefit investment.
Such as
the completion of our night court facility, completion of our courtroom for the environmental court, completion of various offices that will support those various.
So what's the county paying for that environmental court?
Well,
What's their
be-
portion of the funding?
As a matter of fact, I talked to the judge today, and that's to be discussed. And we'll do that in the next segment. And I just kind of wanted to address
And do we know if the city court is capable of providing a night court right now? Do they have the ability to do that with the number of judges and their current funding?
Based on my understanding, and I'm not an expert with that, we've decided to lift that portion of the request until we get those actual numbers and until we meet with the judges on the city side to make sure that they're in concert with what we're interested in.
Mr. Chair, until we have answers to some of these questions, can we maybe have some more information before we vote on moving this
That's why I
forward?
want input from the council, and then I'm gonna finish it off, okay?
Okay, well, it's
And then I want to explain some things, okay? Where everybody that don't know might know.
well, I think.
And then we can go further, because, hey, we got to talk about this, okay?
Okay, I think it sounds like some of these things are good things, particularly the handicap access
All of
component
it's
of it.
good.
But I mean, I think maybe this is a little premature bringing it to us without having these other plans. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, are there any other
But I
council
still
members?
want it to be heard under my committee.
Okay,
Thank you.
now let me talk. This goes back quite a bit. Town Center is beautiful. If anybody hasn't been there, please go there to see what's going on. Okay? The money that you are asking for, hey, it's deserved, and then especially if you don't try to get another court in there, because the people that's in there represent half of the city anyway. People can go there, okay? Dr. Warren just said immature money-wise. City's getting ready to go through a lot of different things, okay? We need to identify these funds, okay? I don't think there'll be a problem with identifying. We identified them when you first began, okay?
That's correct.
We need the time to identify this. All of ADA is very important. All the red. Put environmental court, maybe then we can get some things done. Some of the other, put some of these judges over there, okay? I have no problem with any of it, but we gotta identify funds, okay? Not only, Councilman Warren, this was something the city helped with, across the street, the county and all. That's what's important. Then some other private people kind of helped us kind of move this along. So that's why we got to have a little more talk with it, okay? I don't think there'll be a problem. We know how to kind of identify and find something, but we got a lot of other monies we need to find too.
I understand.
You know, and I'm gonna have to give y'all a typical example. 2 weeks ago they came, and then we talking about the fire department. They need $10 million. Oh, Lord Jesus. Everybody act like they didn't know what was going on. Oh, yeah, they did now. They just didn't say anything, okay? I kind of pulled all the files and the records of what the money is and all the rest, okay? You know, they want $10 million. Why do you want $10 million? If we did, it was an overrun. It shouldn't have been no more than 4. So why you want 6 more? That's why we got to get our money together. This is crucial times right now. The mayor is getting ready to give us a budget, okay? And like I said, we just need the time. And I don't think it'll be a problem in finding it. It's needed. You have accomplished so many great things down there, okay, for Whitehaven.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but we just need the time. And I would say we can hold this for the next 30 days, and then, hey, I think we'll be fine with everything. That's get time for the mayor to come in and give us what his budget, and then everything else, okay? That's what I have to say, but I mean, it's left, I'm just one vote, okay? But like I said, we need to talk across the street too, because they need to do the same thing what we did before, okay?
Sure.
To
I
make
mean,
things
that makes,
happen, okay?
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's all. Okay, we got Washington and Walker, okay?
Thank you, Chair. For the night court consideration, is that gonna be for city court and environmental?
Yes.
Because I know we are way behind with environmental.
Say this before we do, tell us who all you have in there right now that's city related.
Okay, Janice?
Okay, thank you.
That would kind of help us too.
Yes,
Know
please.
what's going on down there at the town.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Janice Banks. We have both city and county locations, so I'll give you both. We have the Shelby County Register, Shelby County General Sessions Clerk, Memphis City Night Court. Well, that's a commitment. Okay. So those are the only 2 offices right now.
Now, you might want to indicate the other agencies that we have.
The other agencies that we have?
Also that, yes.
Okay.
Department of Children's Services are in there.
Okay. We have the Whitehaven Performing Arts Center. The commitments that we have to come for the government center, Memphis City Night Court, Memphis Court Clerk, the Shelby County Environmental Court, and we have Judge Dandruff here with us today. The Community Town Hall Auditorium, and the Memphis Municipal Employee Federal Credit Union.
But in terms of the actual businesses that we have and agencies in the place as we speak is Suits You Men's and Boys Fashion, Family Matters, which is an affiliation of the Department of Children's Services. We have Fashion USA, Brown Skin Yogurt, Blue City Culture Center, Simone's White Gloves Rentals, TJ Beauty Supply, Morgan Consignment. That particular consignment store raises money for St. Jude and Lebanus Children's Hospital. Linda Harris, attorney at law, has recently moved out, and we're making way for the Cotton Makers Jubilee to have a museum and a Victoria gallery. We have Avis Car Rental Company on our property, which was at one point across the street at the Southland Mall, where Sears Auto Repair Center used to be. Since that time, they moved across the street to us. We have the County Registrar's Office, the Shelby County General Sessions Court Clerk's Office,
We good.
and several other.
Wait, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Cotton Makers Jubilee, what are they want to put their museum there?
We're building a facility, we want to build a facility for them to house the collection.
because a little while back, I think there was some money appropriated for them. Okay? They were supposed to be moving down on Vance Avenue, somewhere right in there. But if they're gonna move there, I need to check on that about some money. That's why, it's important to me right now to find this money that's missing.
Okay.
Okay? Nobody else might want to find this money, but I want to find this money that's missing because, they talking about a tax increase that I don't think people want. We just had light, gas, and water. Ooh, Lord. When you mention them and you talking about coming up tax increase, that's not a good thing for people. And especially, we don't have any other revenue but
That's right.
we don't tax us to death because we're already struggling. Okay? And then, people may get angry, and I really don't care. I don't want Memphis to be like Jackson, Mississippi. What you just said. Okay? And the bad thing about it, Jackson, Mississippi is what? Capital. And they are having the blues. Okay? So don't make us like them. We want to grow. Everything else. That's why we got to kind of identify. We got a good man out there. I know he's going to identify every dime that I'm talking about because I'm bringing to him. Okay? Before all of these different things. And hey, and what you're doing is great. Don't get me wrong. We just have to identify funds.
And that's okay.
There were funds in which, hey, it was appropriated last year, and it's on this agenda today, in which I got issues with it. It should have been already given, but they want to bring it today, and they swore up and down it wasn't there. Oh, they found it. Okay, I had to make them find it, because I kind of went off. Okay, so I want to find everything for you and all these others that are doing great works. Okay, but it just takes a little time. Okay?
Well, we certainly want to invite all of you to come by to see what the city's investment has yielded for that community. I appreciate Councilman Ford working with Councilman Walker on this particular event because the districts are so closely together.
And then the town across the street, okay?
And the last thing that I'd like to say, if you don't mind, sir, is that we have all of this ready to go. I'm so happy that you identified the ADA requirements because we can't really open the theaters until we do that. So we're ready to move on with the public, inviting the public in, but we must, without a doubt, have that taken care of before we open those doors.
What was that?
We can do that. We can see if we can. We do have Judge Dandridge here with the environmental court. We have not had a formal meeting yet with the city judges yet, and that's one thing that we need to do. Yes.
Judge Dandridge.
Judge Dandridge was.
Here as my guest, can he come into my segment?
She can come in at any section. I mean, if you want your segment, I mean, that's fine. We're talking about the same doggone thing, okay?
Excuse me, Councilman. We're not going to fight. Councilman Ford.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman.
The only thing that I would like to know as we gather the information, because we're all, here for the same goal. While we're gathering more information, I would like to know the investment from the county as well. That's the only thing I want to, because I think that's what Councilman Ford said. I think everybody.
That's why we got to talk about it, because I need to get, my son's on the county side. I need to see what investment they're going to do like they did before. We did this together, city and county. A lot of times we have to do city and county. They need to do their part because, first of all, we in the city and in the county. Okay? So, I mean, we want to do both parts. But when they started and everything else, it was not only the city, it was the county too. They invested in it just like the city did. And we want to make sure that they do the same thing. Whereas, hey, that's why I said we just have to identify funds. Okay? And I think the funds are there. We just got to put it in order. Okay?
Makes sense.
Yes. And now, you don't have to talk right now. You don't have to talk either, Judge. We can, hey, I'm through talking. this committee is adjourned, and she
Can we please have roll call?
Chair Smiley. I'm here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford Sr.
Here.
Councilman Canali.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Chair Walker.
Present. So today we have one item dealing with a resolution appropriating $475,000 to Southbrook Properties for ADA compliant lifts and municipal public benefit investments, as well as public safety. And so at this time, I'm going to recognize 3 people to make comments in this order. We will hear from Janice Banks, Greg Grant, and Judge Dandridge. And so, Ms. Banks, you can go over the presentation, followed by comments from Mr. Grant and Judge Dandridge, and I'll make comments for context so people can be a little clearer on what really is going on today. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Councilwoman Walker. And again, my name is Janice Banks with Small Planet Works, and Southbrook Town Center is becoming a destination location, helping to revitalize the commercial and social district of a thriving Whitehaven community. And the Southbrook team is excited to share this presentation of the progress made to restore this community landmark. As a recap for new council members, Southbrook Properties competed in a citywide application process that provided grant funds to commercial property owners for energy conservation retrofits. And we were awarded a grant in November 2014. Southbrook Town Center is located in the heart of Whitehaven community and was built in 1972. It was formerly called the Southbrook Mall and has approximately 255,000 square feet, of which 120,000 square feet comprise the core building. In addition to the qualified energy conservation bond funding, the project received $245,000 in general obligation bonds from the city to cover public infrastructure improvements. And subsequently, the project received an additional $250,000 from the city's general funds budget to complete additional renovations and upgrades. Results of a financial feasibility study completed at the time and prior to the project's approval indicated that when fully occupied, the town center would contribute over $2 million annually in local and state tax revenues. Just a couple years ago in 2022, Southbrook hosted an Elvis Film Festival in coordination with Elvis Presley Enterprises and fan clubs, which is an indication of how it's becoming a destination location. We've already discussed the current businesses and commitments that the town center has, and here they are listed again. In addition to government services, the town center provides a home for social services, neighborhood associations, and other nonprofits. Also in the government center, we plan to provide public meeting space equipped with closed-circuit TV and online meeting technology. Whitehaven is attracting new growth all over the place, and these are examples of businesses that are attracting consumers with buying power. And here is our request for funding. As the project draws to a close, we are requesting a final allocation of $475,000 from the general funds budget to complete the project. And as we've spoken already, we'll be installing 5 ADA compliant lifts, some public benefit construction, which is listed here, Memphis City Night Courtroom, Memphis City Court Clerk's Office, the County Environmental Courthouse, courtroom rather, and the Community Town Hall Auditorium, and some much needed security features. Now, these next set of slides, from slides 9 through 14, and I'll go through them quickly, provides the tremendous progress and pace of renovation efforts that include the following. This is the conversion of 2 performing arts centers, and the Performing Arts Center and theaters. The roof transformation started out like it was on the left and now, on the right, and it's been transformed. We repaired the leaky roof, inside ceiling, and there were water-soaked floors all over the place. We upgraded the indoor lighting, improved outdoor lighting on the building and the parking lot, and with the addition of Skycop. And we include as infrastructure improvements, sidewalk infrastructure that stretches from Shelby Drive, down Feronia, and across to Farrow, intersecting at Elvis Presley Boulevard. Again, this location provides a home for many local associations and organizations. And coming soon, that we were speaking of, is the Cotton Makers Jubilee Gallery and Museum, in addition to that. Okay. And so we thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions that you have, and we do look forward to your continued support. And that is the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we hold the questions, in lieu of time, can we hold the questions till everyone finishes? And Mr. Grant, you can go next.
Well, I just would like to ditto everything that Janice has mentioned. The course is incumbent upon this body to think favorably towards the Southbrook so that we can complete what we started. And that ADA is so important to us in order for us to go ahead and begin to market the auditoriums, the movie theaters, everything that we've already developed that the city helped us to put together, and we just need to finish the process.
Judge.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Judge Patrick Dandridge, Shelby County Environmental Court. I'm here in support of the Southbrook Mall renovations, in particular, the Shelby County Environmental Community Court that will be located in the Southbrook. And just an aside, I grew up in the Barton Heights area and visited a lot with Southbrook Mall and Southland Mall back in the day. And I love the work that has been completed to this point. The Southbrook Mall, it is a tremendous success. Let me just say, environmental court, community courts started in approximately 2000, 2001. The first one was in Frazier, so this is not anything new. The second community court was in Whitehaven Community Court. And that community court was on Airways Boulevard, and it stayed there for many, many years. And then we have one in Hickory Hill and one in Crosstown. And so the Whitehaven Community Court was taken away because the airport authority owned the property, and they couldn't just let us use the property without cost. And that was taken away in 2021. And as you know anything about blighted conditions and what we do in environmental court, we hear a tremendous amount of cases coming out of Whitehaven as well as Frazier. Fraser Community Court is still operating. Whitehaven Community Court does not exist. And so all of those cases really come downtown. The concept of community court was that we can meet those individuals in the community rather than having them come all the way downtown. And so for a great deal of time, a lot of the people from the Whitehaven community were going to Whitehaven Community Court when we had it, and now all of those individuals have to come downtown. So it is great. And now people talk about the contribution from the county, and I definitely, county should contribute, but we should all understand that community court, 100% of the cases are city cases. I just want you to know that 100%. 100% of the cases are city cases in environmental court, which is in the county. Shelby County, right, city and county, correct. And so when we hear in those cases, as you know, blight conditions, code enforcement bring those cases, they're brought by code enforcement, city code enforcement. And so, and that was the concept. And this is nothing new to this body because you talked about not having the capacity. And we have the capacity. I have 2 courts already, traffic court and environmental court on 10. I have 3 community courts. I need 4, maybe 5, because I have 2 referees. So that's a court going on at all times. And so what I do, and just for my support, what I do is when the city brings more cases, or the county bring more cases, I find room for those cases. It's never a capacity issue with environmental court. But if you really want to grow it, you really want to have more blighted cases heard, you'll support this effort. It hurt tremendously to lose Whitehaven Community Court, and I've been complaining since 2021. And just an aside, I tried to work with the last city mayor to sign an MOU to create some of the other community courts. Right now, the Fraser Community Court is housed on Old Allen Road, which is old police precinct. The Hickory Hill Community Court is the Hickory Hill Community Center. And then we got Crosstown, which is at the new building on Crosstown. So it's still in line with the same concept of working with the city to create these additional buildings. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And before I move to the queue, I want to thank you all for coming out. And for clarity, I want to add a few things. So the PGA out of the mayor's office, out of 311, Southbrook Mall has recently opened their doors for us to meet. I facilitate the Whitehaven meeting. We meet every second Tuesday. Our meeting place was at the Whitehaven Branch Library. It has undergone some damage. The main meeting room has been restored. There are still some issues, and so we ended up at the community center. And then that didn't meet our needs, and so now we're at Southbrook Mall, and I thank you for that. I really appreciate you all opening your doors to us. As it relates to, for clarity, as it relates to the environmental court piece and the night court is part of the vision that the mall has to continue with this municipal public benefit. Simultaneously, not too long ago, where in the environmental court on Airways, the property is owned by the airport. They sold the property because they weren't making any money off of it with the county, with the court being there. So Judge Dandridge needs another location. He prefers to keep that court in Whitehaven, and Southbrook has opened its doors to him for a location. So if we can just take the night court out of the discussion for the moment, Judge Dandridge would like to keep the environmental court in Whitehaven where it has been. And I just think that that point has not been made. Yes, they would like to have the night court, but that is not the priority as far as the county side and their contribution. Yes, Judge Dandridge is making that ask to secure those funds. So it was never about the city just bankrolling this by ourselves. With respect to the ADA compliance, I know some of you all have been there, some of you all have not, but with respect to the ADA compliance,
Mr. Grant has done a great job of outlining why that is needed, but I also want to add, and there's just so many wonderful things we could say about this place, but with respect to public benefit and the ADA compliance, we have the Graceland fans, the Elvis fans who come. This is the place where Elvis saw his last movie, The Spy Who Loved Me, and they have come and they have consecrated and certified and certified this place as the last place that Elvis saw a movie. And that may not mean a lot to people who are here, who are listening, but we know that Graceland is the second most visited home in America. And since COVID, it's probably the #1 most visited home in America. And on that corner of Shelby Drive, Look Alive, and Elvis Presley, this corridor, Shelby Drive, Look Alive, this corridor is one of the hottest and fastest growing intersections in the city, in the county, in the state. We have corporate brands up and running. We have corporate brands being built as we speak. We have the tourists who are venturing out more, and we need this space to be completed. We need the renovations. We need the renovations done. And as he said, we already have General Sessions Court there. The Shelby County Registrar's Office already has court there. Already is open there. And I just want us to do right by the citizens. And this is not about ego or past relationships or anything like that. I wish we could just stay focused on this project and what it would mean for the city, for the residents, for the tourists, and for this property. A lot of people have put a lot of blood and sweat, not to be cliche-ish, in this property, and they just need a little help with this ADA compliance. And also, as it relates to public safety, the area where the court would be, and if you all want to come and take the tour, the area where the court would be, all that has been figured out from a security standpoint to include a gate that would come down and increasing the lighting on the property as well. And so with that, I'll yield the floor and take any questions or comments. I see Swearinger Washington in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. What would be the tentative hours for night court?
No, not night court, just the environmental court during the day.
Environmental court. What would be the tentative hours?
Environmental court meets every Thursday now, so the time will be 1:30 to 4:30. We also used to, in the past, I forgot to mention that, we had it twice a week. So if the capacity increases, there are more code enforcement cases that are brought, we can also bring it on Tuesday afternoon at 1:30. So 1:30 to 4:30.
I don't know why I was hearing night court.
Because it was brought up into the discussion, but that's not the main thing that we're addressing here today.
Okay.
In addition to that, I echo what you just said, but back in the night court portion off of the request, as it stands with environmental court, that particular theater has already been renovated. And Judge Dandridge will probably have to look at the infrastructure. We've got the floors, we've got the walls, we've got the ceilings, we've got the lights. So in terms of his budget, he'll have to make the county aware as to how much money they'll have to spend to get it to his specifications. So we wouldn't be asking for any money from the city of Memphis to deal with city court because that's no longer on the table at this time.
Correct. Thank you. Chief Adams.
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. I appreciate the robust conversation here surrounding this issue. One thing I think we definitely should consider, and Judge Dandridge made it known in all, if not the majority of the cases that go to environmental court derive from city code, correct? City code enforcement. Keep in mind, we don't receive the revenues. I'm pretty sure the revenues are used to operate his court, which is necessary. But again, we're delivering a budget today. And the mayor would like that opportunity to kind of consider these things in his budget. I do understand the importance, and I understand the need. One of the things that we liked as well is to have that conversation with Judge Chandler and the rest of the municipal judges so that we understand what bringing justice to the people really looks like and how we can do so. So I do ask and request that hold so that we can talk and get things in order. If you so choose, which you are the funding body, if you so choose to move forward, then that's your choice. But I want us to have an intelligent conversation about what the city is going to house in this area, and then what commitment you all are going to grant and why. So that's all I have to say on that.
And if I may, I just want a point of clarity. So 100% of the cases in community courts are city code enforcement cases. In environmental court, I have 14 separate dockets to include Shelby County Health Department, Shelby County Code Enforcement Zoning. So it's all mixed there. I got animals here. I got from the city. Animals come there, my animal court. And I also have Code Enforcement new department, litter department also comes. So majority of it clearly is city cases.
Okay, we have Councilman Ford in the queue, and then. Okay, we'll go back to Swearingen, Washington, and then Councilman Ford.
Just one quick question. Judge Dandridge, do you know how many cases you have on backlog offhand?
No, because I don't use the word backlog. I don't know where that term came from.
Waiting to go to
We will accommodate every single complaint brought by the city. So we don't have backlogs. Now, we do have cases that generally last, people might consider longer than they should, and that's the discretion of the judge. But we don't have backlog. And in fact, community courts only keep cases for 3 months max because they're expected to be in compliance relatively quickly. Then they send those cases back downtown if they're going to take longer.
I'm glad you clarified that because it had been my understanding that there were about 1,500 cases waiting to be on the docket.
If that's the case, then that's on the city side. They didn't talk to me about that. I will make accommodation for all cases, because I have enough courtrooms to do so. And if you provide this additional court, and I can guarantee you, majority of the blighted cases, there are a lot coming from Frazier and Whitehaven. So you provide this additional court, that would certainly help.
But also as a point of clarity, in that particular location where we're proposing for the environmental court to be located is already completed in terms of our infrastructure. The county will provide dollars to complete that building. So we're not asking the city of Memphis to do anything in terms of helping
supporting
out in that particular area. And we're not asking the city at this point to move forward for the night court portion until further discussions are held. So I don't want the request to get caught up on the fact of night court because we're not trying to deal with that.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Ford, and then we'll hear from Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Let me make this perfectly clear. Friendship and business are two different things. I have a lot of friends, but when it comes down to the business, especially the business of the city of Memphis, is more important to me than anybody or anything, especially when there's funds. And I'm still trying to make it perfectly clear to everybody. There's a budget coming up today. There's money that should be and it's not. I want it first. Okay? I'm not against any of these things. If I was against it, it probably wouldn't even be open today. Okay? I'm not against anything. I just want people to do the job if we do. We just need time to see where we can find this money. okay? One person that you didn't bring up, and I need her to come up. Judge, will you come up and say a few words? This
Wait
is
a minute.
Wait a minute, I can do that.
Can we do this in a certain order?
Yeah.
I have a certain order that I'm doing this.
Councilwoman, it's the council member's prerogative.
Okay.
Bring up someone, yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am, that's protocol. All right.
I wasn't denying her an opportunity to speak. I had a particular place at which I wanted her to make comment.
Well, we can come back. I want her to be recognized, and then you can bring her back again if you want to, please, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Good morning, council members. I am Jane Chandler. I'm the administrative judge for the municipal courts. I first want to take this opportunity to tell Mr. Grant and his brother that I appreciate, and Councilwoman Walker, all that you're trying to do for the Whitehaven area. I appreciate it. I too remember as a child when it was thriving, and my mother took us to the Piccadilly restaurant. I remember that, so I appreciate all of that. And I applaud you and wish you success. However, the municipal court judges, and me in particular, only learned about a night court on this past Friday. We had no conversations. The judges have not even been invited to tour, but that's off the table for now. And I appreciate you all taking it off the table for us to have further discussions. As Judge Dandridge pointed out in his environmental court, he has himself and 2 referees to assist. The municipal court judges don't have what they need for day court, let alone a night court. And I would appreciate an opportunity for the council to meet with the judges so we can discuss that. I would have appreciated, as Mr. Grant gave others tours, if he would have invited the judges, the municipal court judges, over to tour the facility also. So I wish each and every one of you well, and Councilwoman, I wish you well. As Councilman Ford has pointed out, there's a budget. There's a request for a tax increase. To fund a night court, we need extra police officers that we don't have. We need referees or judicial commissioners who are catching heck on the county side with the bail things going on. The ask is a lot when we're asking for a tax increase. I don't, like you all, don't want my taxes to go up. But at least we need to have some more discussions and research this and look at it. And Judge Dandridge, we talked about it earlier, and he agrees. There should have been some conversations going on prior to today. And Friday, I know we had a conversation, but I certainly wasn't prepared for this today. And thank you all again for this opportunity. And I wish each and every one of you much success and much thought when you all vote to increase our taxes. And the last thing I'm going to say, I don't want people to leave here thinking that I'm not willing to help the people, because when 201 lost power, I asked the clerks and the court officers to go outside and set up a table so we can service the people who came down to 201. That's who I am. I'm a judge for the people. I've been elected 5 times. Ego does not come into play with me. I was a regular mail handler at the bulk mail center while I loaded and unloaded 18-wheel trucks. I don't mind working and getting my hands dirty and doing the hard work for the people. And I'll continue to do that, irrespective of how I feel about a person. Because as Councilman Ford said, when it comes to the people, the funds of the citizens of this community, I don't believe in fleecing those funds. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you.
Council, I'd like to hold this for 30 days, give everybody.
Can I do that on my own item, please? Can I do that on my own
I
item?
can make the motion of that.
Yeah, you can make the motion, but I want to make the motion. It's my item.
Well, you can make
You
it.
already hijacked it and
Baby,
put
I
it on your committee. I know you have the right to do so, and if I'm out of order, I'm just out of order.
Council members, come on. We're not gonna yell at each other today.
I really don't care.
Okay, well, if you don't care, I'm asking kindly if I can do it, because it's my committee.
Well, I was still speaking, but you can.
Sure, go ahead. You may continue. You may finish.
I'll turn it over to the chair.
Councilwoman, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Judge Chandler. And right before I wrap it up, I just wanted to be known that I did reach out to Judge Chandler to come and make comments about the space, how the space could be positively used for night court. That was it. So I really was surprised to see you here today, but thank you for coming. Yeah, because you gave me a litany of reasons why you were not in support of this, but this was not, wait a minute, this was not about the night court. As I said, the night court was part of a future vision for this space as far as what is needed for the judges to take a tour and to talk to the judges and get all that information and data. That was going to take place. Today was about affirming the potential of the space. And I'd like to make a motion to postpone this to the May 7th meeting.
Second. No objection.
Okay, so I can just hold it since it's mine.
No objection.
Are there any other questions and comments? Sure,
Information.
Chair.
So I'm trying to, motion to hold until when?
May 7th.
May 7th. That's the next meeting. Okay. So are you asking,
No, May 21st. Thank you.
All right. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
No problem.
All
I
right,
love
there's
it.
no objections.
No objection. No.
All right, thank you all. Thank you for coming. This meeting is adjourned.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today is April 23rd. It is now 11:35 a.m., and I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Cole, will you please call the roll?
Chairman Smiley. I'm here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Carlisle. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Espinosa. Here. And Chair White.
Present. Thank you all for being here today. And before we get started, we all know that we lost an officer recently, Officer Joseph McKinney, who was laid to rest on yesterday. I would like for us to take a moment of silence in honor of his service to our community, as well as another officer that we lost recently from the Memphis Police Department. Let us do that now. Thank you. On the agenda today, we have item number 1, which is an update from our Memphis Police Department, and which is all council districts requested by the Public Safety Committee. Chief Davis, you may be recognized.
Good morning, everyone. CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. We're going to start with the agenda items that were forwarded over to us. The first one was to provide an update of the Group Violence Intervention Program. So we have Jimmy Johnson here, who's the director of that program, and we will sort of collaboratively talk about what is going on with GVIP.
Jimmy Johnson, the director of the City of Memphis Group Violence Intervention Program, 170 North Main. So the presentation that we have set before you, Council, is our year-to-date numbers, which will encompass January to March. April has not been entered yet. So year-to-date, we have identified with collaboration through Memphis Police Department's investigative units, 134 individuals who are deemed to be at the highest risk of either being victims or perpetrators of gun violence. Out of those 134 individuals identified, we have performed 25 custom notifications. Those are the meetings where we go out and make them aware that we know their involvement in violent crimes and give them the alternative to get off the path of violence. As of right now, these meetings and engagements have been voluntary. With help from Chief Davis and the task force at each precinct, we're transitioning to making these meetings mandatory. So we're not giving these individuals the option anymore to meet. We're going to deliver their message and let them know that the violence is unacceptable, and we're going to give them that hand of redemption if they so choose to do so. But out of those 25 individuals that we did a meeting with, 8 of those individuals accepted the outreach and supportive services that we felt that they needed after doing an assessment with those individuals. If you look at the cases submitted by the precincts thus far, we have had 92 cases that were submitted to us from MPD. That's either through our weekly shooting review meeting or our 3 liaison officers doing their own research daily to identify individuals and cases that they feel like will have that high retaliatory factor. This is our recidivism numbers. So out of those 134 individuals, again, 25 accepted that message to date. None of those 25 have been rearrested since our contact with them. So that leaves us 13 out of that 109 that did not meet were rearrested. 12 of those individuals refused the custom, and then 2 were not present for the custom once we made the scene. 1 was counseled by the individual, and then 1 was deemed, the person had a warrant. So we do not want to meet with an individual and promise them that we're there to help, and then right after they're being arrested. So we'll cancel those custom notifications as well. So something new that we rolled out in September of last year, we collaborated with the criminal courts. We began to offer intervention to those individuals that were being released pre-trial or on probation. We know that something that we realized was that a lot of people were frustrated about individuals being arrested and being released with low bonds or without bonds. So we tried to do something in our power to try to reduce the likelihood of those individuals being released committing more violent crimes. So we partnered with the DA's office, excuse me, we partnered with the DA's office to offer intervention to those individuals that are being released out on pretrial or on bond. From September to December of last year, we had a total of only 9 individuals that were referred. From year to date now, we have had 19 individuals referred. Out of those 19, we have conducted 13 meetings with those individuals. The other 6 are currently pending to be scheduled. Yes, yes. All 13 of the ones that we engaged with were referred to services, outreach and support services. This is our street violence intervention, which we have vendors. Of course, 901 Block Squad is our vendor for street violence intervention. Their numbers are given to us on a monthly basis. So this year, they have touched 698 individuals, 1,733 times. And those breakdowns are in the bar graph next to those numbers, shows where their touches are in the community. Quadrant 1 is Westwood and South Memphis. Quadrant 2, North Memphis and Fraser. Quadrant 3, Orange Mound and Binghampton. Quadrant 4, Mount Moriah and East Memphis. And Quadrant 5 is the Raleigh Nutbush area. Also, we have school intervention at MLK, the old Fraser High School. We utilize 901 Block there as well. The services that they provide there is safe passage to and from school. That's in the morning time and after school, making sure that there's no fights or any types of violence that occurs within those time frames. They are also there during the lunch periods and extracurricular activities that the school has as needed. They've touched this year 37 youth 45 times, and usually it's like mentorship and sometimes high-level intervention to make sure that there's no violence, again, going on at the school. Another piece of our program and our strategy is the hospital violence intervention. We have engagement at LaBarna Children's Hospital as well as Regional 1. And now Methodist North has recently came aboard. Our goal is to get all 6 participating hospitals in the city of Memphis city limits engaged. What our hospital interventionists do, they go to the hospital when a shooting victim comes in. They're alerted by hospital personnel if their victim injuries resulted for something that could have retaliatory factors to it. Our hospital interventionists are dispatched or deployed there to the hospital. The first thing they're wanting to do is make sure that there's no immediate retaliatory acts that's going to stem from this shooting. Secondly, then we want to devise a plan of intervention to get that individual off that path of violence to make sure that they're not going to be a repeat victim or the next perpetrator of gun violence. As of year to date, we've had 11 individuals, and 10 of those 11 have accepted services from our interventionists. Year to date, we have referred through our program, and 20 individuals have accepted services. If you look at the bottom right, those are the type of services that the individuals have been referred to, getting their driver's license, substance abuse, expungement, job placement, mental health services, mentorship, and parenting classes. We have developed an index of service providers that have been vetted, that we use. They are vetted for effectiveness and capacity as well. So these individuals that are receiving these services, we want them to be able to say that the services that they are getting was a contributing factor to changing their trajectory of behavior. Are there any questions?
Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, council, also for your support of this program as it's been moving forward. I want to actually thank Regional 1 for getting hospital interventionists in place as being our major trauma center. You know, I know you recall me calling them out when they didn't have it. And now I want to say, you know, good job, well done. They've got it there, and they actually have more than just the interventionists. They brought someone from St. Louis who's an expert and has worked in St. Louis to do this. And as we move forward and get this into more of our community hospitals, the goal is what we do is we see people with these automatic weapons stop doing things like we saw at Orange Mound. So I was wondering, have you had a chance to see some of the photos, Jimmy, of before Orange Mound occurred, where people were sort of sitting on cars with their AK-47s, you know? Did you see that?
Yes, so I saw the photos after the incident.
Are those people
occurred.
that we know in our system already?
So we are working to identify the major players that we saw in the videos. Yesterday we had a debriefing of it with 901 Block. So we've identified some of the groups that were out there. As far as their involvement of who did the shooting, we don't know.
Well, I just know this is like one of the places where if we do this right, we may be able to stop further retaliation and stop this from getting worse. So I'm hoping that 901 Block can continue to function well. And Chief, if you had a comment.
Yeah, I do have a comment. We're also looking not just at some of those photos, we've also been given other videos, numerous support from the community members as we raise the award money through Crime Stoppers, and we started really receiving a lot of intel. I won't get into details, but just based on the some of the videos and the images and some of the activity that we've seen, we're not just looking at those individuals for prosecute. We're looking at federal prosecution. Some of the images that we saw go beyond what we would like to take to the state. And so we'll be looking at federal prosecution on some of these cases where we can.
I know that our community is tired of this and we want it to stop. So anything we can do to take people off the streets that are doing this and to let the people who are thinking they need to retaliate know that they better not be doing it. We just need to let the law enforcement officers take care of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Warren. That's what I wanted to say. It's one thing to look at the bar graphs and the pie graphs, but the city of Memphis, they really want to know that we have a crime plan. Do we have a crime plan? That's one of my questions. 2, are we continuously partnering with the Sheriff's Department and if need be, the National Guard? 3, I know that we have a ComStat meeting. And with ComStat, you're talking about who's involved, who's doing what, how often we're monitoring and all of that. We're very familiar with that. We use it with education. But as well with ComStat, are we looking at upcoming events? It was concerning with 420 kind of being a national holiday for people who celebrate 420, and we know what that is. Are we aggressive with monitoring that, upcoming events? And I would like to know, is someone monitoring Facebook? Do we have individuals that are monitoring that? Because They knew what was going on. The plan was out there. They were talking about it all at Speedy Grocery and all within the community. And it concerns me if, as a police department, if we don't have a pulse of what's going on. So if you could address those questions, I sure would appreciate it. The constituents would appreciate it.
On the last one, can we do that in attorney-client?
Yes.
We can explain when we get in there. It's germane to a potential legal proceeding.
Okay.
So I do have a slide. As we go into discussion, I added a slide in reference to our efforts in youth gun crimes. And some of what you have mentioned, council member, we have some responses to that. And also, I use some very generic, to council members' point, I use some very generic language, basically, but we are utilizing all intel information that we can gather, not just from the Memphis Police Department, but from our federal partners too. The FBI, we've called in the ATF and other individuals to help support in this effort. The type of activity, the type of weaponry that we're seeing in our community parks is unacceptable. And I spoke to one of the council members earlier about how do we work together to prohibit guns in our parks. Parks are full of children, our recreation centers are full of children, and not just with Orange Mound Park, but we had incidents at Douglas Community Park, Hollywood Community Center, and been talking with our Parks and Recreation person about staffing as well. But some of that is in this presentation as well. So we'll roll into that, or either I can go ahead and answer those questions now and jump ahead.
Your discretion.
We'll allow you to present, and then before we go into that, Councilman Carlisle, did that answer yours, or did you still have something?
Well, I just want to make sure we didn't jump out of a lane publicly on something. I have one just direct for Jimmy on just group bonds. So I think for me, and I know that Mayor Young's talked about this, I think what's so difficult for the public and really for us and for you who's in it every day is trying to understand ultimately who is responsible for executing what we are calling group violence intervention. When it was first proposed really by Jeff, by Councilman Warren, and then the Strickland administration took it over, you were set up as the organization that was going to coordinate. Youth Villages then had Youth Allies, which has now been heavily funded. And we have all of these agencies that are kind of meeting. You've got the Crime Commission, you've got CompStat, you've got all these organizations. But if you ask me today, who is in charge of the area's group violence intervention plan, coordinating, and execution, I actually couldn't tell you. That's not on you. I think that's something that we have got to get very clearly set out, aligned, and communicated to the public. And mainly so we can track these stats and that there's accountability on certain partners. And I know that that's hard. We're not saying we want to put every person that isn't the best team player on blast, but the reality is it's so hard to follow some of these conversations because I don't know what I'm really looking at when I see 134 individuals contacted. Is that contacted just by, this is more rhetorical, but is it contacted by us? Who is Youth Villages talking to? Who is the Sheriff's Department talking to? Who is the Juvenile Court talking to? Who is funding that? I know it's a lot of moving pieces, but we have yet to very simply and plainly communicate the umbrella organization roles and responsibilities in a very simple to understand way. Because that being said, when you look at these numbers, it doesn't get you very excited. And again, this is not to impugn the work you're doing. I'm very supportive of it. I'm mainly figuring out how do we continue to accelerate and grow what we're doing, because the stat that's always been told to me is that we've got 500 individuals, and I would say, I would argue probably it's slightly more at this point because we're starting to just pull more and more kids into this swirl, but 500 individuals that are responsible for the majority of our violent crime, right? Whether they are gang leaders, individuals, small groups, whatever. But if we only have 134 contacted on this list, we're short on just the contacts. And so we don't have to get into that day because we don't have the time. But as we go through under Mayor Young's proposal to try and set this track, I think that that's something that's got to be very, very important. to understand who the high-level players are, the county government, the city government, the sheriff's office, who is responsible with coordinating with the NGOs, right? And the NGOs, when they enter into these agreements, have got to play by the rules too. They can't start with us and then decide they're going to go do their own thing and go raise their own money, and because that's problematic, right? Because we see that issue. Well, we see that issue all the time, right? We're doing either duplicative services or everybody wants to play in their own sandbox. And so that coordinating effort has to happen. And then lastly, one of the big issues about the counseling and the contact goes into what we're starting to see more and more in the news that I'm not aware of because I don't work. I'm not in the public defender's office and I'm not a prosecutor. I don't work in law enforcement, but what I'm hearing more and more about bail hearings and bail conditions is things like mandatory, like we've referred somebody to GVIP. I'm very excited when I hear that. I'm glad that they're becoming mandatory under the court's order. But it's also things like monitoring, curfew, and check-in. And I do want to get this answered, and you can find a time. You don't have to do it right this second so we can kind of keep moving. But we started getting into it when the last council was seated, and I don't know that we ever really fully flushed it out. But so often we hear judicial commissioners and judges say, we don't believe this person's a threat, or we do, but we're going to put these conditions in. A significant condition is court-ordered ankle monitoring. And I couldn't tell you today who is responsible for that monitoring and how real time it really is. Whether they are a gang member or that has to stay away from known associates, or it's a domestic violence issue and they have a restraining order. But I'm anecdotally, and I'll bet the data starts to get there, I've seen far too many cases recently where in the commentary of the excerpt of the news or the abstract of the news article, that individual already had an ankle monitor on. And it's like, how did we miss that? And I don't think it's the MPD. I could be wrong, but those are some of the things within this intervention that have to work holistically, right? Like if the idea is to divert somebody out of the system, keep them out of jail and pretrial services, but under those conditions and those conditions aren't really working, then it's a farce to the public. Like we are lying and misleading the public by saying we set bond at $10,000, but don't worry. They have to go to school, they have to go to GVIP, they have to go to counseling, and they've got an ankle monitor. But we're not following up on whether they made their counseling services or where that ankle monitor is allowing them to go. So those are some of the larger questions I've got within the intervention window. And it's a big, robust conversation, and we can break it down in future committee meetings. But those are the big blocks that I think I hear from my constituents when I get why this and why that.
Yeah. So I'll just touch really quickly on a couple of things. You said, council member, you're right about ankle monitors. Ankle monitors are placed on individuals who are supposed to be in restricted type of custody environments. We arrest people on a regular basis with ankle monitors on after the times that they're supposed to. I'm just putting it out there. After the times that they're supposed to be restrained to the home.
I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let's just be very clear. We'll give a very recent example. The individual involved in the shooting last weekend of a Memphis police officer was past curfew.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
For several hours at that point.
So it's more times than not, and we consistently are communicating with the individuals who actually monitor these systems. I think their office is a 9-to-5 office. They check to see whether or not there were infractions the next day when they come in, and then they follow up with those individuals, which doesn't really help us very much at all. The mandatory reporting through GVIP, we had conversations last week in our GVIP meeting to really talk about not mandatory through the court, just mandatory through MPD. And we can't make people, but we're telling them, either you're going to come to this meeting or we're going to prosecute, or we're going to go after you for various charges or activity that we know you're involved in. So we're trying to sort of help shift that whole narrative about raising your hand and volunteering to come in, because those aren't the people that we want. We want the trigger pullers and individuals who are actually committing crimes in the city. So we're working closer, and we've sort of helped change the model with GVIP so that we have a dedicated team that's working with Jimmy and his team and a supervisor to ensure that those shooting reviews are coordinated, not just with the officers working with him, but also our violent crime unit, so that we can make determinations who goes to get referrals and who gets prosecuted.
I think that's great, and then we'll move the conversation along. But these are some of the things that I'd like to keep the conversation going past one or two meetings, because again, and I know many of you here, when you were out in grocery stores and restaurants, you know, why did this happen? What happened? And I've yet to have a good answer for somebody. You know, it was kind of like last year. We had the school board, and I asked or members of the Shelby County school system. I said, who was responsible for a child when I drop them off at 8:15 in the morning before, or 7:30 in the morning before I come and pick them up? And the response was, if they leave the Memphis Police Department, which wasn't tenable for me. And so it goes back to, if these individuals receive pretrial services in lieu of being remanded, who is responsible for ensuring they're doing that? And I mean, a 9 to 5 office is not appropriate. I mean, it's like, I'll put the city in the headlights. We've talked to Director Connect several times about code enforcement, and it's a will. You know, what is the legislative will to fund these things? But most people that are code violators of putting signs up where they're not supposed to be, they know when our code enforcement officers are and are not on duty. And so individuals, especially career criminals, know the system. And so we've got to enforce the rules in which we are laying out, or else they are going to break them. So I appreciate the commentary. I know it's the start of a longer conversation, especially going into budget season and working with our partners at the county. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted a clarification on slide 4, the street violence intervention, just on any insight about the differences in the quadrant touches. Wherever we can touch and do intervention is great. We know crime travels and goes all over the city. But definitely just looking at it, it's a little low in my district and North Memphis and Fraser, and also Orange Mound. So just asking if there are any off the top reasons you can just give us for the differences as we're looking through the data.
So again, this data comes from 901 block. Is given to us. We don't.
So street intervention is all through 901 block?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have to ask them
yes,
about
ma'am.
why there are less touches in
yes,
these
ma'am.
areas. Okay. Are you able to ask them for an answer and
So,
via email and just get it back to us? Or
yes, I will.
Do they answer to us, or how does that relationship work?
So I can request the reason through email, and once he replies back to me, I give you that answer. I don't want to misspeak on why his numbers are low in that area. So I don't know where they're operating, U Villages. We are launching a community shooting review for service providers in the city for 2 reasons. So we can effectively put each entity in their best lane to operate and serve the citizens that we identify, and also hold those entities accountable, like Councilman was referring to. So those will be held weekly as well.
Councilmember, also, just so you know that your area and some of the zip codes that we're focusing on for the Violent Crime Intervention Fund programs and touch points will be in that community, in that zip code. The Fraser Raleigh area, some of that is our hot crime area too. So we'll be focusing in intervention in different ways than GVIP will.
Also, just to note, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, we were just discussing that we'll get with Mr. Jimmy Johnson and possibly get some more information and a presentation from 901 Block Squad as well. Council, Chairman Smiley.
I just would like to note that we're extremely far behind. So a couple quick questions. I think you said something along the lines of after you send the notifications to the individuals, at some point you provide them with community supportive services. Could you kind of detail what those services are? Like what type of support are we providing folks with?
So we connect them to agencies that provide job placement, job training, substance abuse, mentorship, mental health counseling, expungement services, getting their driver's license back as well.
Okay, then my next question, because ultimately what I'm getting to, I'm just trying to see, are we getting a bang for our buck? I'm not sure if this is the most effective thing at this point. Because I'm just trying to figure. I think we funded at least $4 million to this particular program, and what I'm wanting to hear is how can the citizens of Memphis be certain that this is the best use of our funds? Because we're in the budget process. There's ways that we can allocate this funding and be sure that we have boots on the ground in all of our communities. I just don't know. I just don't know if this is the best use of our funds at this point. And what I would like to hear is why should we continue down this road? Because we've been on this journey for a minute. And the folks in the city of Memphis, you heard Councilwoman Swearingen Washington saying, look, she's hearing from the people in National Guard. You heard her say, hey, we need more state troopers. Hey, what can we do to get the sheriffs involved? And if we're going to continue down the path of funding this program, results. So what can we do to get you from where we are now to results to make this make sense? Because $4 million is a lot of money, especially when we have other needs. And I don't know if you should be answering that question. It should be Chief Adams, Chief Davis. I don't know who answers this question, but
Mr. Chair,
it's a lot of money.
I've got a response for it if you want to know.
I would love to hear from you because I know this was your idea, but our job in this process to be thought partners, to come up with programs, but we're not the ones actually executing it. So I want to hear from the folks who are executing it because there's some other places we can put this funding. And there's some budgets that have been cut that could use this funding. So I want to know why shouldn't we cut your budget? I'm just going to be direct.
I'll just add a comment to that, council member or chairman, excuse me. I think some of the shift and focus and what we're planning to do to help with this, identifying those people who are actually committing the crimes as opposed to having a softer approach and identifying people who are already in the correction system. The people who are committing the crimes aren't necessarily the folks that are being touched by jail. And I think Jimmy will agree, sometimes they are not. And that's what we're trying, if we're gonna spend our resources to support shooting reviews and GVEP, we want to go after those individuals who are committing the crimes. So some of that mandatory calling people in and getting the right people is the approach that we're trying to help him with. I don't know if it's too late for us to try to shift and change the model that, or can we still move forward and try to see if it'll work?
I haven't said this often. I think I agree with you. I think I agree with the fact. I'm not sure if it may be too late. I think that's where I'm going to, because I think people in the community will argue that if it's not working, we probably need to direct our resources elsewhere. Yeah. I also know that I know MPD, your entity, need more funding as well. It may be a situation where we probably should be talking about directing our resources to the folks in the community. And I think you said something along the lines of what he does is go for the people who may not be impacted by or frequenting the jail systems. Maybe our resources need to be directed toward the people we know who are committing violent crimes. I'm just trying to figure out if the approach that we're taking is the right approach for our community right now. Because if you just look at the numbers, last year in terms of homicides, we're almost in the exact same spot. We cannot get back to 398 murders or homicides in the city of Memphis. We need to do something different, drastically different. And trying to intervene, that's cool in theory. But what we need to be doing is locking people up and keeping them there.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Thank you, Chairwoman. First of all, I want to thank the MD Police and all the efforts that you do when you're out in these streets with these kids that's on demon time. First of all, when you get notes like this from children, and the parents, and no, you may not like me, the constituents or whoever, until these parents are held accountable and have some type of accountability for these children. These programs are here, but what we're doing is we see a broken system that's been in Memphis long before this here starts happening. Guns are everywhere, and the parents are protecting their children with these guns because they still running on demon time. And you want to send our officers and all these other good people out here to try to do these jobs, and the ammunitions and the weapons they got is more high powerful than what the police officers have. We know our children and we know what they're doing. Hold these parents accountable. It is not the police department to babysit our children. There is a flyer going out right now that something's supposed to be going on. And you mean to tell me that nobody on this flyer can identify, put it on TV and identify who their children are on these flyers? And most of the children that are committing these crimes look like me. Hold the parents accountable. The police department is not their babysitting. They apprehend, they come to the scene after the fact, after they get the call. Here we go again, down this same meeting that I had the last time, pointing the fingers. They can't do their job because y'all want them to babysit. If these programs are out here and we are funding them, it's up to us to figure out where the money is being spent and what programs are working. 901 Block, I appreciate the work that they're doing. I've worked very closely with them in the streets before I became a council person. And they out here got these, they're working hard. And these children do not mind dying because they're on, I'm gonna say it again, demon time. And all you Christian folks that go to church know what a freaking demon is. It's diabolical. The music, the parents are upholding it. This little baby here wrote a letter. You know what she said? This is what this child said. I am not good today. I didn't have a good day. I want to go outside. I feel like everything is happening. And I can't have fun. No one seems to want to help us. I just want to grow up. You understand me? And the only thing we want to do is point the finger because we got personal issues with somebody. I'm sick of it. This is tiresome. Police officer is dead. Another officer is dead. 4-year-old children are dying. Hold the parents accountable. You got 109. Did he say 109? Let me see your thing, because I think you wrote it down. Yours closer. 109 out of 134. Light them up. Lock them up. They don't want the help. They refuse the help. We are trying. And what you don't want is the DOJ to come in here and take over and decree a list. That's what happened in Baltimore. You're talking about every other city is decreasing. Understand why they're decreasing. Because the DOJ took over their police department and decreed some things to take place. Okay, well, maybe not. Maybe that's not what happened, Smiley. But I'm just saying, I'm tired. And I'm not here to argue with you. This is not the time. We got to get our city in a good place. And this, and the parents, and all this stuff that's going on, it's a broken system, and it's been a broken system. And all you that's partners and clicking up together and riding along together, you ain't done a damn thing to get it right. And I'll put a quarter in the jar later, Lord. Now, thank you. But the ones that don't want to help, lock them up. It is not for them to babysit them. All these ankle bracelets and these children out past curfew and everybody defend them, lock the parents up too. You want to defend them? Lock them up. It's tiresome. And we cannot continue the way we're going. So I want to thank each and every one of you for doing your job. Thank you, Jimmy, for even trying to report. Thank you, 901. But you're dealing with some demons and they ain't playing. Now, how you going to fight that? I yield the floor. Councilwoman White, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
It's a lot to follow. I want to make sure maybe the administration can help me on this. I want to clarify something that Chairman Smiley said. We've put $4 million into this program, into GVIP.
So the annual budget is roughly under $4 million. A lot of it was ARPA funding, and that's what actually allowed 901 Block Squad to go out and operate. I think we talked about this last council meeting. One of the things that we want to pull back in this administration is understand the efficacy, but we do support 901 Block Squad and their efforts.
Yeah, I just
ma'am.
want to get the number correct. And look, out of all these pages, it looks like 901 Block Squad's the one that's hitting the most people. I mean, their slide shows 698 individuals and over 1,700 touches. They seem to be doing the work, maybe not in all the places where it's needed most, and there may be a reason for that. But I am deeply concerned that we spend $4 million annually, and we're showing 25 custom notifications performed. I'm not going to divide that out for you because I went to law school, but even in my lawyer brain, I know that's not good math. I am a big proponent of community interventions in addition to police and what they can provide. I said it this past weekend after we saw what happened in Orange Mound. It is going to take literally all of us to be agents of change and for good. It is not just going to be police. It is not just going to be parents. It is not just going to be community centers and group violence interveners. Every single Memphian needs to find a way to step up. You know, you can go to Red Zone Ministries right now on their website, and they'll tell you a place where you can give an hour a month. And it doesn't matter whether it's organizing their coat closet or mentoring math. You can find an hour a month. And I want us all to understand that it's going to take that level of effort. You know, the mayor keeps talking about pandemic level of effort. Remember, we all stayed inside, and we all washed our hands, and we all wore masks. Same thing, all of us. But I also sit here in this seat of power, and the thing that we're going to be considering from this day forward, because I didn't vote for $4 million, but I can't justify 25 touches for $4 million. It's not enough facing that what Chief Davis and her staff are facing. Right. It's too great.
Now, I want to clarify, the $4 million is for the entire organization. This includes some general fund dollars and then, of course, ARPA. The portion, and Jimmy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the portion that is dedicated to 901 Block is $1.5 million. And so with that, we have a commitment to still partner with 901 Block. But as Chief Davis said, there's going to be a realignment with those activities and a closer relationship with Memphis Police Department to yield different results. We're not going to do the same thing over and over again, attempting to get a different result. We are going to change
what we're doing.
It is clear
when they get these folks that they're not recidivizing, right? When you get them and you're able to engage with them, it works. The thing is, we're not getting them, not in the number and the scale that we need to. And we have to balance, this works, but how much does it cost per person to work? So we've got to do some real evaluating of what we're going to be spending our tax dollars on, especially when there's, the mayor has said he's going to be asking for more of them. There is no bigger issue in the city of Memphis right now than crime. This city is hurting. I was at the funeral yesterday. The police department is hurting. There are people living in fear across our community. This is what we have. This is our number one job, council. Our number one job this budget season is to do what we can to fund this correctly. So that's why I'm trying to drill down on this right here today, because I want to make sure if we're going to be funding again into this, that we're funding it in a way that sees much better results. I get these are 25 lives that are probably changed and different, and that'll have a ripple effect. It's just not enough.
Quick question. The 25, that's from January to date, right?
January to the end of March. So April
Okay, so
number's
that's
not in
90
there.
days.
Right.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that.
And when this program was started, I think the knowledge of the strategy was very limited. So we've worked in the last 2 years since I've been on to get up to speed on the best practices for this strategy and how to customize it towards what Memphis is dealing with.
I agree with you because I sat in as the county representative in some of those very early GVIP meetings, and we would go around and we would touch on each police precinct and we would say how many homicides had happened. And, I said, so why are we doing this? Why are we not talking about the people who got shot but didn't die? If we're talking about gang retaliation, they also care if somebody's leg got shot, but they didn't die, right? So we started adding in people who had just gotten an aggravated assault. And I said, okay, but why are we only concentrating on these few precincts? Why aren't we doing all 9? And so I get it. I was there at the beginning, but we have been in this for years. And we're just still not seeing the return on the investment, in my opinion. Not at the level we need.
So my response would be, if I can, we have made strides and compared to other cities like your Detroits, your Philadelphias, we are on the path to make the change that needs to be made through this strategy. You said your constituents are not seeing the effects of the program. Give you a prime example. Chickasaw Gardens, the old Red Oaks, were having multiple shootings last month. We took a team comprised of our team, police officers, service providers to their community, and we just got a report back from the Binghamton Development Center that it has quieted down. We're going to Ridgecrest Apartments when I leave this meeting to do the same thing. So it's working. To your point, Councilwoman Green, I agree. We have to touch more people because the 25 that we touch, they haven't been rearrested. Those individuals we touching with these criminal courts, they're not being rearrested. They're not reoffending. So we have to cast a wider net. And the things that we're putting in place now is to do so. This community shooting review is inviting the community in. So again, how do we know about these block parties now? Because now we have community members coming in and say, hey, I got word that we're having a block party this weekend, and we can prepare for it. We can identify the groups, the nature of what's going on in the area to be prepared.
How long, so if I may, just to piggyback off what you said, how long, you said you're on the path, I guess, to achieving, I guess, optimal level, whatever that may be for you all. How long does it normally take to get to the point where you are serving at a capacity that you deem sufficient?
So other cities like Detroit, they were, before they even saw a decrease in their numbers, their program was up and running for over 5 years. Philadelphia the same way. So when I came on 2 years ago, we were still in the infinite stages. The custom notifications weren't being done. We didn't start custom notifications or really engaging these individuals until September of 2022.
Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you. Right now, I think one of the things that Councilwoman Easter Thomas asked about was what was going on with 3 and 2, and those are districts that Youth Village is involved in, and I don't think we're as involved in those. That may be numbers that we don't have. The other thing is our Block Squad people are on furlough. Okay, we don't have money to pay them. We haven't been able to pay them now, so we don't have as many people out. We got to about 100 people, and now we're got people on furlough until we can get money in the budget to put them back on the streets. And as you look at how this works, the coordination of the police department with this group is just now starting. And that idea, because up until the police department were really active with this, they couldn't go after people who, were the actual guys. They were just trying to get the people involved that they could identify that might be the next person to join. So now I think going after people who are actually doing the shooting will show more effect. But even if you look at the situation and you get it all up and going, this lowers your murder rate by about 10% a year. Okay, that's all it really is able to do, because there's so much there. And my concern, looking at it like a pandemic, is you remember the R0 for COVID. Once it got over 1, it was an exponential growth. Okay, so what we're seeing is this exponential growth in murders. And my question is, do we have enough out there to turn the R0 and make it less than 1? Or is what we're putting in there too little masked too late and it's still spreading? So the answer is not to stop this. The answer is to gear it up. And what else are we going to be doing? Because if that R0 is over 1, we're in trouble and we got to keep moving. And if you look at where the growth has been going, it really makes you worried that that's what we're dealing with. Because remember, every one of these shootings begets another 1.5 or 1.2, because, there are people that shot in a crossfire and now they're involved. So as we go forward, I don't want us to waste money on stuff, but I definitely don't want us to stop funding things that potentially are going to work really well because they're just up and going and we haven't seen the results yet. So it's counsel us to be cautious as we move forward, but also to move forward in many directions at once. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We don't have any more council people in the queue. Chief Davis, back to you.
Okay, I know we spent a lot of time on this subject, but obviously well worth it. And we'll continue to work with GVIP so that we can ensure that we are prudent with the dollars that the city provides for this program. It is a program that initially the police department sort of worked alongside, but not so immersed for obvious reasons, so that we didn't get too involved. But we feel at this point it's important that we help identify the right people in the program to impact change. But do you want us to continue with our presentations? I know we're limited on time. We had a long list. I do want to respond to Councilmember Swearingen Washington as well.
Proceed, Chief.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So first, we had on our deliverables list an update on gun crimes, and we're going to quickly talk about gun crimes, and then I'll move on to the slide that we were talking about as far as youth violence as well.
Yes, Sean Jones, 170 North Main Street. During our last meeting, this is really a continuation as we talked about homicides and some of the causes of homicides. These various variables came up from Councilmember Carlisle, and he was looking at a date range from 2019 to the current, which is 2024. Quite naturally, 2024 is not complete. But basically what you're going to see here in these particular charts is that when you start around 2020, that's quite natural, that's the COVID period, and you start seeing the increases. One of the drivers of our particular stolen guns is, the law when it changed, well, COVID in this 2020, because more people started buying guns to protect themselves for that process. And those numbers continue to grow to the point of 2022 when they really kind of hit a peak. Last year, 2023, they began to kind of come down somewhat, but they're still above the earlier numbers of from 2019. The next line really that kind of drives that is the burglaries. Quite naturally in 2020, the burglaries went down because more people were at home during that particular time. However, they have kind of trended back up since 2021 and kind of all the way up to 446 for that particular year from burglaries. The next line that you look at is auto thefts as consequential of a vehicle being stolen with a gun already inside of that car. Maybe they knew it, maybe they did not know it. Nonetheless, those numbers have trended up as well. Definitely in 2023, you can see that change where we're up to like 427 guns in cars that were stolen. It's just consequential of that car being stolen. Where the driver was the car, the purpose was the car being stolen in that particular case, but the gun was subsequently in the car. Then finally, as it relates to that particular category, robberies kind of down, flat for the most part, did trend up a little bit in 2023. and probably going to stay flat for the most part. It's really been flat for a number of years for the most part as it relates to those particular crime types, and that's that particular. Next slide. And another category that he really wanted the Shelby County. We reached out to federal, state, local, and Shelby County themselves to try to get some information as it relates to what the county sells annually. Unable to attain that data, at least it's unavailable at this time. There are still people looking for that particular data set, and if we get it, we will share that with the council. Nonetheless, again, you see the same trend from a statewide standpoint. In 2020, those numbers went to the highest point of 818,657. That's the high. As we began to transition somewhat out of the COVID period, those numbers began to decline for the most part. Nevertheless, and when you look at 2023, those numbers are still higher than the 2019 numbers at 648,448 across the state. So that's really as it relates to the gun sales, and I think they were looking for, I guess, a correlation of some sort as it relates to the homicides that were occurring. But we do know that when we look at the data as it relates to the homicides in our city, when we look at the data from the statewide homicides, our county does lead in the homicides from across the state based on this data.
Just 1 second. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington had a question about something that you just said.
Those
Yes, ma'am.
are the gun sales. Are we tracking the stolen guns?
No, stolen guns on the previous slide. Well, that's the previous slide. Those are your stolen guns on that slide.
You think they're just 83 stolen guns?
That's just for this year. This is a date and time for this year, 2024. As I stated,
That we know
I mean, they had.
as I stated, 2024 is not complete. This is just a
There's
point
a
in
lot
time
of
numbers.
what we call straw buying in the city as well.
Right. So straw purchase.
straw buy,
yeah.
a straw purchase. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
So-
legal.
Right. So ATF is the ones who had the purview of straw purchases, crimes of that nature. Now they have tracked that, and they've identified at least locations, I say businesses, et cetera, in the city of Memphis that where more than 25 guns have been used in crimes in the city. Yeah, but that's at the federal level investigation. We don't have straw purchasing laws that we enforce.
But we just want.
Could you all explain really quickly
That's what I
straw
was getting ready
purchases?
to
Because I
do.
don't know if all council
A
members know
straw
what that is.
purchase is when an individual, a law-abiding citizen, supposedly has the legal means to go in and purchase a weapon for someone else, and then they sell that weapon to an individual that might have a criminal record or whatever, and they get a fee for going in and purchase the gun on their behalf. So a lot of weapons that end up in our community are straw purchases, where I may go in and purchase a weapon for someone, and then I sell it to that individual, or pass it on to that individual for a fee. But the sales piece, the only reason we had it slide up is Councilmember Carlisle requested us to get some information about gun sales in the state and in the city. We didn't have any resources to get gun sales for the city or the county. We did a lot of research trying to get that information, but the state did have information as far as gun sales statewide.
And that includes pawn shops.
That includes pawn shops as well. Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of federal laws that kind of govern gun sales and information as it relates to guns, what they can keep, what they have to discard at the federal level. So that information quite naturally wouldn't be available because of that, those federal laws.
Move forward.
So that's it. Yeah, go to the next one.
That's it.
Well, this is what I was going to say. Where are we in terms of your presentation?
We were sent
We
a
got
very
trauma
long
impact.
list, but I just want to make sure we hit those important elements that you'd like for us. I can progress because, as I said, I wanted to talk about our efforts against youth gun crimes, and I can do that in about 5 minutes.
Okay, and then what I was going to say is, Chief, if you're willing, because I know your schedule is hectic as well, if we could move the rest of the update for 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
And we're going to move the items 2 and 3, the update on the impound lot and the update on the MPD take-home program, to executive session at 2:30.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, thank you.
So this slide really sort of responds to a little bit of what we were talking about earlier, Councilmember Swearengin Washington. Youth gun violence suppression efforts, in light of what we've seen, not just in Orange Mound, but at some of our recreation centers. We're working to establish a task force with the Memphis Shelby County Schools Public Safety and the Sheriff's Department deputies who are assigned to schools to help generate fluid communication weekly regarding public safety concerns. A lot of what we're seeing is what's happening in the schools. It spills off into our community centers, recreation, and the parks and whatnot. And sometimes we don't know that these conflicts are festering in the school. And so we're planning to put together a task force so that we have fluid communication. If it's a fight in the school, we need to know about it because it's going to spill out at 3 and 4 o'clock at the community center. So that'll be one of our efforts. We've seen this happen a couple of times at Douglas, in the Douglas Community Center, and also at Hollywood. So, and also collaborate with Parks and Recreation. I've been talking to Nick Walker to establish secondary employment for our officers to actually staff some of our community centers that are actually having the most issues, so that there is a visible presence, not just officers riding through a directed patrol, but at 3 o'clock after school or when there are events that are occurring at these centers, to have visible police officers present. But that would be under a secondary employment kind of arrangement. Assist with camera assessment at our city parks and recreations for support and installations as needed. Some of our recreation centers have cameras. The parks, all of them don't necessarily have cameras, but we plan to work with parks and our IT folks so that our team at the RTCC can put appropriate cameras in our various parks, especially those that get a lot of foot traffic. Assist with that assessment, establish screening processes. We're talking about what screening processes look like for our recreation centers. Guns are getting in our recreation centers. Right now, we don't have security guards that actually screen for weapons. So young people feel like it's sort of open season to be able to sneak a weapon into our centers and on those grounds where fights and things may occur. So we're talking with Director Walker about how do we screen for weapons at our centers as well, and have preferences for assignment for those officers that work secondary employment. If they have a take-home vehicle, we want to give them preference so that when they work that secondary employment, I also have a visible vehicle sitting at that facility as well. So these are just some of the efforts that we're trying to make to help shore up our recreation center where we've seen some of these clashes with groups. As far as unpermitted events, a lot of the advertisements for unpermitted events and flyers sort of go under the radar. That's that conversation that we'll probably talk about later on. But we are getting information and trying to ensure that we utilize all resources available to get information ahead of time. Some events are sort of masked as a community block party. Some are masked for or not masked at all, and advertised for exactly what they are. But some of the community block parties where we're cutting hair and we're doing all of these wonderful community things, which is good. But what happens is other undesirable individuals sort of infiltrate those particular events and end up having fights and other types of encounters, including bringing guns and weapons to those locations. So we plan to increase staff at our MPD permits office, not so that we can just take in permits and that person says, yes, you get a permit, but have inspection at the location where the permit is being, fulfilled. If it's an event, to have somebody to literally go by. If we said you needed to have security, there's security at that event, as opposed to it just being a checkoff. And then the last thing, ensure permitted events comply with the city ordinances regarding security and other hazards that typically can manifest at these events. So I just sort of wanted to put that out there. I won't get into too deep of a detail as far as other initiatives. We have some very robust initiatives going on with our federal partners to identify individuals who are involved in a lot of this very egregious activity in the city as well.
Thank you, Chief. I'm glad to see that you all are collaborating with the school system as well as the sheriff's office to try to be proactive in some of these situations. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington had a quick comment.
Council, I just wanted us to really look forward to in the budget year of being serious and aggressive. Councilman Smiley, I want you to hear this. I want us to be assertive and aggressive about reestablishing the community policing, because we're going to have our police officers in the community so that they can build the relationships with these youth and young adults and get a pulse of what's going on. I know as a principal, it was very important to hear conversations for children to come up and say, you know, so-and-so going to have a fight during third period. It's going to be a fight after school. That gave us an opportunity to intervene, to remove, suspend, bring the parents up, talk to the children, or however. We're going to have the same approach in our community. We appreciate what you all are doing. We're going to have to really have some strategic effort in moving forward. So let's really, really think about community policing, even if we have to do it on a pilot basis of starting one area at a time. I remember even out in Douglas, they had a very instrumental community policing program. Our own children even learned how to play golf from the police officers in that program. So if we can seriously think about that as we're allocating money, taking from that $4 million, we can put some money into community policing. Thank you.
If I may, Chairwoman.
You may.
Okay, it's gonna be brief. I absolutely agree with the concept of being aggressive with community policing. And I'm just gonna, piggyback on what I'm gonna say in the executive session when we talk about the importance of the foundation. Not to say that the city of Atlanta got it right in all categories as it relates to every program, but one thing they did do, we talk about deterring youth crime to have what's called At Promise Center that the foundation has been able to pay for. When we talk about community policing, the foundation has been able to supplement a lot of programs as it relates to take-home car programs. If you want, to quote the late great Carl Johnson Sr., he always talks about the officer friendly, because officer friendly lives next door to him, specifically next door to him, and he'll wake up and see the police vehicle there, but the foundation is able to, pay for those type of things. So I think that's one of the great things about having the foundation, which we're going to talk about in executive. So thank you.
Thank
you. We can table some of the other items that we had. I know we're
Yeah, I know we
time.
sent you a long list. So if we could move the other ones to 2 weeks. Was there anything else that you definitely wanted us to know about today?
Yeah. Well, if I may, just on the ones I requested, you don't even have to come back in 2 weeks. If you just want to send us your just a brief executive summary paragraph of where we're going to do an executive later today. Never mind. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so you weren't here. We're going to move the update on the impound lot and the updates for the take-home car program to executive session. So, but the rest of the things, other council members, I think, had other questions that they wanted updates on, and we'll move those for 2 weeks.
And Councilmember Carlisle, one of the slides does outline the take-home vehicle information, but we'll talk more about it if you need to. Again, I just wanted to also say thank you all very much for your presence yesterday. It was much appreciated by the family and also the Memphis Police Department to see you there and on stage. So thank you again. It was good to see the mayor and his wife there as well, but much appreciation in times like these. Thank you all.
I just want to know, are we going to have some attorney-client time with police chief or something so we can find out some stuff going on? Okay,
I'm
thank you.
available if y'all need me to come back.
Thank you. Seeing no other business before this committee, the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee is hereby adjourned.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Logan could not be here today, so I'm going to chair the Housing and Community Development Committee. So this is the Housing and Community Development Committee for Memphis City Council. Today's Tuesday, April the 23rd. We are in session. Ashley, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilman Smiley. He's present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Canali.
Here.
And Chair Spinoza.
All right, thanks, Ashley. I'm going to read these two items just in the interest of time. And without objection, I'm just going to read these officially for the record. Items number 1 and number 2, they're both resolutions, both sponsored by the administration. And if anyone has any questions, quick questions, I kind of see these as typical asks. So I'm going to read them for the record, and without objection, we'll move them downstairs. But let me read them first, then I'll ask. So item number 1, a resolution to transfer to amend the FY24 Capital Improvement Program budget by transferring and appropriating $154,000 from the Raleigh Civic Center project expenditure type contract construction to architecture and engineering and other costs. This is in District 1, Super District 9. Item number 2 is a resolution to transfer $200,000 of CIP funds from the historic Melrose Rehabilitation Project. That's CD number 01102. And forgive me, item number 1, that was C number 22101. That's transfer from historic Melrose Rehabilitation Project to the new Fraser Library Project, LI 01030, and appropriated same. These are not needed for books, collection materials for the Orange Mound Library, which is almost completed, but are needed for AV equipment at the new Fraser Library, currently under construction. That's in District 4, Super District 8.
You need two different
So
motions.
I need a motion to move both as one item downstairs.
Well, make sure that it's noted that item 2 is going down the same 9 minutes. Item 1 is not.
Thank you, Chairman Canali. Item 2, same 9 minutes. Motion to move them both down. That's one. Motion's made, properly seconded. Any questions, comments? If you got some, you can bring them up on the floor. I don't see any. Approved. Thank you.
The voice could carry. Thank you. The April 23rd meeting of the Public Service, Arts, and Youth Initiative Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Clay, please call roll.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
And Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Spinoza. Did you say Spinoza?
Item number 1 is presentation of the 2024 Memphis City Youth Council proposals. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Eastern Thomas, Cooper Sutton, and the Memphis Youth City Council. Can our presenters please come to the table at this time?
Spinoza and Warren have joined. Walk and Adams.
Persons at the table, could you please say your name and the title for the record?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caitlin Woodland, and I am a member of the Youth City Council.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Jones, and I'm representing District 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Julius Ford, representing Super District 8-3.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Memphis City Council. My name is Jemiah Wheeler. I am a senior at Whitehaven High School, and I am representing District 8-1. As the chair of the Memphis City Council, I stand before you today as a representative of the vibrant, dynamic youth of our city and county. Today, we bring forth a resolution aimed at fostering greater collaboration between our youth and local government. Our resolution seeks to amplify youth voices, address pressing issues affecting our generation, and cultivate a stronger sense of community engagement. Through partnership and dialogue, we aspire to build a more inclusive and prosperous future for all residents of the Memphis. We urge your support in championing the resolution for the betterment of our city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mackenzie Brittingham, representing District 4. Hello, everyone. My name is Amanda, and I'm representing District 5.
Yay, Councilman Samosa. He wanted her to say that.
The Memphis Youth City Council recognizes the need to provide the city's youth with viable alternatives to violence and other delinquent activities. Using community centers to provide youth spaces with technological activities would become an alternative to after-school and out-of-school unsupervised time. The Memphis Youth City Council proposes 3 activities and opportunities will be included in 3 community centers, emphasizing technology activities and opportunities to be included in 3 community centers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis Youth City Council requests that the following community centers receive technological upgrades for use spaces in Charles Powell, McFarland, and Mitchell community centers. The NYCC selected these community centers due to the proximity of the nearby schools. Many places such as skating rinks and outdoor movie theaters no longer exist in such areas. Some technological upgrades would be video game consoles, updated computers, VR headsets, use spaces, and furniture such as couches, a juice bar, phone charging station, gaming chairs, and televisions. The Memphis Youth City Council advocates equity in financial achievement through post-secondary opportunities by establishing a scholarship program for students who may not qualify for higher academic scholarships due to various challenges. Recognizing that many scholarships are merit-based, we propose the allocation of 26 scholarships with 2 designated for each district, totaling in $3,000. Students interested in applying for these scholarships must complete an application including various questions to understand their unique circumstances and aspirations. The submission of transcripts and proof of enrollment as a high school senior will be the mandatory criteria for eligibility. While the Memphis City Council already offers scholarships in partnership with the Community Foundation, its focus primarily caters to students attending historically Black colleges and universities. However, there is a need for a scholarship program that provides opportunities to a broader spectrum of students. By establishing this scholarship initiative, we want to ensure all students have the same post-secondary opportunities. The Memphis Youth City Council would like to thank the City Council and their legal analysts for their work and dedication to helping us, which made this proposal a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any council member like to be recognized on the items up for discussion?
I would.
Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Great presentation. Thank you. So you mentioned 26 scholarships at $3,000. Was that $3,000 each?
Yes.
Good. So that would be
Wait.
78,000 total, or no? Okay, $3,000 total.
1 second. It would be $3,000 in total, but it would be $1,500 for each.
Okay, so 26 scholarships at $1,500 each.
Yes.
Okay, and I thought I saw $3,000 on there. That's the 2. Okay, gotcha. Okay. See, we're not as smart as we look up here. I'm kidding.
He's speaking for
I
himself.
joke like that all the time. All right, thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you so much.
Speak for all of us, and then yourself.
We need to let the record reflect that Councilman Canali and Dr. Warren and Councilwoman Easter Thomas have joined us.
Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you all for your presentation and for being present and just for being you. This was an appropriate switch to the previous energy of the previous session. So I thank you for that as well. I did have a question about this page, technological upgrades. And anyone is free to answer this. Who engages in fun activities that are not electronic? There's nothing non-electronic.
Councilwoman Walker, I do.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm a participant in the Central Warriors Band. That's a big hobby that I do, and I plan to pursue after high school.
Okay, anyone else?
Councilwoman Walker, I do. I participate in Girl Scouts, Student Voice Collective, and the Black Student Union in my school.
Okay, one more. You and then you, okay.
I do dance out school at our school's dance team, and I also am a member of the SGA.
Okay, and one more, sure. Okay, thank you for all of that. And I know that this was based on a need, and you all put a lot of time and thought in this. And as it stands, I love it, but I was wondering if you could include a non-electronic activity in your ask, and maybe you can caucus later or something around that. I think that would be wonderful, and thank you all again.
Councilwoman Eastern Thomas.
Councilwoman Green was trying to clarify what juicing meant. And I'm glad y'all put it on the parentheses on the paper. Right? But thank you all for coming. And first off, thank you for inviting us previously to your work session that we got to sit in on. And I don't think we were assisting you. I think you were just letting us be in on the work that y'all were doing. It's really great when we are able to, not able just fund initiatives as a council, like the Office of Division of Youth Services that provides opportunities for young folks like yourself, but also able to see the fruit of that. And for you to have such engaged staff, for y'all to be so super engaged, doing things in your high schools and your communities and here. And then also having the courage, right, after you did the work, to come and tell us what you want, right? Because that's a part of the process. Closed mouths don't get fed. And a lot of people ask for a lot of things around here. And this is probably the best ask for something all day. I do know that we have talked about community centers and parks as in different sections as a whole. As you know, our mayor is bringing his budget forth today at our 3:30 meeting. I would ask you all, I'm giving out homework. I ain't your person, but I'm giving out homework, right? Tune in at 3:30 to see what he says, and to see what those priorities he lays out are, and see if you can see your priorities in there. And if you're not, and if you don't, then that may be something else to talk about within your youth council about those priorities that you set forth. I think that, I know me personally, when I took to my budget discussion with the mayor, I brought up tech stuff in the community centers. So I'm glad to see we're on the same page. A young person told me, right? So I just said, all right, this is what they're saying. So I'm glad that we're on the same page with that. I hope that we can be able to see implementing some of these things in this budget season. But I would say 3:30, your homework from District 2nd person is to tune in to see what the mayor has to say for presenting his budget, and see if you see your priorities in there. Thank you, Director Harris, and just a great team, and some parent supporters here as well. So shout out to you all. Thank you for bringing this here today. We really, really, really appreciate it.
Councilwoman Green.
I want to say something that our chair often says to people who come downstairs to make comment in the public section of our council meetings. This may be the first time that you're coming to speak to us. I hope it's not your last. Your voice is important. You know, the reason and the way that we get up here is we get elected. And some of you may not be able to vote yet, but hopefully if you can vote, you do. And if you can't yet, you will. But in the meantime, we still need to hear your voice. And so as Councilwoman Easter Thomas said, we're going through this budget process. And if you don't see what you want in the budget, these things that you have laid out today, you know, you've got some districts, Jasmine's mine. You can say, hey, District 2, we want this, and I didn't hear it from Mayor Young. You can email us. I know that's not things people do anymore, but you can email us, you can call us, you can come back down, you can make comment. We still need to hear from you after today and going forward. Your voice is important. So thank you for today, but don't let this be the last day.
Any further comments from council?
Which students are graduating?
Any questions or closing remarks? I want to say, as your chair, sorry, yes.
I could have said this earlier, but my focus was on y'all, okay? Director Harris and would it be Associate Director Robinson? Can y'all stand? We had a situation at a business in Whitehaven, and I just wanted to try to do something. And I called on these two and a few others, but they worked it out. I need to type up an email and share it all, but thank you all so much. Thank you.
I just want to thank you all for all the work that you're doing. And you look good, too. Not only are you smart, articulate, but you look very good. And the youth council also helped with the vaccination clinic. It was cold out there. They stayed out there all day and assisted with the community. We appreciate your service. And you all are just doing a phenomenal job. Thank you, parents. Thank you, parents. Thank you, parents. Thank you, parents, for doing a phenomenal job with your children.
Can
We
all the
just need
parents
this to be
stand who are
contagious.
present?
Outstanding. Outstanding. And if we can get a group picture with them before they leave, that would be great.
I hope this makes the news. We get a lot of stuff. And
it's online.
No cameras on, no nothing. And could have been just see that our children, all of our children are really trying. And this is what happens when you have parents and you have good leadership that collaborates together. And this is a product of what we get. And so I hate that they didn't get it, but I'm gonna send it to them and say, go get that snippet out of cancel, and please air that for once so they can see what our brilliant and amazing students are doing.
Right.
So I want to thank you, and I'm going to echo what Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Tune in at 3:30. See if the mayor has included some of your ask, and if not, as Councilwoman Green, email us. I heard 83. Yeah. And we are here, and this is what we do, and to represent you. We're your voice. And again, thank you. Is there something you need to say? You may have the floor. Your name, please.
Yes, so I'm Stephen Jones. And on behalf of the U City Council, we would like to say thank you for your time and thank you for listening to what we had to say. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. This will stand adjourned.
It's 1:21 p.m. I hereby call to order the Budget and Audit Committee of the Memphis City Council. Mrs. Keaton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
And Chair Carlisle.
Chair's here. Chair observes a quorum. We'll keep it nice, clean, and nimble here. It's like the one big thing we do. And so, colleagues, we have, I believe, 4 items on today's agenda, a couple pretty significant. But we're going to start off with a very significant item. Item number 1, a resolution to allocate and appropriate $200,000 to Laclede Landing, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. There is a request for same-night minutes. Do I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Cooper Sutton. We had the sponsors of this project come and present. Councilman Ford, do you have any comments?
No, I just want everybody to know this was last year's budget.
Yes, sir.
Which we end up, and then they've already started, and then they're moving forward. So, hey, that's
Very
why
exciting.
We want to try to get this money to them.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no other members in the queue, all those in favor of sending this downstairs with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2 is a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council grant program for fiscal year 25, all council districts, sponsored by me. Can I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Colleagues, this is amending the start date and putting in some other guardrails to the program as it has been. 2 big things of note. You've got the resolution, but 2 big things of note for the record. Anybody listening? Is we are allowing applications to begin to be received in the middle of June. That way they've been received, vetted, et cetera, by the time we start the grant hearing process, which usually takes place in the middle of July. And then also the process in which the applications themselves are received are going to be more streamlined and direct to the council or to the city's finance office in order to, I would just call it a best practice. In order to take any sort of potential conflict of interest or issue that may occur between that organization and an individual, it takes the political influence out of the process and makes it as it should be. If there are any questions, there is not a request for same-night minutes, so this will be on the agenda in 2 weeks, and we'll probably do same-night minutes at that point. But seeing no members in the queue, all those in favor of sending this to the main council meeting in 2 weeks, or May 7th, with favorable recommendation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This item goes with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3, to my colleagues serving in their first term, this is the beginning of the process of budget season. These are not formalities. These are required resolutions and ordinances in order to set the tax rate. We start the process today. They will go downstairs blank in 2 weeks on May 7th for their first reading, their second reading for the second meeting in May, so that if the council is ready and prepared to pass a budget for the first meeting in June, it can do so. It will be its third reading. Between today's presentation from Mayor Young, which is required by the charter, and a series of budget hearings, we will, between now and then, hopefully, before June 30th, have approved a budget and a tax rate. So, item number 4 is a placeholder resolution for the city treasurer to prepare the 2024 tax bills for state assessed properties, all council districts, sponsored by the Finance Division. Can I have a motion and a second for this item?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Any questions or comments on this? It's vanilla white. All those in favor of sending it downstairs with no recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This will go downstairs for May 7th for its reading, and it'll get held off. Yeah. Okay. This item goes downstairs with no recommendation. No, I'd rather have it sit. just in case anybody has any questions or comments on it. Did I screw that up and read 4 instead of 3? Yeah, I screwed that up. All right. Sorry. Going back to item number 3 now. Placeholder ordinance to appropriate the proceeds of the tax levy on the assessed values on all properties of every species within the city limits of general purposes for the fiscal year July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, inclusive together with all collections from privilege licenses, fees, fines, permits, charges, revenue receipts of the city of Memphis for the fiscal year July 2024 through June 30th, 2025, inclusive to provide the manner in which monies may be transferred from one fund to another and to provide the standard code or designations under which the appropriations are to be administered and accounting control maintained. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second? Second. And this is a motion, thank you, Councilmember. Motion and a second to send it downstairs with no recommendation. Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. This will be on for first reading in the May 7th meeting. All those in favor of sending it downstairs with no recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This item goes downstairs on May 7th with no recommendation. Is there any other business before the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Afternoon. Welcome to the April 23rd meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 10 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a resolution approving an honorary street name of Cherry Road from the intersection at Park Avenue to Woodcrest Drive for the late Dr. Harold Dennis Bowie, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by myself. Can I get a motion in a second? There's also a request for same night minutes.
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearengin Washington. Any comments, questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any noes? That item passes. I'm going to move item number 2 until Councilwoman Easter Thomas gets here. So we'll go to item 3, PD 23-25, 1230 North Watkins Street. Request for a plan development for biomass, Campus District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearengin Washington. Mr. Ragsdale, Mr. Zena, welcome. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Canale. John Zena, Planning and Development. Council members, I believe you all know what this is. This is a case that was determined at the last council meeting to have been held. At this point, there has not been a public hearing on this item. We have also learned since the case was first understood to be withdrawn that there are other uses that are contemplated by the applicant that are not considered in the outline plan conditions or on the outline plan that is part of this application. Most significantly, a composting facility, which is not allowed in the EMP district and would also need to be considered as a part of the plan development. This is a significant change to the application. And due to that, it is our primary recommendation that the City Council consider remanding this case back to Land Use Control Board to allow the applicant to complete their application, complete the outline plan conditions and outline plan, so that we have a full application before us and we can bring it back through the proper procedures and also allow for the public to be able to understand what fully is being requested. That is our recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Zena. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I want to return back to the question from last council meeting. I know what you just said, Director Zena, about what you're currently recommending because the meanings or intended use may be different. But I don't think we still understood what happened. I know I didn't understand what happened, about how the whole misunderstanding, quote unquote, about how it got pulled, how the withdrawal wasn't meant to be anyway, because it sounds like this is a reason or a way or excuse to get it sent back to Land Use Control Board. So I'm asking that we not take their recommendation of sending it back to Land Use Control Board and vote on it at 3:30 because it's still not clear on how this is not a whole part of a whole scheme to get it redone in a way that can probably be put back in. So I don't know if there are any new coming findings from last council meeting, if there are any new answers. We have the applicant here actually, so we're not talking to ourselves. I don't know, but I thought we were voting on the item today, even after we accepted the withdrawal that was already made.
Okay, here's what I would like to do is we'll take a vote first on remanding it back to LUCB. If that vote fails, I'll entertain a vote to send it downstairs so it can be heard at 3:30. So the first vote is all those in favor of sending this case back to land use. Dr. Warren.
Yes. As far as sending it back to land use, I guess my question is for Mr. Zena. If, they're changing what they're doing, okay, and we vote on the original thing without knowing what it is they're changing it to, do they bring it back with a different use at the next meeting? Or how does that work? I mean, are we actually killing it? Or if we vote down one use, does that preclude them bringing it back with another use?
At present, the outline plan conditions allow for the following uses at the property. And this is based on the applicant's request.
And this is for their planned development use, or this is for their use based on, by right, based on when it's already zoned?
This is the uses permitted in the plan development application. Any use permitted by right in the employment EMP district, including the following specifically permitted uses: outdoor storage, container storage. That does not include composting facility. That does not include sawmill. That does not include light manufacturing and processing of lumber and wood products. That does not include manufacture and production of goods from composting organic material. There are a significant number of intended uses that the applicant has expressed through this process, but that has not made it into what was actually submitted by the applicant. And so by remanding it back to the Land Use Control Board, it is our hope that we can get a complete application from the applicant and go through the process as normal with a complete application that does not change from week to week, month to month.
Okay, and now, so I'm confused because I'm not sure what we're voting on today if we don't send it back. If we don't send it back, what would we be voting for or against?
Today, you would be voting to allow them to do any use allowed by right in the EMP employment district, including the following specifically permitted uses: outdoor storage and container storage.
And that's all they're asking to do if it goes through today?
That is the application that is before you today.
Okay, and does that preclude them from bringing another plan use back to us for an additional use later on, since we're not voting down all those other things?
It's a good question. Will you give me one moment?
Yes.
I got a point of information.
Isn't it just a major mod at that point?
If it's accepted, then they would have to come back with a PD amendment, which brings us right back here to City Council. Through the Land Use Control Board to the City Council.
If we don't send it back and we vote on it today, even if we vote it down, they can go ahead and bring back a different plan use development through land use, and we would still be looking at it again at some point based on the way the thing works. Because what we're voting down today is not what's in this, I guess, other things that they're looking at wanting to do later. Is that right? I just want to make sure that I know that.
I understand. It's a complicated answer because they have already gotten a vote from Land Use Control Board, which means that if they withdraw or if this gets voted down today, the 5-year waiting period kicks in for any similar application. And so on the fly, I am not prepared to answer that question specifically to say what is and what is not a similar application without seeing what the next iteration would look like. That is why it's our recommendation that this just simply go back to Land Use Control Board, be updated as a complete application of what the applicant is intending to do at the site, and we get a hearing that allows for both the applicant to address what they are intending to do and the neighborhood to understand fully what the applicant is intending to do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zena.
Councilman Mr. Thomas.
Just a point of information. Thank you, Councilman Warren, for bringing up those questions too. So Director Zena, still going along with Councilman Warren's line of questioning. I heard two things when you answered him, then when you answered Councilman Carlisle. So with the current vote that's scheduled for our 3:30 council meeting is based on the application as the city knows it to be. And if that is voted yes, it's approved. If it's voted no, then that 5-year waiting period kicks in and they can come back. But after the 5-year waiting period, if it's for a similar idea that has anything to do with wood, compost, sawing, nursery, tree stuff, is it correct or I'm going down a wrong line?
So my response to Councilman Carlisle was if it's voted up, if it's approved today, and the applicant realizes that this application does not include everything that we want it to do, they would have to file for
Like
a
an
plan
incinerator.
development amendment. And so they would just be right back here again with
Okay.
that plan development
To
amendment.
add it in,
That's
to add
right.
whatever in.
That's exactly right.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Like if you had a building that's 100 feet and you want to make it 200 feet, that's a major difference.
So you had to come back. Okay, that makes sense. So you're saying, you're recommending that we send it back to land use control to have for them to have a more inclusive application of all what they intend. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
Yes, we would like to have a complete application, and we would like for you all and the public to have a complete application.
What makes you say it's not a complete application as of today? If it's been complete from what you know prior?
Well, that's a good question. I am saying that it's not complete because from all appearances, the applicant has stated that they intend to do other things at the site.
So they're changing their
beyond
mind.
What is in the uses permitted that was originally submitted by the applicant.
So that since they're changing their mind, you're saying it's not complete. Not that it wasn't complete before, but that now they're changing their mind.
Along the way, they have said that this is going to include a sawmill, that this is going to include wood processing. Those items are not listed in the uses permitted. Now, the composting facility was a new one on us when we learned of that about a month ago.
So the plan, so in your opinion, would they have had to come back anyway?
Yes.
Even if they had got it approved weeks ago? It would have had to come back anyway to add in what they originally intended to do, which is with the sawmill.
If they wanted to do the sawmill, the composting facility, that would have to be approved in the plan development as uses permitted.
So they didn't give you an incomplete application. They gave us an incomplete presentation. Did LUCB know that it was an incomplete application when they voted on to approve it? Because I didn't think y'all voted on incomplete applications. Because we had like a similar discussion for this unnamed person in Fraser, right? He kept changing his mind in plan development, and then he pulled it before it got here. But he kept changing his mind, and it hadn't been sent to the Land Use Control Board, and we were under, the Fraser residents were under the knowing that it had to be a complete idea before it got to land use. So I guess my question is, when did it become incomplete? Before it got to land use? Or was that just, that part of the information just left out for council members and we were just gonna see it again whenever it was decided to be brought back up? I'm trying to follow a timeline.
Understood.
But this is new information.
The uses permitted, the list of uses permitted is the same, the ones that I just laid out are the same that they submitted with their original application.
So if that's what they submitted, how would you know along the way that they were intending to come back with a sawmill?
They have said it on record. And during the last committee discussion, that was one of the items that was discussed, was that was not in the outline plan conditions.
So in order to not have a sawmill around our residents in District 7 in North Memphis, this doesn't need to go back to Land Use Control Board. it needs to be voted down at 3:30.
Whatever the will of the body is.
But is that the way not to get a sawmill or whatever, or incinerator or whatever else can be planned for this community when it's been staunch opposition the entire time? Acknowledging Vecca residents over there on the left as well. Because 2 weeks ago, this wasn't said. At council, none of this was made clear or apparent. 2 weeks ago, we were trying to figure out who sent the email and who didn't. So now, since that's off the table and kicked under the dust, under the bus, now we're dealing with it's not incomplete.
Yeah, so the meeting that I was referring to was the last time it was in committee, which would have been a month or more ago.
Okay. Chair, I understand what the asking is. I'm going to say that I'm against sending it to land use because that means that is a propensity that, once again, the Vecca residents are going to be able to be using their time, their effort, their resources to be able to tell you how they feel, which is no. They've been saying it loudly the entire time. And we're going to have this issue brought back up again when it's been so apparent that nobody over there wants this, and that even on record, even the people who are doing it said they wouldn't want it in their backyard. I'm asking you all to not send it back to Land Use Control Board. The Vecca residents are asking that you vote not to send it back to Land Use Control Board so we can have a true vote on that this afternoon, which is what was intended the entire time before we had the email gate 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just at a point of information because I'm just totally confused. And I know we're short of time, but I'm going to ask my question. So you were saying that the application has been totally incomplete from the beginning? It was an incomplete application?
Does not include the complete uses that the applicant intends to do at the site, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. So I need to go back to the last meeting for a point of clarity. So when we got into this thing about the withdrawn, and they had been cited for something, was that correct? You all had cited them for something? It was a violation?
That's correct. They're operating without a permit.
So they were operating without a permit. And how did you all discover this?
It was reported by the nearby neighbors, I believe.
Okay, and so the process was to send someone out to investigate.
That's correct.
And do you know exactly what was taking place when?
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. I think I have talked to our inspectors. None of the operations of the sawmill or those operations have been taking place to our understanding. But they are operating without a permit, but none of the uses that we are talking about, to our understanding and our knowledge, have not been taking place there.
There's also a structure that they have erected without a permit as well.
A structure. So the structure has been erected since when? As of when?
Our first inspection was in January, and then we had a follow-up inspection in March. And I believe it was during the March inspection that the structure was identified.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barlow or Ms. Austin, either one of you like to come up and speak on behalf of the applicant? If you begin with your name and address, the floor is yours.
Hey, I'm Steve Barlow, and I'm the Vice President and General Counsel for The Works Incorporated.
We are a 51% shareholder in Memphis Urban Wood LLC, and we've been, raising the money and, designing the business for this facility from the beginning. The application was prepared for us and submitted by A2H. Kevin is here with us today. Our application did include composting and sawmill operations, as well as all the auxiliary uses. These were all discussed at the Land Use Control Board meeting. They were all discussed in all the public meetings. And they were also discussed at City Council the first time. As you'll recall, when you were here, we were talking about a sawmill and composting. The one thing that we have stopped talking about and that we have amended at the request of planning staff and turned in a week ago is removing the air curtain incinerator from the plan altogether. That's a commitment that we've made that we will not put an air curtain incinerator on this site. However, the other changes have been submitted as requested by planning office, and I was told at noon today that this was going to be remanded after being told a week ago that I could turn in an updated application with some changes that needed to be made. I'd like to ask if we could have our expert in planning, Kevin Norman from A2H, to address the statement that our application was somehow incomplete. We disagree strongly on that.
Kevin Norman, A2H Engineers, 3009 Davies Plantation, Lakeland. I also disagree with that statement. We turned in an application that, as Steve said, did include an air curtain burner at the time. We met with the neighborhood associations. There was objection to an air curtain burner. As per the request from planning staff, that was omitted from the application. So the application removed, as per planning's request, the application was omitted the air curtain burner. Everything else is pretty much on point. Everything else is the same. So there was mulch facility, which compost. There was mulching on the site initially. There was a sawmill on site initially. Everything remains the same, but we did eliminate that due to neighborhood objections. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. The air curtain burner. Yes, ma'am. It's not in the application as per planning's request. So we have tried to adhere to planning's request, multiple requests, and here we are.
If I could say one more thing, the updated application, including the change in removing the air curtain incinerator, was turned in last week, a week ago, at the request of the planning office, and that's what we would like to request that we move forward today with a vote on. As I said before, we've discussed this fully at the Land Use Control Board, every element that you've heard about today. We've discussed it fully in neighborhood meetings repeatedly, including site tours repeatedly. And we also discussed it fully at the committee and public hearing meeting the last time that this was before council. So we would like to move forward with the with council voting on our updated application for approval today.
Councilman Carlisle, and then Councilman Easter Thomas. Did you have something else?
All right. What a mess. Yeah, we're eventually going to have to move on, but this is important. So your position is adverse to that, yes or no?
Yes.
So it is, and under your authority, what I guess I'm trying to figure out is this sounds like it's barreling down. If we, and I respect your position, What I'm concerned about is even with a vote up or down, one way or the other, we're barreling towards Chancery Court as a possibility. Because, and I don't want to litigate the case here and now, but what you have is there's actually two separate cases that I'm hearing. One is the position of whether or not there was a complete application with all the rights requested, submitted in the proper format and time allowed, et cetera, outside of what Councilwoman Easter Thomas is talking about, which is kind of a third issue, which is the withdrawal situation. So just tabling that for a second and just moving to the application. If your division is adverse to the applicant's position, even if, let's just hypothetically say this body votes in favor of this application, where does that actually leave us from a technical standpoint? Because you're basically now saying that the application, what I think I hear you're saying is the application cannot be presented as is. I mean, I'm not trying to ask a super leading question, but
Sure.
but what I'm trying to avoid is a vote that is mooted by litigation.
Councilman, our any adverse opinion on this is not a matter of a value statement at all. The facts are plain that the request before you today does not include a sawmill or a composting facility. If the applicant is seeking to do that, as they are now saying what they submitted to us just last week, does include, that is not up for a vote. And so my recommendation is, rather than further muddying the waters, let's reset this so that we have the opportunity to get a clear vote up or down on what the applicant is seeking to do, or what they are expressing that they believe is in the application but is not currently in the application.
Can I make a request of the gentle lady from 7 and the planning and zoning chair? Can y'all move forward with the rest of planning and zoning? Can I go sit down with them in the library and try and flesh some of this out so I understand what's going on? And then but it won't, I mean, all I'd like to do is understand a little bit more about, I don't want to watch a fight go down here, but I hear you. But what we're doing is now we're already at 2 o'clock with 9 other cases and a full agenda today. And all I'm asking you is if I can go have a chat with them and understand more technically what's going on. And I'm happy to come right back for executive or the end of planning and zoning. Then I would have to move to hold it because we don't have the amount of time it may take to go through each and every. I understand that, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to get all this worked out so that when it goes to 3:30, it's we're not doing this back and forth of kind of semi-rhetorical questions of, you know, what happened to the email, you know, where's the smoking gun? I'm just trying to work through to understand. I understand their position. I'm trying to figure out whether or not this is going to end up in litigation one way or another. And I'm just trying to avoid that at all costs.
Maybe that's something you can ask our counsel, Wade, if that ends up in litigation, and then talk about that in attorney-client. But I think.
But then they won't be able to hear it in an attorney-client.
But I'm talking about litigation period. As far as everything else, we're owed an answer vote today. This has been kicked down for too long, and then next company is going to be budgeted. Next company is going to be something else. Talk about this stuff today. It's already in the agenda for 3:30. They've come. They weren't here last time. The residents are still here. They shouldn't be here. They should be at home. They have been here every single time. And every single time it's a technicality. It's a hole. It's a smoking gun.
But it's not. I mean, we tried it. It wasn't a technicality when we just wanted to set the public meeting. It's required under every zoning case that is done, and you know, the process tried to get stopped before it ever started. And like, whether an individual, a member of the body of the community likes it, there is a legal process that must be followed. Right.
I don't trust one council person to go into a room with two people, with two groups of individuals that have been saying opposite things to come back with every single word verbatim that it's said. It doesn't have, if it's you, it could be any one of us. We miss stuff sometimes.
But can it be recorded?
It's hard to miss it. Can it be recorded? Can we put the video in there? And that's a whole lot. Right? So I don't want to have to do that. I want to hear everything.
We are running out of time. We have several more cases to hear. I'll entertain a motion to remand it back to Land Use Control Board for a restart, like Director Zena has asked for. And if I don't get a motion in a second, it's the will of this body. I'm one vote.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Golden, will you do a voice vote for remanding it back? A roll call vote for, who moved it? Jeff, seconded by Carlisle.
Councilman Carlisle. Aye. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Object.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
No.
Councilman Ford.
No.
Councilwoman Green.
No.
Councilwoman Walker.
No.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
Councilwoman White.
No.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
No.
Chair Canale.
Yes, that motion fails. All right, so back to the original. All those in favor of sending PD 23-25 downstairs to be heard at 3:30 signify by saying aye. And this will be without recommendation. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. We'll be hearing PD 23-25 at 3:30. Item number 4, SUP 24-10, 3324 Keystone Avenue. Request for a special use permit to allow a group daycare home and residential single-family R6. This is in District 7 and Super District 9. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? Moved by Warren, seconded by H. Thomas. DPD, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Wardrop, Planning and Development. This is a request for a special use permit to allow a group daycare home at 3324 Keystone Avenue in Raleigh. And the applicant is Ms. Weber, who is here with us today to answer your questions. Here's a location map and a vicinity map. You'll see we're in a neighborhood in the Raleigh area. The applicant is requesting a new special use permit to allow a group daycare home in the R6 district. It's important to remember that Ms. Weber would be able to keep up to 4 children simultaneously as a matter of right at this site, but she needs this SUP to keep the full 7 permitted under state regulations for home-based daycares. She was granted a variance by the Board of Adjustment back in February to waive our usual requirement that group daycare homes be located within 150 feet of an arterial road. And of course, group daycare homes are subject to special use review in the R6 district. Here is a zoning and land use map. You'll see it's surrounded by predominantly single-family residences. Here's some site photos of the home in question. In conclusion, granting the special use permit will permit the applicant to care for up to 7 children simultaneously, which is the maximum allowable under the relevant state regulations. While non-residential employees are generally prohibited for home-based businesses, she will need additional staff to operate the requested use who do not live on site. And we find that the combination of the applicant's driveway, carport, and on-street parking in the subject property is sufficient for the proposed use, even assuming the presence of an outside staff member with a vehicle. So therefore, we are recommending approval with 6 conditions, which you see on the screen here. And the Land Use Control Board voted unanimously on the consent agenda to recommend approval of this application. I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Mr. Thomas?
Just saying that we know that we have a child care deficit in the city. And just to have the ability of knowing there's more affordable and safe and willing people to provide those options seems very laudable. So I'm supporting this application.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor of sending this downstairs in the affirmative signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any nays? That item passes. Colleagues, item number 5, SCP 23-38, 2961 Lamar Avenue. Request for special use to allow the sale of new and used tires in the commercial mixed use CMU 1 District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Swearingen, Washington. Floor is yours, DPD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale, DPD. I'll try to present some of these so that we can be efficient and not jump back and forth, but Masana Stania is here with me to answer any questions that you might have for her. Let's see. So this is a request for a special use permit to allow the sale of new and used tires in the CMU 1 district. The location map is here to the left on Lamar Avenue near the 240 loop, and to the right you see the vicinity map for the location on Lamar. On the left here, the zoning map, again, CMU 1. And on the right, you have the land use map, which has mostly commercial use, and then there is adjacent residential. Here are some pictures of the subject property. And to the left, lower, you can see the current condition. To the right, there were a lot of used cars there at one time. This is the existing site plan. Proposed site plan is here with some landscaping and improvements to the area. We did find that it is not consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. And in conclusion, we recommend a rejection, and the Land Use Control Board also recommend a rejection of this application with the following conditions. If approved, we would have these conditions, and we could go through those. It's basically removing curb cuts as we typically do, and then the used tire removal. So any questions we would be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you, Chair. We don't need any more tire shops. We don't need any more businesses selling those raggedy old tires. Get us some more businesses, some restaurants, karate place, anything. We don't need it. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I just want to thank you, Chairman. I concur with Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington. Enough is enough. No, we can't do it with the tires that we got now all over the city.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote on this one. All those in favor of sending this downstairs in the affirmative signify by saying aye, and nay if you are against.
Nay. Sick up.
The noes have it. That item will be sent downstairs with a negative recommendation. Thank you, colleagues. Item number 6, SCP 23-40, 6977 Winchester Road. Request for special permit to allow a convenience store with gas sales, District 2, Sewer District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr. Seconded by Cooper Sutton. DPD, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've mentioned the use and the location on Winchester. And you can see here the location map to the left. To the right, the vicinity map. To the left, the zoning map. Again, this is CMU 2. To the right, you see the land use map, which is mostly commercial. Some site photos. So this is an existing convenience store with gas sales that's not in operation right now. An upgrade to that, which we get a lot of these requests, and when we're looking at some of these that are existing, you can see the existing site plan has 4 curb cuts, which is the typical that we see. And we, look at these and we get improvements. We request improvements. On here, we don't have those in plan, but we do have those conditioned to where the 2 curb cuts that are closest to the intersection would be closed. We would get new streetscape and upgraded elevations. We are requesting transparency on the Riverdale side so that it's less of just a blank wall. So we are recommending approval. Land Use Control Board recommended approval unanimously with, and it's consistent with Memphis 3.0.
You want to go through those conditions real quick?
Yes. So we, the 2 existing curb cuts that are closest to the intersection would be closed with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. We are requiring a streetscape plate of S10 with additional landscaping and improving the sidewalks. The dumpster location will be screened and shall meet the requirements of the EDC. The detached pole sign may be kept if it meets the requirements of the EDC. So we'll go through that when they file for an ASPR. If not, then it would have to be removed. And then additionally, any signage would need to meet the EDC. We do have the bike rack and the EV charging stations that will be provided.
How many?
I think we don't have that clarified. So I think we've been doing 4, and so it's a 2. So we can update this if that's if the council would like to add that. So we can clearly add that.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Warren, Walker, and Green.
Thank you. My question was about the EV things, so we're going to try to do 4 on those. And I guess the question is, since Councilman Carlisle's not here, who is supplying the gas? Do we stipulate that it's a major brand, and if they change brands, it has to come back here?
We can add that as well. We don't have that as a condition right now, and the applicant is here if we want to.
Would that be okay with the applicant?
Where's the applicant? Want to come forward? If you give us your name and address for the record and address Councilman Warren's question, please.
Just hit the thing and it'll turn green. There you go.
Ray West, 3886 Inverness Drive, 38125, Memphis, Tennessee. And your question?
The question was, who is going to be your gas supplier?
So I believe Exxon, the owner of this gas station, owns multiple gas stations throughout town.
So which you said Exxon?
Yes.
Okay. So I think if for some reason you change to something that's not a major brand, you got to come back.
Sure.
Okay, that'll just be part of the deal.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, my question was about the EV chargers. So I would like for it to be, yes, a minimum of 4, but 4 is good.
Agree.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Green.
I just wanted to state, as the representative of District 2, since this is on a corner that is commercial and that right now it's in disrepair and then we'll be improving it, that I'm in support of this resolution.
Thank you. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending SUP. Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
Thank you. And my concern and my question is, we know that it's going to be brand new. It's getting the EV stations, the gas, but the presentation that will continue through the years with this station, keeping the upkeep, keeping the upgrade, keeping it looking decent. You know, people come in here and we get these gas stations, and through the years there is a decline because of housekeeping and maintenance. And so that is really a concern. Can we add something every 5-6 years? We look at this to make sure that it is in compliance and presentation?
We could add a condition. We could add a condition that it would be, that come back to the Land Use Control Board. However, if we have this approval, then we can enforce whatever this approval is, and that's one way that we do that. We do often cite projects that are not in compliance with the approved SUP or PD. So that is something that is done. You know, usually it's when we get a complaint on something, but I'm not sure, we've never really added a condition that I'm aware of that it comes back.
Could you please look and check that out and see if we can possibly do that? Thank you.
All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending SUP 23-40 downstairs with a positive recommendation, please signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any nays? That item passes. Item number 7, SUP 23-41, 2830 Lamar Avenue. Request for a special use permit to allow vehicle sales and repair in the commercial mixed-use district, CMU1 district, District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr., second by Swearingen Washington. DPD, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, it's a special use permit to allow vehicle sales and repair. The location map is here, close to the last, not the last case, but the previous one on Lamar, just north of the 240 loop. To the right is the vicinity map. To the left is the zoning map with CMU1 zoning. To the right is the land use, which is commercial use mainly. There is some residential across Lamar. Some site photos. So the site is vacant currently. It's a large parking lot with a couple of buildings located with quite a bit of street frontage on Lamar. The aerial photo here. This is the proposed site plan, so it does include some landscaping and just shows the location of the parking areas. We found this to be inconsistent with Memphis 3.0, and we, DPD, recommended rejection on this. However, the Land Use Control Board did recommend approval with the conditions as shown here. So it's coming to you with a split recommendation from.
Okay, so colleagues, please make note on your council documents. It says approval with conditions for both DPD and land use. Just know that DPD rejected and land use approved it with conditions. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I just believe that we can have more businesses other than tire shops, gas stations, and used car lots. I say no, no, no. Go to Warren. Why don't you take them to your area?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
We sick of that.
Yeah.
We want something else.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Well, I did notice, and I want to clarify, we just rejected 2961 Lamar. That's right down the street, isn't it?
Yes.
2830 Lamar? Isn't that just right down the street?
Some hibachi or something.
No. I agree. I mean, that's some slick stuff. They're going to get it here, then try to come down here. I don't think so.
And it
no.
turns into other negative elements.
Negative things. And I'm having a problem now in our district with a tire, car repair, can't get to the stop sign, can't see. And so I concur with you, Councilwoman Swearingen.
Okay, moving forward. No, ma'am.
Okay.
Moving forward, colleagues.
Put it in your area?
I'm good.
Okay, that's what I thought.
All those in favor of sending SUP 23-41 downstairs with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay.
Mr. Chairman.
The nays have it. That item will be sent downstairs with a negative recommendation. Thank you, colleagues. Item number 8, SUP 24-05, 1679 Ash Street. Request for a special use permit to allow a group day care home in District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr., second by Cooper Sutton. DPD, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Ms. Cobbs present this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. So this is a special use permit request for a group daycare home at 1679 Ash Street. This is in the Douglas community, and our vicinity map shows that the notices were sent out, 93 notices sent out in February. Looking at the zoning, this is zoned residential urban 1, and the property is a duplex, looking at the land use map to the right, surrounded by a single family, and then you can also see the Douglas Park and school across the street from the site. Aerial view, just close up of the property, and here are some photos. The duplex is to the left for the proposed daycare, and then the park and the school. And so this was found to be consistent with our future land use plan, And so the future land use map shows consistency, which is compatible within the neighborhood. So just to conclude that this is a proposed group daycare home of 5 to 12 children at 1679 Ash Street. And this did go to the Board of Adjustment for a variance request. It is not within the 150-foot requirement of an intersecting arterial. The variance was granted, and so now the applicant is requesting the special use permit. DPD is recommending approval, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval, unanimous approval on the consent agenda.
Very
and
good.
There's no opposition.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Isha Thomas, followed by Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, I do want to reiterate what I said earlier about just affordable care options. Secondly, just want to ask, do you stay on the other side of the duplex?
No, and
Name and address to the record, please.
Leandria Taylor.
Address.
My home address, 7042 Cranley Cove.
Thank you.
Okay. I do not currently stay on the other side. My plan, I had already started with opening up the daycare with the state, but all of a sudden, they said that they were no longer able to license daycare centers, so I was actually licensing both sides. Because with the state, you cannot live, no one can live beside it because of the walls or something like that.
So it's empty?
Yes.
And you're going to go to do the other side
Yes,
too?
I will do both sides.
Is that's in the application for both sides? No, you said just the left side.
I did not, from what I understood, it was for the land use, like the entire property. I didn't know that you had to.
So I guess
do
that's
both.
Mr. Ragsdale, if we approve this, will it be for the entire the entire parcel?
Yes, the parcel.
It will? Okay, and nobody lives on the other side?
No.
Okay, you got my support for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes. What are you doing for a playground?
Well, the backyard, I've had it fenced in, and I will, of course, buy, equipment for them to play on. It's not really recommended that you do like the swings and things like that because they're dangerous. So they will have riding toys and, things that are on the ground that they will be playing with. So I will not construct,
But that space, the backyard, has been approved to use as a playground?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Has it?
So I was just going to add that that's one of the conditions, that there's no playground equipment in the front yard, so it would have to be in the rear.
Okay. And my next one, you said child daycare, and we know the numbers and the importance of early, and a good quality of learning and just not a babysitting. And I saw your resume that you are an educator and you have a bachelor. Am I correct?
Actually, I have a master's plus 45.
Okay.
I am a licensed school administrator.
That's what I want to hear.
I have
Come
a
on.
degree in curriculum and instruction.
Come on.
And I also have a bachelor's degree in pre-K through 3.
So you will be educating our children.
Oh, absolutely.
And because you know what our third grade reading looks like and arithmetic
That is
and
why
math.
I am opening. If you have been watching the news, Douglas is a community that is in severe need of early intervention and safe spaces for the black and brown children that live in that neighborhood. So it is my desire to provide that space, a space where they will become literate and where they will enter kindergarten ready to learn to read.
And I'm sure you will be feeding them, am I correct?
Absolutely.
And I hope not pizza. Our children need to know what healthy food looks like.
I definitely will. And if I need any suggestions, I'll call you.
Please call me and I have plenty. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending item 8, SCP-24-05 downstairs with a positive recommendation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations. We'll see you at 3:30. Item number 9, SCP-24-13, 2001 Covington Pike, request for a special use permit to allow vehicle rentals, light truck, vans, and car sales. Can I get a motion in a second? Oh, it's District 1, Super District 9.
Move it.
Moved by Swearingen Washington,
Second.
seconded by Cooper Sutton, DPD.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kendra Cobbs, DPD. So this is a special use permit request for light truck, van, vehicle rental, and car sales at 2001 Covington Pike. This is just outside the loop, and we did send out 27 notices in March. So looking at the zoning map, this is, it is not Central Business District. It is Commercial Mixed Use 3, excuse me, and it is surrounded by all commercial uses, as you can see on the land use map. And the site photos, the site was previously occupied by Automax, and to the immediate north is the Enterprise car sales or Enterprise office that would be in conjunction with the proposed use. And this is a layout of the site. Primarily, you have the car sales that would be to the front. There are 3 existing buildings on the site that would be incorporated into the operations and the layout. And so this is consistent with our future land use plan, Memphis 3.0. And just to conclude that this would be in conjunction with the Enterprise Rent-A-Car, which is to the north, surrounded by commercial uses and in particular vehicle sales uses within the area. And Division of Planning and Development is recommending approval with conditions. Also, the Land Use Control Board recommends approval with conditions on the consent agenda. 7-0, there's no opposition to the proposal. And here are just a list of the conditions. Mainly the landscaping. We would need a landscaping plan, and it would come back to us for administrative site plan review, where we would check landscaping and the other type requirements for this type of use.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
I just want to point out to Councilwoman Swearingen Green, this is in my district, and we're getting a car shop. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Kyle? Yeah, of course. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
And Councilwoman Swearingen, I will direct this to Councilman Dr. Warren.
That's right.
He has went and he's putting his rental in the location where cars and rental things are happening.
That's right.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, all those in favor of sending SCP-24-13 downstairs with a positive recommendation,
Aye.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Item number 10, Z24-02, 3343 Winchester Road, request for rezoning of 0.81 acres from residential R8 to CMU 1, District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Senior, seconded by Cooper Sutton, DPD. The floor is yours.
That was Walker.
Pardon me, Councilman Walker.
My name is LaTanya Hull with DPD. I'm presenting case D-2024-002. The applicant is Chief Auto Parts, Inc., doing business as AutoZone, and the request is to rezone a portion of their parcel from residential single-family 8 to commercial mixed use. On the screen is a location map. It's located in the Oak Haven neighborhood. The zoning is on your screen. It's CUM1 to the west, and it is R8 to the east. The zoning was severed due to the construction of New Chaloma Road. The land uses are CMU1 surrounding the neighborhood. The photos of the site are on your screen. And this is a site plan. The applicant intends to expand their store, and as a result of that, a portion of their property will now encroach into the R8 section of their lot, which is necessitating this rezoning. This is consistent with Memphis 3.0. And we, in conclusion, are requesting that a portion of their lot, which is now R8, is rezoned to CMU1 to be consistent with the other parcel. The split zoning was due to relocation of Chaloma Street, and the owner desires to expand the AutoZone facility, which is currently operating in the CMU1 zone portion of the parcel, which will now encroach into the R8 zone. The recommendation of DPD is to approve and was also approved by the LUCB unanimously. You have any questions? No conditions.
Okay, Councilman Walker.
Did we move it already?
Yes.
Okay.
Go back a couple of slides. I need to see something. Okay, go back to the actual picture. Where was an actual?
Page 9 and 10. Yeah, that's fine.
So is that the lake behind that from the apartment complex? Is that a lake?
No, ma'am, there's no lake behind the building. There's a vacant lot. You
Okay,
can
go
see-
back to the
that's the
previous.
area photo right there.
Okay, the one before that. Let me see that one. Okay. So the strip mall on Winchester at Chulahoma is where with respect to this? I can't. That's the strip mall. So isn't there another freestanding building, or is this where the Chinese restaurant and the multiple things used to be?
I am not familiar with that area. It is currently operating as AutoZone right now.
This property is the AutoZone store here.
It's going to be a larger AutoZone.
They're expanding to the south, and it's gonna just slightly encroach into the right section of their lot.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yeah, I'm just, I feel like it's there's a structure missing from the picture, or either I'm on the wrong corner. This is Winchester and Chulahoma.
Can we show a picture of the
Where's the McDonald's?
I think we're on the wrong corner. Possibly. Is there McDonald's?
It's a couple of doors down on the other side.
Yeah.
Not the, when I asked about the strip, not the strip where the subway is, but the strip, Chulahoma splits. It splits and goes up to Winchester, and I'm trying to get a clarification on. I don't see the split. It splits and comes up on the side of the other strip, and I don't see that.
Fortunately.
You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not familiar with the area.
I see McDonald's down the street.
You do?
I think that may be.
Okay, so if you come in west of the McDonald's, and then you get to the corner, and then there's a strip, and then you have what?
I think the McDonald's is.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, so this is, okay, I'm clear. Okay, I got it now. But there was something that's not on that picture, so that's fine, Councilman Warren, that's fine. But on the other side, there's another,
There's a small strip mall on the other
there's
side.
another
Little strip
piece of
mall. Yes.
Chulahoma where it
That
splits.
is right there on the right.
It's even past that. It's another one past that. And there's another Chulahoma, but I didn't see that on the map. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Councilwoman Walker, since this is your district, I would like to make some amendments.
Okay.
We've had issues with other AutoZone stores, namely one on Summer Avenue, where people met up to race up and down or do donuts in the parking lot. They remediated that to a certain degree by putting those concrete parking bumpers in that parking lot on Summer. I just don't want this to be a store where people would meet up to race up and down Winchester.
Correct.
And anything that we can do, from lighting to the parking, the concrete curbs or the parking bumpers, whatever you call them.
Well,
the
Mr.
ingress,
Chairman,
egress of the store, I'm fearful that, and I know it's already an AutoZone, but when it's larger, it's going to have a larger parking lot. And I just don't want it to invite drag racers to come meet up there.
Right. Well, one thing that I'll note that with a rezoning, we can't condition a rezoning. It's just rezoning a property. So we don't have the ability to put conditions on a rezoning request.
Do they have to bring a site plan back for the new store?
They will.
We can do it then?
And so we could definitely.
We make note of that, please?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do that.
All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending Z24-02 downstairs in the affirmative signify by saying aye. Aye. Also an aye, that item passes. Guess what, colleagues? We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Canal. We wouldn't.
All right, there we go. There we go, much better. It is April 23rd. I call this executive session to the Memphis City Council order. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Walker, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, and Chairman Smiley.
Yeah, we here. All right, so we have 3 items on the agenda today. 2 of the items were held over from the Public Safety Committee. Item number 1, which is an update on the Impound lot all council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you. I'll be very brief and very brief update. To my colleagues that were not seated last term, the impound lot came up in the subject matter as we were going through the towing and all of the rules and regulations in that process. To say that the impound lot had been put to the back burner as priorities would be a little bit of an understatement. Chief Davis and the command staff, understood the position and that there was an opportunity there. It was creating a little bit of public safety issue anyway. I just wanted them to come back by. I had heard anecdotal stories that had gotten dramatically better. And, I think it's important for them to have the opportunity to share what they've been up to. Because I think a lot of times, sometimes we only want to talk about things ain't going well. So with that, I'll turn the floor over and
Thank you. CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. So last summer, we began working with the administration. First, we began working with this body to change the city ordinance so that we could begin towing vehicles to private lots. There was a serious delay in tow companies showing up on the scene of various types of incidents, whether it was accident, stolen vehicles, or whatever. And officers were out of service for an extended amount of time. And then tow companies had their own issues and complaints about the wait at the tow lot as well. So it was a combination of issues. Once we changed the ordinance significantly helped in relieving officers from having to tow vehicles directly to the impound lot. The vehicles began to go to private companies. The dispatch time reduced as well, and I'll let Deputy Chief Wright talk about that because he had a lot of input on that part, and then we'll let Chief Adams talk about what happened in December as we transitioned the lot.
Good afternoon, it's Paul Wright, 170 North Main. We did see a big change in our city lot. Of course, once the lot changed over, and then we were seeing a complete decline just before it changed over cars. But we really see the decline now and an increase in improvements of towing to the lot. The wait time has been reduced. I think it's more like 15 minutes or less now that the cars are getting in the lot and the tow truck drivers are getting off the lot. You also, the officers are not waiting anymore. Don't see those complaints coming in like we used to. Officers not complaining. Investigators are able to go out there now. The lot has labeling. They've restructured the lot to where they've reduced that clutter that you had seen before. It's more organized. So if you go up there now and you ask for a car, they can walk you right to the car. So that's a lot better. They're working on an automated database that we're working with them on. We go right into their database. We used to do a lot of paper with release of holds. Now we go right into their database and we can enter some things in and get that information updated right away, and we can do releases. So that's a lot better for us as well. Let me see here. The less complaints that I've heard of coming into our department, but I'm not knowing what they're doing on the vehicle management solution side. Good working relationships. They built standard operating procedure manuals. We kind of worked with them on that to make sure it was something that worked with us. And we work with them daily on making sure we're doing what we're supposed to do on the Memphis Police Department side, and they're doing what they're supposed to do on their side.
So as Chief Wright, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. So as Chief Wright mentioned, right now we've drawn a lot of efficiencies from really outsourcing the operation and management of this of the impound lot. What the team does now, and I'm not going to go over the past, but I just want to summarize what they did. They signed a contract in October, November, and December. They inventoried the lot. We transitioned employees. The employees that remained with VMS, that's the name of the company, they got an increase, sign-on bonus, and of course their benefits are pretty much in line, if not better than what we received. So that was actually an enhancement. There are some employees that decided to stay with the city and they were able to bump, and there are a few that actually retired. As far as operational efficiencies, this is what VMS did. So every staff member has to walk and inspect the vehicle. They take pictures of the vehicle itself. They record any damage to the vehicle. And then, of course, all data is captured in an electronic database, as Chief Rice stated. The inventory, the vehicle, they put a barcode on that vehicle. And also, they tag that vehicle. So if that vehicle moves, they can see that vehicle move in their system as well. With respect to transparency, they communicate electronically, and they have periodic meetings with MPD staff to ensure that they are enforcing, one, our ordinances, state law, with regard to liens, and if there is a waiver. What we don't want to happen is a victim, stolen car that may make it out to the lot. We don't want to have to charge them. We don't want to victimize the victim. So they work with Chief Wright to make sure that we get that, no pun intended, right. All right. So, as he mentioned, we've shaved a 90-minute wait down to 15 minutes. This is the third month of this operation. To date, we've not seen revenue, but that we adjusted that, and a lot of that actually occurred by us increasing the tow fees. Now, that's something that should have happened. The old administration should have taken that in consideration, but we adjusted it. And so that's something that we didn't see in October that later came. So what we will do, I would anticipate that we start booking revenues from this particular group in the next month. And now all we have to do is actually get at least 40 calls a month, and you'll start seeing revenues. Right now, we're about at 32. We do still have a few vehicles that are going out to private lots, but right now, MPD is working to make sure that all our vehicles come back to our lot. Last and most important, we just secured a second lot. That second lot will hold the litigation hold vehicles, so that we know what we truly have that can actually be moving inventory in and out of the impound lot. All right. The lots, I have to get the address, but I know it's the old General Electric. Excuse me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, look, I think you guys have done a phenomenal job. Thank you for taking the feedback, and Chief Davis, you and your team, and Antonio, you and your team for acting on this. From, like I said, middle of the summer to 6 months later, we have something that's beneficial both to the city entity and to the people that engage with the lot. So thank you for that. It ain't the sexiest thing in the world, but these are the little things that have indirect positive impacts on the city. And if we do enough of those, we'll start making a real change. So thanks. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Council members? Somebody told me that full council meeting started at 3:30. Just saying. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you for all of this, and I'm glad to see that this is moving in a positive direction. I know a few years ago there were some citizens who were requesting an audit of the impound lot. Has that taken place in recent years?
Not to my knowledge, but one of the things that we can do is we can audit as we move forward, and then of course compare what it was prior to January 1, and then of course what has happened January 1.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
All right. I'm assuming it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. So this is an update on MPD take-home car program. All council districts requested from the council member, again from Super 9, Councilman Carlisle. Brevity is the word.
I'm trying. But this is important, and this is going to lead us into budget season 2. But ultimately, I know many of you have heard from different individuals and people, et cetera, about what is going on in the fleet. Obviously, we've seen a lot of wrecks recently, et cetera. We started this process of take-home vehicles and just general vehicle procurement, almost 24 months ago, 36 months ago. Yeah. So what happened is we got caught in the COVID cycle. Not only did we have to get the base vehicle ordered, we also had to get them outfitted. And so there's a process and a timing to that. And I just thought it was important to get an update of where we are. We can keep it brief because we're going to get into it in budget season. So don't feel like you have to go into the depths. But yeah, it was just coming along.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. And first, we want to thank you for the take-home car program. This is something the Memphis Police Department has wanted for at least the last 30 years. So under Chief Davis, under the leadership of the City Council, we now have a very robust take-home car program. We do believe it helps us with recruitment, with retention. We know the officers enjoy the take-home cars. I'm going to let Deputy Chief Sam Hines get into the numbers and details of it because he manages it every day.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Hines, 170 North Main. I'd like to say as well, thanks to Chief Davis for the long-awaited incorporation of the take-home car program, and thank you for the funding. In doing so, it certainly has sustained our fleet a lot more, greatly improved the maintenance and the wear and tear on the vehicles. As we look at the screen on the numbers, we have a total right now of take-home vehicles, 157. Of that 157, it's 128 Explorers and 29 Dodge Chargers. The take-home vehicles in the field of that 157 is 153. The 4 that is missing from that 157 is 1 Dodge Charger that was wrecked in January of 23, still in the body shop, has some severe damage there. Take-home vehicle, another Charger, 4302, was totaled, and there was no fault of the officer on that one. It was during some bad weather. Another vehicle came over a hill, slammed into the back of that vehicle, and totaled it out. Next slide, please. Here, still talking about the 4 that's kind of missing from it. We have 1 Ford Explorer that's at the academy. We use it for training, to train all the officers that is going to get a take-home vehicle that's a Ford Explorer, training them on the driving of that particular vehicle. And we have 1 Ford Explorer that's at the ICV Center, which is the in-car video testing and updates and calibration, use it specifically for that. So we basically got 4 that's out of service and not actually in the field working. We have 1 Dodge Charger that's 146 that's at the academy. It just got there from ICV. It's complete and ready to go out. We're just holding it back until we get a few more, which is basically those 12 Explorers that's listed up under there. Those are in the ICV shop, and when they come out, we will run another class, take them through the driving class, and assign those 12 vehicles to the field. And then additional with the fiscal year 24, we will get 24 more additional Explorers for that take-home vehicle program. And that will boost our numbers on up to a total of 193 with the Chargers and the Explorers. And it should be 194 except that 1 that got total out. So that just kind of shows out of 194 vehicles, we still have 193 that are basically active with the care of the take-home vehicles with the officers. And over on the right just kind of shows the zip code breakdown of where the cars are, where the officers live, and they're assigned to those zip codes that that's throughout all the council districts. And I think that is the last slide on that. Pending any questions.
All right. Thank you so much for that. And we've got to move on. I see Chairman Smiley, obviously, but thank you for the update. We'll dig into some more of that and just the general fleet procurement and maintenance as we get into budget season, but I appreciate the update.
All right, thank you. So we're gonna. All right, so council members, we're gonna go back to the original item number 1, which is discussion regarding a strategic and philanthropic body to address public safety, all council districts, sponsored by myself. So for those of you who are interested in what the process will be as it relates to the foundation, don't see Chief Adams here. What you say? There was Alan walked in? Okay. So long story short, there's going to be 2 things that this body will need to do, assuming the body votes to create this foundation to support public safety in the community. One, we are not the law enforcement experts or experts in public safety. So one of the things that we will need to do is we're going to have to pass a resolution giving us the funding to hire a consultant. The consultant's role will be to help guide the process for us, to engage with the community members, but also to figure out what our foundation will look like. We're not Atlanta. We're not any other city that has a foundation. We're Memphis. And just like all things that we do in Memphis, there's a unique way we do it, and we need to make sure that this foundation is tailored specifically for our community. So one, we pass a resolution funding it. And then the second thing we will do, we will, in concert with our counsel, Attorney Wade, in concert with the consultant, we will hire at some point soon. We will put forth an ordinance that we'll pass, essentially setting up an entity that has the capacity to raise funds on behalf of the city of Memphis, and specifically related to public safety. And that's essentially the process. If the council has the appetite to do it now, I would suggest, that we don't delay. Y'all see what's happening in the communities. We are getting a number of emails, number of text messages. We're seeing what's happening. I would suggest we don't delay. And if the council, if there is no objection, Attorney Owens here is working on a resolution allocating $150,000 for us to have the ability to hire a consultant. We don't know the exact price yet. So we can hire a consultant to start the process, because the longer we wait, the longer this process takes, and the more that, we need to. There's a question, Councilwoman Walker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regard to the selection process of the consultant, at this time, is it known that process for choosing the consultant and who has a role in that?
So as I see deem it, what we're gonna do, like usually when we hire consultants, is usually Attorney Wade, he sits down, meets with them, and then we have multiple people, and ultimately we decide which one we want to go with. That's usually the process. That's usually the process. I don't anticipate it differing very much this time. But,
but if I had a referral, I could refer that person.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're going to vet everybody because we want to give the community, we want to give the city of Memphis the best. And we deserve the best.
I'm going to refer the best.
Oh, shoot your shot then. No problem with that. All right. So, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I probably misread it, but where is the line item where the consultant fees coming from?
Oh, so what attorney? Well, you didn't misread. You didn't read anything. So what Attorney Owens is doing now, she's preparing the funding resolution, and what I'm gonna make a motion of shortly after this is that we're gonna be here since till 11 o'clock anyway. I'm gonna add it to this agenda for us to discuss the funding resolution as Attorney Owens is rapidly.
So So you gonna bring it to full council?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. We're gonna have a chance to discuss it then, but I do want to note the urgency of it. We really don't have time to delay. Any other questions? Any questions, concerns, criticisms? Councilman Carlisle, I don't like your smirk. It concerns me always. Absolutely. All right. So, with no objection, I'm going to add it to the full council meeting downstairs, and we'll have opportunity to discuss the funding resolution then, so we can get to work, y'all. All right. Is that it?
Holds and add-ons.
I was trying to,
I thought you were going to get out of here.
There you go.
Ms. Hyman is writing on my paper, adding things that I'm supposed to say. All right. All right. So, council members, item number 28 has been withdrawn. Items 1 and 29 will be held until May 7, 2024. Items 5 and 6 will be held until August 6, 2024. That brings us to our add-on items 35 through 43. See, I got that. Thank you, Ms. Hyman. You're doing such an excellent job, despite what Councilman Carlisle says today. Item number 35. Resolution opposing Tennessee House Bill 1202 and Tennessee Senate Bill 1325 for authorizing faculty and staff members to carry concealed weapons on school grounds. All council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Request to say 9 minutes. 36. Memphis Health Education and Housing Facility Board reappointment of Daniel Reed and Buck Welford. Request to say 9 minutes. Item 37. Memphis and Shelby County Air Pollution Control Board appointment of Robert Rogers. Request to say 9 minutes. Item number 38. Police Advisory Review Committee appointment of Shepard Farragostin.
Fargenstein.
I like it the first way.
Fargenstein.
What Councilman Cannelli said. DeWan Gillum, Wendy Oliver, Tyrone Davis, DPM, Andrea Margarita Jacobo. I butchered that. Request to sign 9 minutes. Item number 39, a resolution to approve the negotiated sales price of $33,000 for 0.08 acres of property and settlement of $65,000 to add a buffer and fencing to the owner's property and the allocation of appropriation and transfer of $1,855,000 for the Fund 0121 Parkland Acquisition of FY24 CIP project number PK12014 Park Land Acquisition District 6 Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request to sign 9 minutes. Item number 40, resolution transfer $200,000 of CIP funds from Historic Melrose Rehabilitation Project CD 01102 to the New Fraser Library Project LI 01030 and appropriate the same. There are not. Yeah, that's not it. District 4 Super District sponsored by the administration. Item number 41, resolution to allocate and appropriate $200,000 to the Laclade Landing District 6 Super District 8 sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. Request to sign 9 minutes. Item number 42, resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program FY25 all council districts sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Item number 43, resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan allocation all council districts sponsored by myself, Chairman Smiley. Request for the same 9 minutes. So the same 9 minute items are 18, 19, 20, 21, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. It appears that all hearts and minds. I read this once. Want me to read it again?
Oh, okay, no.
You sure? You don't want to read it twice?
What was 29?
All right, so we're going to go back through some of the held items that I've read once. No. Council members, okay. President McGowan requested item number 28 to be withdrawn from the agenda. We also received the request to hold items 5 and 6 until August 6, 2024. This request was submitted by OPD and the council staff. If there's no objections, we will grant these requests. All right, and then Councilman Carlisle.
Colleagues, I've asked to hold, and I can't remember the item number. 29.
Your street?
Yeah, well, it's not mine, but sure, we can make it. Just the way that the process has gone now, I haven't gotten much feedback. Residents received a letter last Friday. I received one phone call, got that individual some information, but I want to hold it for till the second meeting in May so that there is ample time for people to give input. The most important input that they're asking for is when will this street be, when would it be effective, so that they've got time to roll any sort of marketing materials, business notices, things like that. So getting that feedback in, but it's the Glenn Rogers Street changing of Hollywood. And since I've got the floor, this is a unique day. So once we adjourn here, if everybody could try and get downstairs, because the public tunes in at 3:30 because they want to hear the mayor's remarks. And so I know usually we mill around.
Okay.